Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another Canadian weather live stream. Today we are covering southwest Ontario, and we have some storms already moving into the area. So we're going to jump right into things and have a quick look at it, and then go from there. So we'll take a look at what storm is popping right now, and then I'll kind of cover where things are headed or expected for this afternoon. So let's just jump right into it. I'll go radar full screen here. This is out down by Windsor, Detroit area, just east of there. There is a storm that is currently coming from Michigan, and it is out over Lake St. Clair and coming ashore soon. It is still way out on the water. There's a bit of purple in here, and you'll see that on the radar scan, and that's where there's a bit of hail, so definitely don't want to be out over water, but this is our hail core. It's very small at this point, but that's what this thunderstorm warning has been issued for, as this storm particularly moves going from there. So that's where things are at right now, and that's the first storm. So that's what did trigger this severe thunderstorm warning. But give me 1 second here and I'll pull this up, and we'll read that. So give me 1 second here. Just getting some comments about volume, but nothing has changed here, so I'm not sure what's going on. I'm showing max volume on my settings, but some people are saying they can hear fine and other ones not so much. So a little confused as to what's going on there. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'd like to get it cranked up a little bit here. I'm just going to double check some of my settings, but it seems my mic is working properly. So I will continue on here and we'll see what we got going on with this thunderstorm warning. So Environment Canada is tracking a severe thunderstorm warning at 2:55 p.m. Capable of producing strong wind gusts up to quarter-size hail. And the storm is now near Stony Point, or Point O'Hush, moving east at 40 kilometers an hour. They're talking about 90 to 110 kilometer-hour winds, and then hail just under 1 inch is what they're saying for this storm. Locations in the path of this storm: Stony Point, Pancourt, North Buxton, Oriole Parkway, and Chatham. So that's what the story is right now on this immediate storm that's moving through. I'll show you the cycle on the radar here, and we'll see whether things are going to progress here. So it's moving due east at this point, this storm, right over the open water, moving towards Chatham, Kent. And I'll pull out a little bit here, show you guys the whole watch area. So this is the severe thunderstorm watch that goes all the way from Port Elgin through Kitchener, Brantford, down to Dunnville, and then back across to Port Stanley and all the way to obviously Windsor, Leamington area. So that is the watch that is out. I will read that to you guys next. We've got conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts and large hail. And again, they're saying the max values are 90 kilometers an hour, Toonie-sized hail, and there is a very slight risk of a tornado. That will come down to timing, some conditions mixing with possibly a lake breeze, but we are going to monitor that as well. It is not zero, but it is near zero for this afternoon, so that's what we're looking at right now. So I'm glad we've got all the audio working properly. I was a little shocked to hear that, but yeah, definitely glad that people are able to hear and we can get the information out. So we've also done some upgrades to the stream itself, so we have some new features that we'll be trying to use today. We'll go through them later on. The hail has subsided a little bit or weakened. There's not as much purple in here over the water. That's what is our main concern with this storm. There are some winds packed in here, but not very strong. Right now, 64 kilometers an hour is kind of the peak. Oh, there's 72 in there, but this is 4,000 feet off the ground almost, so you're talking over a kilometer up. So as you get closer to the surface, more than likely there's a reduction there, so we're talking 50 kilometers an hour or something, and that kind of stuff. So it's definitely better in that regards. So not as much of an issue with winds right now. That was more for hail, and again, this is moving due east to go along into Chatham, Kent, and then along the 401 if it sustains. We do have another storm I want to highlight that was up here. I'm just going to take a look at this one here. So this is to the north. This is just south of Port Elgin and or east of Kincardine. That came off the water as well, and I'll show you the cycle here over the last few hours, and you can see how it's marched across. It did have a very small indicator of hail right about here. It was trying, maybe pea-sized or smaller hail, but just on the edge of it. The lightning that you're seeing, our regular lightning portion isn't working, so we've gone to the plus model, which obviously is more precise, puts out a lot more dots, which sometimes can clutter it. That's why I don't use it usually, but the other one isn't working today, or at least not right now, so that's why we're using that if you're used to the other stuff. So again, those are our two areas that we're watching. Nothing of major concern at this point, just that one storm coming across from Michigan into obviously Ontario, and we'll see what happens when it gets on shore, because this is a little early, I would say. I was expecting storms probably another hour from now, so we're a little early, but going over the water allows this storm, it's got an access to a lot of moisture, so it does help the storm to kind of maintain its intensity. Once it gets on shore, that may change and it may lose some of that oomph. So we'll monitor that, and we'll keep you guys up to date on it. I'm going to take a look at some rotation as well. There's a bit of rotation in this storm, and again, as I always say on the stream, it is normal for storms and thunderstorms to rotate. That's normal part of the process. What we have to watch for is how tightly that is rotating, meaning how close together those rotations are, and how strong they are. So the brighter the colors, the more we have to pay attention to it. So right now, nothing jumps out at me. There's definitely a bit of rotation, but again, nothing to worry about. It's part of that normal process. So I see a lot of people in the chat there. I'm using a new feature on my end to be able to interact with the chat and stuff like that. So always good afternoon to everybody. I see Rick is in here as well. Showtime says my sister lives in Port Huron, so yeah, we're definitely going to be monitoring down here in southwest Ontario more specifically, and we'll see there are some other storms popping back to the west, as you can see here in Michigan, and I'll play the cycle. You can see that they are moving east, but there is the ones a little further north have a slight northeasterly component to them. So we're very early in on this, and we're going to see what takes place this afternoon. We are expecting possibly to the north here, coming off of Georgian Bay and Lake Huron, potentially storms moving across with lots of rain. That's the bigger potential up there. Just heavy rainmakers, and obviously some slight flooding associated with them if they stall out over a specific area. And anybody watching from Eastern Ontario, we do have some minor storms throughout the area. Nothing severe is on the docket, at least at this time. We will monitor it if anything happens to go above and beyond what models predicted. Just going to highlight this area south of Montreal. This was a storm that just sat there and dumped a lot of rain, again in that kind of same area that we had flooding there about less than a week ago. You can see this storm kind of just sat there and was dumping rain for a while, not really moving off. So that warning has expired, but that's what it's there for, in case anybody's wondering about that. So we do have some thunderstorms to the north of Montreal, way up north of in the hills and stuff like that, but those are just regular showers and thunderstorms. So yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting afternoon to see how this unfolds. I did mention when we were originally jumping on here that there is a very slight, I'm going to back out here what that, they've put, this is way up in Quebec by Three Rivers. They've put up a severe warning up here for, again, this storm probably to do with heavy rainfall. This is west of Trois-Rivières or Three Rivers. So let me just take a look what the warning is up here. They're just saying tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. This, I would suspect, is for the very heavy rain if it's not moving very quickly. Let's just take a look at that and kind of go from there. So, yeah, this storm is kind of parked here a little bit, and there was a little bit of hail on it at one point, so that's why they may have thrown out this severe, and it's just moving due east at this point. So let me jump back to southwest Ontario, and we'll continue the coverage of those storms down there. So right now this storm is still over the water, as you can see, so it's still southwest of Grand Point. You can see that white line, that is where the shoreline is, so the bulk of the storm still over Lake St. Clair. They do obviously have that purple squall warning. It expires in 30 minutes, but they're calling for 35 knots for the winds, and there is possibility of water spouts. So that's what this storm would have been warned for on the water as it was moving through. So we'll see whether this continues to maintain strength as it comes ashore. So okay, what else did we go? How did I know you were going to be going live? Good stuff, Tom. That's from Our Toronto. Good to see you in the chat as well. And then there's storms, PC board repair saying the storm is currently south of Lake Ontario. Lake Ontario would obviously be much further back this way. So there are storms out east. These are just showers. There's not even any lightning on that. There's no intensity there. Obviously our coverage area that we are highlighting or paying attention to is going to be down here in the very southwest corner of Ontario, just because that's where the most severe potential is at this point. There is a storm coming into Sarnia. It is kind of west of Sarnia right now, but it is indicating some strength. I'm going to see the path of this and just kind of drag it out here. It might just go to the north of Sarnia and stay over Lake Huron and come across a little bit later, so we will have to monitor that, but it's going to just kind of skirt through Sarnia. The hail core, which would be in this area right here, is the area where if there was any kind of hail, this would be pea-sized or smaller if it is even making it to the surface. That's the area that I would pay attention to. And again, it is marching kind of on a northeast path, just getting going at this point. So we'll see what's going on. What else? Thunder in Cumberland calling for Pack Walker Sioux. Yes, there's going to be storms down east of Ottawa. Again, there may be some thunderstorms in eastern Ontario, but there's nothing to be concerned about in that area. Mags, good to see you. Good afternoon as always. Hey, Tom, what are you thinking for central eastern Ontario down the Highway 7 corridor? Will those southwest storms eventually come through overnight? Looks like most of that rainy system stayed way south from Eric. They are going to head up that way, possibly, if they have. So the track right now, south of Port Huron and Sarnia, it looks like it's an easterly track, which obviously wouldn't make it up there. It's a question of where storms fire in Michigan and then move across. I do think that basically overnight, late evening, there is a possibility on that Highway 7 corridor. However, it's going to be mostly rain at the end of the day. There's no severe potential there. It's just going to be regular showers with maybe, depending how things sustain over the next few hours till we get to dark, then we'll see whether that's able to have any lightning or anything, but I'm not expecting much on those storms. That'll be just quite a bit of rain at this point. So Frank saying storm tops out at 33,000 feet on Weather Underground, so that's good. What else? Okay, and then what else is happening here? Okay, hi guys, gals, kind of gray here in beautiful downtown Montague. Thanks again for all you do, Tom and team. Okay, back to tractoring coming from Tony. So thanks for stopping in. Again, we do have some possibilities of some isolated storms in eastern Ontario later today, but they are going to be quite isolated on the far side or far eastern Ontario. We're just going to see whether these storms make their way across, again, Lake Huron and then Georgian Bay. So we'll see what that brings up, but there is definitely potential for some heavy rain moving through, which we already have one storm just over Hanover area. This is just heavy rain at this point. Let's just take a look at some velocities. There is a bit of rotation in this storm, and I'm just going to take a look at this. So we're seeing that right here, and I'm just going to highlight it. This would be our area of rotation roughly in this area. We're going to take a look to see how much it's been rotating as it's been coming through. It's only on the last scan that it has really shown up, so we'll monitor this area. We do get our scans every 8 minutes roughly. So we are 3:11 p.m. So that's about 5 minutes into this cycle. So we'll have to wait another 3 minutes to see what's going on here. The storm itself is moving basically northeast, but probably now that it has gotten on the surface, it's moving eastward. So this storm is moving eastward out of that area. So we'll pay attention to it to the north and northwest of Hanover at this point. So just heavy rain at this point, and we're just going to wait up for another update there. So what else? I was out with 14 dogs. They headed to the vehicle. Thunder and lightning. A lot of pets don't enjoy that, so not surprised to hear that. What else? Mag's saying, yeah, northwest of Kingston, some showers moving in from the southwest, and that's that big system that moved through. It stayed a little bit more south than we were expecting. So Mouser asking if anything's happening in Ottawa, and today there might be some minor storms, but that's all it is. The severe component is here in the southwest corner of Ontario. They have just put a squall watch, or squall warning, I should say, out for this storm that is going to track just on the south side of Lake Huron. So they haven't put any information. They'll update it in a second there. But that is for this storm here. I'm going to switch to the closest radar. And it is tracking northeast. So it's just going to skirt through the Sarnia area on the very edge of the shoreline up through Brights Grove and then Plimpton, Wyoming area here. So just going to stick to that southern shoreline of Lake Huron and then come across at that point. So we'll track that for you folks and take a look at things. Storm over the south, or out south here over Lake St. Clair, has come on shore. It's definitely not looking as intense as it was over the water. Let's just take a look if anything is rotating. Very, very slight rotation on that. Nothing to jump up and down about. But obviously quite a bit of rain, some lightning in this storm, but it is looks like it's weakened over the last couple of scans, so we'll keep an eye on that and we'll go from there. So Jay's 2035 weather in Thunder Bay. I haven't done a forecast for Thunder Bay. I wasn't expecting anything severe up that way. That's primarily what we do. I can take a quick look just at local radar. There are some thunderstorms moving through the area, but that's it. They're just very isolated, small thunderstorms at this point, moving kind of from the northeast to the southwest. They just pop, but they're not sustaining. I would suspect there's not a ton of shear here. So they're just going up and kind of raining themselves out with the updraft getting rained out by the precipitation. So that's basically what's happening there. Just thunderstorms, just very small ones at this point. So hopefully that helps out as best as we can there. Again, not something that we were forecasting for up there. Just taking a look what that beep is for. Oh, British Columbia. We're not going all the way out there. So let me clear off my drawing here just so I've got that, and then I'm going to move this also down just so we have this in place and we'll be good to go. So what else have we got here? Melissa, good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you being around, one of my moderators as well. Frank saying there's about 1,500 to 1,700 joules or per kilogram of CAPE, basically down in that Windsor, London, Sarnia triangle. So just in this far corner down here. So it's a decent amount of CAPE, and obviously storms are firing. So we're going to see if they'll continue to sustain. So the southern storm here I'm watching from US radar, it updates every 3 minutes and it's fairly close. So we get much more updates here, obviously, compared to the Canadian radar, which is every 8 minutes. What else is here? Frank, glad to do it. Really appreciate the kind words. So, PC board. Oh, okay. Make sure if you're not subscribed that you do that. You get all the alerts from Melissa. Absolutely. Thunder Bay is clear, and it would be somewhat clear. There are storms that are moving into that area, but there are showers that are going to be moving in, just very isolated up that way. So, okay. What else? Okay, we just got a severe warning here, obviously, for this Port Huron storm, and this is unfortunately the reality of our warning boxes. They are warning for this storm on shore, but it's just skirting the very top of this thunderstorm warning box. It extends all the way down along the St. Clair River almost to Wallaceburg, so a bunch of people are going to get this warning, and it's not really reflective of what they need to pay attention to. So I'll bring the thunderstorm warning up here. Environment Canada is tracking severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong wind gusts and loony to ping pong ball sized hail. Those are our max parameters. Currently over Michigan, moving east at 50 kilometers an hour, so decent motion on that storm. Max hazards are 90 kilometer hour wind gusts, and then hail up to toonie size, which is 1 inch basically. Locations in the path: Corunna, Sarnia, Brights Grove, Wyoming, and Forest is what they've listed. But again, I'm going to highlight where this storm is going. And just to show you, it's going to skirt that very southern tip of Lake Huron. We'll see how it interacts with the water. And then as it moves eastward, we'll see if that continues to be the case. Our software had an update today, and it seems that every time I click on anything remotely close to this bar, it's pushing that up there. So I'm going to have to chat with them because that's not normal. It shouldn't be jumping up like that. So, okay, what else have we got on here? Also, storms going on in Walkerton, Ontario. That's from Demon. Yeah, absolutely. I'll take a look. Not sure what PC board repair is going on about wrong radar readings. No idea. So anyways, have a good day. Unfortunately, maybe this is not the channel for you. Tony, again, thanks for stopping in. Logger John saying, hey folks, pretty quiet here around Perth so far. Absolutely. Again, Eastern Ontario is not the focus this afternoon. We're just dealing with mostly Southwest Ontario. There will be showers that are moving into that area around Eastern Ontario. Again, I can switch over to Franktown radar and we'll take a look and see. But again, I'm not expecting anything really in Ontario, Eastern Ontario, other than the isolated storms. That's it. Very minor risk of rain basically at this point. Nothing too severe in any shape or form. So let me just take a look back here. And then we're going to take a look. The storm kind of coming off Lake St. Clair has definitely gotten a lot more disorganized, so not as much precipitation in it as far as hail is concerned. Still heavy rain, though, with those dark reds and oranges involved there. So that is definitely moving eastward again towards that 401 corridor through Chatham-Kent with some lightning, but that's the only concern at this point. I'm going to take a look look at velocities here. Not seeing anything on velocity that's too concerning. And I'm going to switch to the US radar as well just to double check everything, which is closer. So again, it looks like there's basically just heavy rain, and this is losing its gusto as it comes off of Lake St. Clair. Say that 5 times fast. Give me 1 second here. Going to grab a drink. Port Huron and Sarnia, obviously right here at the south of the lake. Heavy rain. There is indicators of very minor hail if it gets there even at all. It may not be making the surface, so it's definitely one of those things that it could be dropping through the atmosphere, and as it gets closer to the surface, it melts before it gets to the surface. So it's very borderline on that. So again, this is going to kind of skip to the south of the lake, essentially just on the very edge of it, and continue moving east, northeast. Everybody down here in Petrolia and south of there, you don't need to worry about any storms right now. Nothing in your in that region that would meet any severe component. And again, this storm here is starting to weaken, or cluster of storms at this point, just kind of paralleling the 401 to the north of it. This is just thunder, lightning, and heavy rain at this point. So okay, so what's going on here? Oh, Evolutionizer has a different account. Now I recognize the name because sometimes we get a bunch of people in here. So just want to make sure that we know who's in here and we recognize the right people. So Logger John saying, what day is it? This is Tuesday. Tuesday. My God. It's Thursday. It's Thunderstorm Thursday. I didn't catch that. We had thunderstorm Thursdays all the time last year. This is kind of for Southwest Ontario, so definitely thunderstorm Thursday. So what else? Okay, just looking at comments there. Make sure I haven't missed anything, and so far I haven't. So again, bit of an early start to this. We do have some more storms that are developing in Michigan that are going to kind of go eastward across Lake Huron, and then eventually possibly through the southern portion of Georgian Bay. And that's more of a rain threat up there. Obviously, when we see these very heavy reds, dark reds and oranges, that's downpours basically at that point. And if they're moving slowly, the Environment Canada is saying this was moving about 50 kilometers an hour when they initially talked about things. So it looks maybe like it's slowing down a little bit. I'm just watching here. There's some more storms popping to the southwest of it. That's getting annoying that it pops up like that. Sorry. So this is, again, moving just directly east, going through Hanover, then Durham, and off to Highway 10. Again, just lightning and a ton of rain at this point. I'm not seeing anything other than that on the reflectivity scans. So we're pretty good on that front. So again, right now we've shifted our focus a little bit from the storm that came off Lake St. Clair. It does not seem to be packing as much of a punch. It's this one here, just kind of going through Sarnia. And again, we'll see whether that interacts with the lake and does amplify it a little bit. And we'll take a look at velocity. Broad rotation on this, but nothing of any concern at this point. And there's no purple left in there, so that's a good thing on this last scan. That once we get into that pink and purple, you're getting into hail. So it looks like the hail portion, if it was even there, definitely on this scan shows that it's not. So what else is going on? Yeah, I definitely misspoke with Tuesday. It's definitely Thursday. Anyways, little wind in Stittsville, and there's heavy rainstorm headed towards Montpelier on the Quebec side. I did notice there were some small thunder showers going up there. So, and then Ashley saying 2024 was tornado warning Thursdays in Eastern Ontario. We did definitely had some out in that way a couple of years back for sure. And then as that storm entered Ontario, it ramped up in strength. Mag saying T-shirt Tuesday, please and thank you. That's, yeah, Thursday, the other Tuesday. Anyways, that one's pretty funny. So, we have a new tool that we, at the top of the screen, you can see we can highlight comments and they'll pop up there when things go, you know, when I want to highlight a comment. So that's a great one to kind of highlight through this conversation. And again, we try to keep things pretty light here. If you're new to the channel, we're not here to hype things up. We're not here to call doomsday scenarios where, you know, everything is the end of the world. But if there is a situation that gets serious and it starts to get into life safety, my demeanor will completely change, and it's all about the information going out. So definitely, you know, again, we try and turn the volume down. We're not here to go for clicks and likes and hype everything up. That's there are other platforms for that, so that's not what we're about. Okay, so what else is going on here? I like Doom. Yeah, there's definitely channels for Doom. That's definitely for sure. If there's anything that's going to be Doom, we will let you know about it, though. That's what we can guarantee you that stuff. So again, looking at this storm here by Sarnia, the intensity isn't there that I thought that would be there. We're going to see whether that goes out over the water, and they've just changed the whole watch. So I'm just taking a look. That's why I backed out here. So the whole watch is flashing right now. I'm just going to see what they've updated, whether they changed the size of it. So they're still talking about severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts and large hail. Max values 90 kilometers an hour and toonie-sized hail throughout this afternoon and evening. And one of the things I do want to mention, obviously that it says risk of tornado as well. We did cover that. It is very low, not zero, but near zero would be the case. If there's anything that does spin with any intensity, the last time we were covering this area, there was a storm by Leamington, and we walked everybody through that one as well, where it went tornado warned for a short period and then went out over Lake Erie. So that's what we're here for. We're here to let you know where you have to be worried about and where you don't. And a classic example would be this severe thunderstorm warning that south of Sarnia, basically there's nothing there, but everybody got obviously the warning for the storm to the north, and that's basically it. So I'm actually going to check this squall warning. I know they had yeah, so they've just put up, they didn't change anything other than wind gusts up to 35 knots, and water spouts have been developed over lower Michigan and have moved into the area. That's what they're showing on that southern portion of southern and eastern portion of Lake Huron, essentially. So how's it looking in the Ottawa area? I would like to start cutting hay crop. 79 terra firma. There's going to be some pop-up storms today, so it's very hard to say, you know, obviously with any certainty, but there are going to be isolated storms in eastern Ontario today. The possibility is there, and I think we've got a few that we're trying earlier. Obviously, so right now, far eastern Ontario, down by Castleman, along the water, Rockland, there are some very minor showers. There's no lightning on any of these in the eastern Ontario, so no intensity there. But again, we are early on. This is only 3:30. I would expect, you know, maybe a little bit later that there's going to be more of them. So it's kind of a crapshoot at this point. So what else have we got? There's a storm entering from New York along the border. Not really a storm, but some rain, yes. And again, that's what I want to make sure that we're, you know, our biggest thing is covering the severe components so that people that are in line with these. Lanark's County Scanner, thank you. Just subscribed to the channel, became a member. Appreciate that. Oh, wow. There's gifted memberships coming out here. So thank you again for that. And I'm just going to change some of my audio settings here. So thank you again for that. If you become a member, obviously you get access to some membership perks. I actually have a little thing here while we're looking at that. Oh, I haven't created it. That's funny. I forgot to create my little button for it, but we have what we call the Sunshine Club. It's basically what you get is it's a membership tier for the YouTube channel. It's only $1.49 a month, but it helps support us. You get a custom badge beside your name, and the longer you are a member, obviously the colors change, and then the longer it is, the more rare, I guess you would say. And then we obviously have these custom emojis on the right hand side as well. So those ones there, you've got 7 of them: a happy tornado, excited lightning bolt, sad rain cloud, snowball, angry barn, or angry red barn I should say, and then a cold hailstone is the other one there. So let me come back to our main screen here. We just had an update for, I think, the squall warning, and it's weakened or moved out of the area. So the squall warning over Lake St. Clair has been is expired at this point, so that is over and done with. The storm that came off the lake, not unfortunately, it is losing its intensity. So again, just really heavy rainmaker with some lightning. I'm going to take a look at our wind speeds in there. Nothing really strong that you wouldn't expect with a regular thunderstorm. That's all it is at this point. Let's go back up here to this one around Port Huron and Sarnia. And obviously raining on the north side of Sarnia quite a bit. You can see that where the 402 comes through, there's some reds in there, so that's very heavy rain. Not a lot of lightning on this storm. You can see the lightning is mostly tucked into the south here, where you're seeing those little white dots. There's not many on the north side. There are a few, but obviously heavy rain with those oranges extending eastward. That's the only thing going on there right now. And then we'll walk up here to the storms that are kind of over Hanover and moving eastward. You can see there's quite a bit of lightning tucked into this area right here. So we've got a cluster of lightning bolts being thrown by this storm as it's moving eastward. Heavy rain in here. I don't think there would be any hail. There's nothing indicating on radar that there would be. And again, this is moving eastward from there. So, okay, what else? I'm just taking a look here. The New York storm is the same ones affecting northwest of Kingston. It's a system. Tom says he stayed south, and it looks like just showers. Yeah, again, out that way towards eastern Ontario. For the most part, that's just rain showers. You could possibly have some lightning, obviously, but there's no severe component in that area at this point. So what else have we got here? Lanark County scanner throwing out all sorts of emojis out there. So this is what they look like in the chat. You can see them all there at the top of the screen. And everybody's getting in on it now. Rick saying we may get rain, but later overnight, and that would be for Eastern Ontario. So those who are not familiar with the channel, Rick is in Perth. Obviously, we are based out of Eastern Ontario, but we are now covering basically most of Canada for any kind of severe weather coverage. So we're spreading our wings essentially at this point. So we expect a busy week coming up across Canada. The prairies are going to come alive, I think, in the next probably starting early in the week and carrying out for a few days. So there'll be some tornado potential out that way, some high-end severe as well. Okay. Just seeing some comments from Rick from earlier on the what was I trying to say? On the U.S. side, there's been some hail reported out of this storm, but it looks like it's weakened somewhat. And I'll take a look at it from the U.S. radar. It's moved mostly into Canada at this point, but we did back here. This is where we would have seen the hail on this storm as it got its act going. So this would have been west of Sarnia. So far, I have not seen any hail that would corroborate anything on the Canadian side, but definitely very heavy rain in this, and it's mostly over the northern portion of Sarnia at this point, just along where that 402 comes across to that border crossing. So that's the only storm right now really packing any kind of a punch, I would say. But again, heavy rain to the north with this storm over Hanover marching eastward. So we still got lots of time going as well. So it's early on again into this. We are expecting this to unfold through the mid-afternoon, evening, and then once we get towards dark, the model started showing storms spreading out and losing their kind of their intensity, but still maintaining precipitation throughout the evening to the overnight. So again, expecting this to continue, but the severe component, if it unfolds right now, because we may the severe may not happen even. You'll get some thunderstorms, but they won't meet those severe components or metrics, and then they're just going to be thunderstorms moving through the area. But if we do get that severe component ramping up, once the sun goes over the horizon, we do lose the energy for storms to kind of sustain or maintain. Diurnal heating is one of the components that helps storms obviously sustain during the daytime, and as soon as that sun goes down, it loses a bit of that punch. Okay, that's all in northern British Columbia, so I'm just getting alerts, so I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. What else is going on here? I was always watching Ryan Hall, y'all, and thinking, why doesn't Canada have this? And here we are, thankful I'm in Southwest Ontario. Thank you very much for that, Kat. Appreciate it. We are a 1-year-old channel, and this is kind of what we do. Connor and myself, he's not on the stream right now. He's going to be on here a little bit later. But we are both storm chasers with 12 years experience, and I've kind of found myself in front of a camera talking to you folks now, analyzing radar and weather as it's coming through. And Ryan is definitely one of the ones that kind of inspired this to happen, as well as Max Velocity. I watch Max all the time. Phenomenal channel. So definitely all good things. So what else is going on here? Marlene asking how bad. Again, Marlene, I think you're in Eastern Ontario. There's nothing bad for Eastern Ontario at this point. I recognize your name, and again, bear with me, folks. I do see a lot of names, so I may be making a mistake there. But anyways, Andrew, I recognize your name. It's raining hard in Hanover, Ontario, and yeah, that would be this storm right up here that we've been talking about. This is just basically a very heavy rainmaker at this point. Has been for a while since it came across the water. Lots of lightning, as you can see here, clustered with these white little dots that are on the screen. Those are all individual lightning strikes. So tucked in here kind of around the Hanover and south there, down to Neustadt, that's where we're getting all sorts of lightning happening. So what else is going on here? Yeah. Line of storms south of Prince George, BC, and no man's land have been warned, and that's the problem out there. We have very little radar coverage in northern BC. We ran into somewhat of an issue with that in Saskatchewan the other day. Storms were getting up there where we really couldn't report on them other than through through satellite imagery. That was one of the ways we were looking at things. So trying to balance things out. So anyways, that's good. And there's a comment here from Rick saying the Sorel, Tracy, Louisville, Quebec severe warning is expiring. So thank you very much for that. Anybody watching from the Quebec area, that was for just heavy rain because a storm, had been going through that area, and it also had maybe a little bit of hail on it as well. So, definitely covering a few areas today. However, our concentration is here in Southwest Ontario. So far, it is not anything too bad at this point. It is pretty mild and reasonable, other than this storm when it was over Lake St. Clair. Just having that access to that extra moisture is what kind of ramped it up. But once it came ashore in Southwest Ontario, right now it's just a rainmaker. There's nothing. I'm just going to make sure I'm on the right radar here. So it is weakening as it's coming across, and I'll show you that here as it's approaching the 401 corridor. Yeah, this thing is acting up. Okay, so you can see back here, this is kind of what got our attention. You can isolated storm all by itself, a little bit of purple, lots of lightning just firing off there as this is marching basically eastward. Bill, thank you very much for subscribing, becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Awesome. Really appreciate that. What else have we got going on here? So as it's moving through, you can see it's got other updrafts and storms going around it, which interferes with it and weakens it. And as it came ashore, it is now weakened off. So it's right now just a big rainmaker to the north of the 401, right near Ridgetown. That's just those red areas and dark orange. That's just going to be heavy rain with a bit of lightning, as you can see on that north end. And the portion that just kind of came through Chatham, Kent is weakening a little bit. So those are all good signs, and hopefully that means they're not going to extend that severe warning. I'm going to take a look up here. I'm switching to a couple of radars. We have a couple of updrafts here, and I just want to make sure that we're getting the best view we can. So we're right on the edge. So there are some purple indicators right now coming back into this storm as it's interacting with that southern portion of Lake Huron. You can see in here we do have some, I should say pink, not purple. So these pink pixels mean that there could be very small hail in that, probably in the neighborhood of pea-sized or smaller. And we look like we have a storm or an updraft going right here out ahead of this initial storm, and there is some pink on it as well. It has just 1 pixel at this point, so that's going to be an area that we are going to monitor, and we literally just got an update as I was talking about it. That pink has gone away on that, but it could be a pulsing storm where it drops intensity and then comes back up. So we will watch that to see whether that's the case. Still indicating hail here through the Sarnia area. Again, a small hail, pea-sized or smaller. So we're showing these pixels right over Wilshire Park and then north of Coronation Park, right kind of along that 402 area. So that's where the precipitation core is currently situated as this storm essentially moves east-northeast. So and then let's take a look back out here. I just heard some more beeping going on. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. That'll all be for BC, so that's fine. And then so we've been watching that storm by Sarnia, and then this one here to the north by Hanover is moving eastward slowly, but obviously very heavy rain tucked in the front edge of this storm as it moves eastward. So right now that's what we're dealing with going into Durham, and then it'll be on to Markdale along that Highway 10, but right now just on the edge of Neustadt. I'm sure it's raining there already because this scan is about 6 minutes old from the Exeter radar, so we're expecting an update here in about 2 minutes from that radar there, and then I'll come back down to storms in the southwest corner here. So definitely liking the look of these storms. They seem to be losing their intensity, so I'm going to wait for a scan. It's about 1 minute out there. So what else? Rick say, okay. Yeah, Demon saying that the squall warning will expire soon. Absolutely. The one on Lake St. Clair is done. They're still having this one. Obviously, a very large squall warning goes all the way north of Port Elgin, kind of just west of Owen Sound, as you can see on there. But the only place we have storms currently, and I'm going to check from Exeter radar just to make sure I'm not misspeaking, but the only storms we have is this one down by Sarnia coming across from Michigan. And there's another one forming coming from the Michigan side near Lexington, about to cross over Lake Huron. So that will we'll see. Have to watch that one to see what it does basically at this point. So I'm going to switch to the US radar and going to back out. Lots of beeping going on. I'm assuming that's to do with BC. Yeah, they're doing a lot of BC, a lot of updates in northern BC. That's why I'm getting those audibles. So in case anybody's wondering what that beeping is all about, it's just an indicator for me to pay attention and check things out. So what else? Heavenbound asking, I was wondering about Woodstock, Ontario. Is there any storm warnings? So let's just go take a look at this and zoom over. So right now is a watch out. So the watch is, and I'll explain this. There is the watch itself is basically saying the potential for the ingredients to gather are there this afternoon, so you need to be weather aware. A warning, which is this dark yellow box versus the light yellow box. Warning means those ingredients have come together and you now have a severe component ongoing. So right now, Woodstock simply has the watch. There are storms to the west. They are still a long way from Woodstock at this point, and we will see whether they sustain as they go through. So that's the kind of how things are unfolding this afternoon right now. And so we'll switch back to this. Thunderstorm in the south of Hanover. Yeah, there's definitely one up there. That's the big rainmaker we were just talking about as well. So good stuff. What else? Yeah, the Nightbot, sometimes there's certain parameters we put in it. We try and keep things going. Veronica, good to see you. I see you commented on the Facebook side of things, so that's another thing that we have. We are live streaming to YouTube and Facebook. We've been doing that for a little while, but now all our chats are combined, so I can see both of them at the same time, making my life a lot easier. And our moderators will have access to both of those as well. So yeah, that's we're having a meeting tomorrow. Actually, we have a team meeting, so that's one of the things we're going to be going over is this combined chat module, which will make everybody's life a lot easier. So a lot of work goes on behind the scenes that you folks don't see, and if you do want to support the channel, obviously if you subscribe and hit the like button, that helps us out a lot. If you do want to go further and send any kind of support or donation, this is one way you can do it. There are 3 different ways that you can do it. Obviously, E-Transfers the easiest, Ko-fi is the other one, and then through the YouTube memberships and super chat and stickers. So we appreciate any support we get. Anybody who's subscribed to our member section of YouTube or donated or even just being a follower or subscriber on the channel helps us out immensely. So thank you very much for that. Again, we really appreciate it. So Veronica asking if I have hydration and sustenance, and yes, that's all part of my checklist now. I'm definitely, I've got my water, I have another bottle in the fridge ready to go, and I have my dinner ready to go in the fridge as well. So one of the things we're looking at here, I'm going to kind of highlight what's happening. You're seeing these storms back in Michigan firing. That's the question of how much they sustain and whether they come over to Ontario and how strong they're going to be. So you're starting to see these storms firing a little more isolated. To the north, this is where we're seeing more of a cluster of storms that could potentially go over Lake Huron and into Ontario. Heavy rainmakers essentially to the north of this. And that's of the area that I'm displaying right now. So again, that's what's going on around the Hanover area. You're just seeing heavy rain. There is some water. There is some showers over Georgian Bay, which, yes, that's water. But this is all moving eastward and up in this area north of Toronto. We're mostly expecting heavy rain. That's the biggest component that we were seeing on models. But we will monitor that. If it does go differently than models think, and that happens often, then we'll adjust accordingly. So what else is going on? Bon Joe saying hail in Sarnia. So that was that storm right down here. We are definitely showing some signs of hail from the Exeter radar. We're right on the edge of the US and the Exeter radar, so they're kind of in between. So I try use US as much as possible because it updates more often, but we do have pink showing here south of the 402. So there's definitely some potential of hail, and we are getting comments that there is hail in the area. So if we could get a rough size, that would be awesome. But obviously not everybody can measure. So at the end of the day, thank you for reporting that to us. Exeter radar is showing the hail further west because the update is 6 minutes old, whereas the US radar, which if I switch to it right now, is showing the hail already moved off to the east because this is a newer scan. So just so people understand, when I'm switching between the US and Canadian radars, one is just further ahead of the other. So that's kind of the trick there, or, you know, I don't want to cause confusion, so wanted to make sure I explain that. So let's take a look down here. These storms down in the south are definitely weak compared to what they were. At this point, this is just rain with lightning, regular thunderstorm at this point. And even the one coming off of Lake St. Clair showing a little bit of heavy precipitation just to the north of Lighthouse Cove, but this will do like the other storms. It's raining into Chatham, Kent, but it's very light, and this will do the same thing. It'll more than likely weaken, is my take on things as this progresses through right now at this point. And anybody who is new here, the yellow and green and blue are the light end of the precipitation scale. When you get into those darker oranges and you know, lots of orange and red, and then you get into pinks and purples, that's on the high end of the precipitation scale. So that's kind of what we're looking at. It's very easy to see where we have a lot of rain and where we don't have a lot of rain. And I'm just going to take a look. We'll go back up here to Sarnia, east of Sarnia. It's on the very edge of town, but there is some hail still indicated on this last scan. We should have a new one here from the US radar shortly. And then also, there you go, literally just popped up. So anywhere along 22 right now, all this pink that you're seeing in here, that's hail. So there's quite a bit of hail tucked in. Again, my suspicion is south of the 402, this is going to be pea-sized hail or smaller. So not very large, but if this continues to intensify as it's moving eastward, the hail size could go up. So we'll keep an eye on that as the storm progresses kind of straight east. Essentially, it's almost just paralleling the south of that 402. So we'll see if that continues to be the case and update you folks on that one. I'm going to swing back up here to just around the Hanover area. We'll look from our Canadian radar. So heavy rain. Let me just highlight it kind of in this kind of bow right here. So obviously the dark reds, heavy downpours. Durham region has mostly moved out of the Hanover area, but still tucked in over Newstead, and then heading eastward as well. So Priceville towards Markdale, and it's doing it very slowly. So along that Highway 10 corridor, it is headed that way. So Heather asking about Wallaceburg. So let me bring this up here. The high school graduation is at 6 p.m. Hope the weather is okay for the grads. So let's just take Wallaceburg, going to be down here if I remember correctly, and I do. So give me one sec. They've just updated this thunderstorm warning. So they're still saying they're tracking a storm capable of strong winds and quarter-sized hail. That may be just around here around the 401. There's 1 pixel of pink right now. That is from the Exeter radar. I'm just going to look from the US radar. US radar is closer. So I'm just going to double check here. We're about 6,000 feet from the US radar. And then if I switch over to Exeter, we're about 5,000 feet. So Exeter's actually closer to this one. So a little bit of an indication, 1 pixel of hail. So that is right north of the 401, but heavy rain primarily in this one. Not as many pixels of pink as you've seen from the Sarnia areas as an example. So we're 4 o'clock. There's still 2 hours right now, obviously in the Wallaceburg area, nothing happening. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that does not become the case, that storms are going to move in, but that is a possibility. So please keep that in mind. Anybody going to Wallaceburg, that you do have, there are potential storms. So bring an umbrella, basically, would be the case. So what else is going on here? Bonjo saying pea-sized or gum gumball, small gumball sized. That's awesome. That's a great measurement tool. I generally, what I talk about is pea size, and then maybe, between pea size and small grapes. That's basically how I describe it, but we all have our different ways. So definitely thanks for that. The hail core is intensifying. This is right near the airport too. So this is all along that 401 or 402 corridor, my apologies, tucked in here. So there's definitely hail moving eastward with this. It's not moving very quickly. So this is just kind of crawling eastward at this point, and that's our area of a bit of hail. And I would say that right here, and I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but Kamlachi or Kamlachi, also in that area here near that Highway 7, we do have some hail tucked into this storm as well. So that would be right in this area here. And again, this will be moving mostly eastward at this point. I will show you on the radar just so we can watch it over the next few scans there. So that's earlier. And now you can see as it's come off the lake, we've got, that one is moving a little bit northeast. It looks like it's almost like the backstorm is pushing it north somewhat. So we'll continue to monitor that, but there is definitely quite a bit of hail showing up here in the Sarnia area. So let me just take a look here. Rick is pulling up some photos. Highway 402. So let me see if I can pull that up. We've got access to some cameras. So let's turn those on right in the hail core. We'll see if we can get anything good here. Let me take a look. I don't see any hail. Now this is 3:58, so 2 minutes ago, but this is right on the edge of that hail. So I'm just going to see if I can find one. I don't see hail on that one either. Let's just take a look. I'm trying to search around. No, none there. Well, that's just very heavy rain at this point. So this is Airport Road. This does look like so this is 402 at Airport Road, and I'll bring this up and make it a little bit bigger for everybody so you can see. But you see those white lines over the grass. That looks like hailstones falling down to the ground. Again, I don't suspect that they're going to be much bigger than grapes at this point, and we'll continue to monitor that as we move eastward. The hail core has changed. I'll go back one frame here, and we'll drag it back. So there was the hail core over downtown Sarnia or closer to Michigan. We'll go one step further. This was obviously an expansion on the hail core, and then there's less pink in it now. So a bit of a diminishing on that hail core on this latest radar scan. So hopefully it keeps going down, but still very heavy rain along that 402 corridor with lots of lightning. I'm going to take a look at wind velocities in there. Nothing high on the wind velocities. There is a bit of rotation again, perfectly normal within thunderstorms. That's not out of the ordinary. And I'm just taking a look here down by, I think they just updated this. I'm just going to take a look at this. That was 5 minutes ago. So no, that's not the one. Heavier rain kind of along the 401 corridor north of Ridgetown. That's where we're getting quite a bit of rain at this point. So, but no hail, and that is weakening as well. So just going to zoom back up here, take a look at our Durham and storm down to Neustadt, east of Hanover, essentially. So we're looking at the northern portion. Does look like the precip has gone down a little bit, but still plenty of precipitation tucked in to the south here and back to the west, kind of arcing back. So that's what's going on right now. Luau asking, was the purple polygon about bad weather on the water? So let me highlight that one. Yes, so that purple polygon is basically a squall warning when we have bad weather coming over the water. So let me just delete this out and swing back. We had two of them. This one is probably expires in 12 minutes, and it's for that storm that's at the very bottom, but they're saying 35 knot winds. And there was some some waterspouts in the Michigan area reported, so that's why it's there. But this is for this little storm that's on the very edge of the shore of Lake Huron. Obviously more on land at this point, but when they put it out, it had the potential of going in that area. And we had one other one back here over Lake St. Clair for these storms that moved from the west to the east. So that's what spawned that one, but that one is expired on Lake St. Clair, and you can kind of see how this has progressed this afternoon if I zoom out. And these are not large storms at this point. And oh, just trying to close some stuff off here. So you can see here, Southern Ontario or Southwest Ontario, this is what's transpired over the last 1 hour that we've been on the air. We jumped on just as soon as that first severe warning went. But again, storms on the south end of things have weakened, and they'll probably go back over Lake Erie and pick up some intensity because they're going to interact with that big body of water, and then but they'll be over the water. So I suspect if they do pick up intensity, there'll be a squall warning on the Lake Erie side of things, but we'll monitor that and let you guys know. So what else? Okay, so let's go and take a look here. Update. Okay, so Demoni Leo, sorry. Update on the KCLE radar, a bit more hail again, and that's the Cleveland radar. So one of the things, so I'll highlight this comment. One of the things, when you get further away, it will show more hail because it's reading higher up into the storm. What happens is you do have hail that is suspended up in storms a lot of times, but as it's dropping through that warmer atmosphere, when it gets lower or closer to the ground, it actually ends up melting or shrinking in size by the time it gets to the ground. So that's one of the things you have to, why I look at multiple radars if I can, especially if what I'm reading is far away from the radar, just so I know whether I'm reporting accurately to people. So again, right now we still have this reading for Sarnia, and this is from the Exeter radar. It's at 3:59 p.m., so about 6 minutes ago. We're waiting another 2 minutes before we finish that 8-minute cycle for the next scan. We'll see if that hail is going to continue to reduce or whether it's going to come back up. So what else? Perfect. Okay, so I think I'm caught up all on comments there. Some of the new features, like I said, we've changed the layout of our stream here on the main page and a few other pages. We have highlight comments that come up at the top. We also, if you subscribe to the channel, to our memberships or a donation, it shows all at the top there. So that's a couple of the new features we have working this week, or today actually is the first day that we've had it. Like I said, we've changed things up a little bit in case people are wondering what's going on compared to the usual. This is what we've got going on. Waiting on this scan as well. This just showed up here. This is the Exeter radar. So still very heavy rain around Durham, tucked back in, but the northern portion of this seems to be receding in intensity. So the precipitation is reducing as this is coming into Markdale. Don't get me wrong, those oranges are still very heavy rain, but we're not on the very high end of the rain scale or precipitation scale. Let's go back to Sarnia. We'll take a look at our latest scan here. So this is right at tucked in kind of south of 22 and west of 26. Obvious that we've got a bunch of pink in here, so this would be small hail along here. So that has kind of condensed where the hail is at. It's not as spread out as it was. So we have about 7 pixels here of hail showing throughout that area. So again, moving mostly eastward, just a big rainmaker, but one particular area would be this right here, obviously, for our hail hail, and that's what's going on. So they just pushed the warning out further, so you can see the box has now been extended all the way eastward along the 402 out to past Warwick and Watford, it looks like, and heading closer towards Strathroy, and all the way north up to Thetford and Grand Bend is essentially where that thunderstorm warning went out. That's for this cluster of storms, particularly this hail core right here in the precipitation core of that storm. So let's click on that thunderstorm warning and read what's going on. And they're just, again, Environment Canada tracking a thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind, loony to ping pong ball sized hail. So they've increased the description up to ping pong ball sized hail, but that's where things are at for this storm right now. So what else? Jocks, late to the party should start a bit earlier if you guys can. We've been on for an hour and 15 minutes, and we were on as soon as the first severe warning went up. So I'm not sure. Maybe YouTube didn't put it out to you, and I apologize. But yeah, we've been up here for almost an hour and a half at this point. So just covering storms to come in when there are severe components. That's when we do jump on. If it's just raining, we're not going to come on to tell people that it's just raining. That, you know, everybody can look outside for that kind of stuff. It's when we get into that severe component that we do jump on. So here to the south, you can see these storms are definitely looking a lot weaker. They are almost coming apart at this point, even before they make it to back to Lake, or into Lake Erie, I should say. So you can see the cycle here off Lake St. Clair moving due east. Just basically at this point, heavy rain has now reduced to moderate rain and mild rain, and even the lightning has dropped down on these storms. So another indicator that these storms are dying. They could re-intensify once they go over the water, so we will have to keep an eye on that. There is a cell that just popped up here north of Florence. So this is only on the last few scans. So it initiated a few little cells here, and then boom, it exploded here. First scan was at 4:02 p.m., 4:05, 4:07, and 4:08. So our 3 scans about in the last 10 minutes. You can see that lightning density picked up, tucked into this area here, and we have 2 pixels of pink. This is moving east at Glencoe. If it does sustain where we, continue to have more pinks in there, then definitely it may extend that severe warning out a little bit further east, but we'll see what's going on. Okay, so what else is going on here? Oh, no worries, Jocks. I just want to make sure. I know that YouTube doesn't always send out all the notifications. We get that comment a lot. So, yeah, again, we've been streaming for a bit of time here, and we try and get on as soon as possible when we can. So definitely we want to get the word out to people as early as possible for sure. That is our objective. So I'm going to take a look at this storm from the Exeter radar. So give me 1 second here. This is at 4:05 p.m. 6 minutes ago. So we need another 2 minutes before we see whether this hail continues to march east just south of that 402 corridor, or whether it's actually going to subside. And just going to take a look around here. So yeah, the only area right now of any intensity is that storm in the Sarnia area, and then I'm eyeballing the storm right up here that just popped on the last few scans. I'm watching it from a couple of radars, but this is north of Florence, or northwest of Newbury, west of Glencoe. That's where this storm is situated, and it is moving eastward. So we're going to just kind of see what the 2 different radars are seeing. Just heavy rain in this one, but lots of lightning. So we'll see if that intensifies as it moves eastward back further into Ontario. So, okay, what else have we got going on here? I just got to check one of my moderator chats here. Bear with me for a second. Okay, so that's good. What do we have here? This is Exeter radar is now showing, this is the latest scan at 4:11 p.m., so 1 minute ago. We do have a small cluster of hail indicating on Exeter radar right here. And again, moving eastward, so this is picking up some intensity on the precipitation side. This would be southeast of Oil Springs. It is potentially going to increase on the next scan. We will watch that to see what's going on. The good news for anybody south of the 402, kind of Wyoming area, this all the pink has disappeared off of this. There is still very heavy precipitation in this. I'm going to take a look at some wind velocities in there. Nothing very strong in terms of winds. So again, just regular storms that you would expect, nothing strong or rotating. And we'll take a look at this one actually, just as storms do rotate a little more when they're getting going. Right now there is some minor rotation in there, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's quite elevated, but again, that is a normal part of the process, so please keep that in mind. As far as storms are concerned, if there's any rotation that is of any concern, I will definitely highlight it and point it out to folks and give you guys kind of direction as to what where it's going, what to do, and kind of go from there. So just watching these storms on the south side of all of this. These are the most southern storms. They are garden variety showers for the most part, some pockets of heavier rain, but this is nothing what it was, maybe an hour ago. So this is all moving eastward over, and it'll be over the water here shortly. So some lightning associated with it down there, but nothing too bad. And then let's go up to Exeter radar here and look to the north. So kind of stretching from Markdale all the way just to the south and east of Durham back to Newstead. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. There's even a pixel of pink in here, so there may be some hail just on the east side or northeast side of Newstead, but that is 1 pixel of pink. So kind of borderline if that's going to be the case. Again, moving eastward at this point, so heading towards that Highway 10, and then we'll continue on from there. So but lots of lightning obviously tucked into that. You can see that with all the white dots in there. Those are individual lightning strikes. So what else is going on here? Anne saying, thanks for the info. Is there a tornado watch still on for the Hamilton area? So there is no tornado watch out right now, just so that everybody understands. There's only a severe thunderstorm watch, which is this small yellow line that extends basically through Kitchener, Brantford, down to Dunnville, all the way back to Windsor, and then up to Port Elgin. That is a severe thunderstorm watch, and they have mentioned the slight chance of a tornado or risk of a tornado in there. And what we've been talking about on here was that it's not zero, but it's near zero in terms of potential for a tornado. So definitely no tornado watch out. It is just a severe thunderstorm watch at this point. And also it's not even into the Hamilton area. It's to the west of Hamilton, just so you know. The line cuts off just before it gets to Hamilton. So right now it's for basically severe thunderstorms. And the further east you are, the better chance you have of not experiencing that severe weather, because it's going to take a while for those storms to get there, and as we get closer to dark, those storms are going to lose some of their punch. Let's say there's a hail marker, I believe, right here, so let me just double check that. Okay, wait a minute, that's a wall cloud. Okay, let me see this. I'm going to take a look here. That's a little different. I'm going to take a look on nothing on velocity jumps out at me. I don't know who's reported that. It doesn't show who's reported it. Let me see here. David Piano. Okay. So I know David Piano. He's a great chaser. So if he's reporting a wall cloud, then obviously I trust what he does. David's a very good chaser. So a bit of a trusted source there. So he's obviously indicating it on this storm here. saying location 19 miles east southeast of, well, that's Michigan, but we're on the Canadian side. So that was reported 2 minutes ago. So it would be for this storm around the Sarnia area east of there. And again, on the last scan, which is at 4:11, 6 minutes ago. So we're going to take a look what the latest velocity scan looks like. We still need to wait about a minute or two before we get the next scan. Hopefully it comes in sooner than that. I'm going to pay attention to it just because, again, we've had a report of a wall cloud, which early on, that is a sign of a storm intensifying and possibly trying to rotate. So that's why I'm paying attention to it, just so folks understand what we're doing or what we're looking at. So our two storms with the biggest punch right now would be the one east of Sarnia, and then this one that just went up in the last few scans north of Florence along this County Road 2 or Highway 2, whatever that is. Those are the two areas. So we're going to wait for this new scan coming out and go from there. What else? David Osborne asking if Angus is going to be okay. Yes, so far there's nothing in Angus that would be anything dangerous. We haven't reported on anything other than severe for possibly small hail. That's the most we've been reporting on today. Okay, this is our latest scan here. I'm going to take a look at the velocities just on this scan in Sarnia. So there is some rotation here. Again, minor, but there is a small couplet, it looks like, forming here. I'm just taking a look. It's in the right spot on the storm. So I always cross-reference my reflectivity with this. So it's within the storm. There is some minor rotation, and I'll tell you the speeds here. So we've got 50 kilometers an hour opposing only 5 or 6 kilometers an hour. So not a really strong couplet, but there is some minor rotation. And again, this is moving eastward at this point. It is not something to be concerned about just yet. I will continue to monitor that, and we will update you as we get our scans there. So our last scan, again, was just now 2 minutes ago, so we have to wait, unfortunately, quite a bit of time. I'm going to see if the U.S. radar is seeing it, and it's seeing a bit of rotation, but it's not as obvious because it's a little bit higher up in the storm. So I will monitor that. This is right now no hail on it, but it is moving eastward. Does have a tiny bit of rotation, nothing to panic about. And we'll see here what the Exeter radar is showing. I'm just going to see what the latest scan here. So heavy rain on this storm here. And then same thing with these storms up here. This is the latest scan from the U.S. side, which obviously updates every 3 minutes. So it's much quicker in terms of getting us information. It is showing some rotation still continuing in there, but again, high up and not high velocity. So it's still not strong rotation at this point, but something to keep in mind as we progress through this. Storms to the south, Chatham, Kent, 401, those are they are dying off. That's essentially what's happening as they're moving towards Lake Erie. So these two storms here, east of Sarnia and then west of Glencoe, those are the two storms that I'm paying attention to in that severe warning. And then we have this very heavy rainmaker to the north with obviously quite a bit of lightning in here. Let me highlight it up here. There's tons of lightning tucked into here. There's got to be 40 or 50 strikes in that box roughly. This is kind of southwest of Markdale, and again moving eastward towards that Highway 10 corridor. So what else have we got here? Lake Time, good to see you as always in the chat. What else? There's an interesting signature on the storm near Durham and Markdale from King City radar. Let me take a look at velocities. So yeah, there is a bit of velocity. I want to see if this is noise or whether it's actually in there. I'm just going to switch over to reflectivity. It's on the leading edge, which also where rotation is happening is also something that you need to pay attention to. The line is rotating, but this area, that's got to stop happening. This area right here does have a bit of rotation to the southeast of Durham. Along that 23, there is some rotation, but again, it's not in the right spot on this storm. I'm just trying to make sense of what's going on here. 417. Yeah, we need to wait another 3 minutes for the next scan. It's not really strong signature at this point. This looks like outflow winds, and it may be a gust front kind of eddy that's happened on that, because the direction of this wind in this storm is principally in one direction. So I'm not, but we're only seeing 50-kilometer-hour winds in this storm with all this brighter green. So again, not strong, and that is above the surface. It's not on the surface. So when we're reading in the radar, we are reading a little further up. So what else is going on? Okay, so let me just take a look here. Taking a look. I just need to catch up on some things here in my chat. Where have we got things here? Okay. There's a question here. How do you give warnings like the David person? I'm not sure about that question. I'm kind of confused as to what the question is. So I know there was maybe you're asking about David Osborne about Angus. I was just commenting, my comment to that was that right now there's nothing in terms of the Angus area that's of any major concern. Again, our biggest concerns in terms of storms are down here by the Sarnia area. So that was my commentary on that. I don't know if that's what you're referring to as far as your question in there. So what else? What are the white dots personal weather stations that share their data? No, that is actually lightning strikes. Okay, so this storm is starting to get a bit of a look to it. So this is the latest scan. Let me take a look here. So there is some velocities starting to show up here, and I need to figure out if this is radar noise or if this is actual velocity scan. So bear with me, folks, for a second. And I think that might be amplified noise. So yeah, the white dots again are lightning strikes. So you can see as they're moving through with the storm. I'm watching this area right here just to see what's going on. This could be a velocity couplet happening here. I'm a little hesitant. I'm not sure because there is some noise in radar on our velocities. And what I mean by noise, I'm going to show it to you guys. These pixels that look like Christmas confetti. You can see it back here as well. There's areas that just show up. This is a better example of noise in radar. That's just a software issue, and it's detecting stuff that's not actually there or accurate. The storm to the south also has some rotation on it, so we're going to watch these two storms here. If the rotation continues on this storm to the east of Petrolia, we're going to have to pay attention to that storm. It does have a look to it where that rotation is outside of the storm, and I'm just trying to figure out if so that's obviously radar noise, and that's why I cross-reference it. What got my attention, and I'll show you, is right up here. And if we look at the kind of the shape of the storm, there's a bit of a hook on it, and that's what got my attention quickly. But when we switch over to our velocities, obviously they're down here, which is outside of the storm, and this pink stuff is radar noise, and that's what I was trying to confirm, unless we've got some kind of glitch happening in the radar information. But that's basically the assessment there. However, down here on this storm, let's take a look at velocities on the back end of it. There, on that, there's a bit of a couplet here, very weak. But again, nothing to panic about. It's on the back corner of the storm, which again would make sense. We'll continue to monitor that. But what I wanted to point out on this storm that is now over Wyoming in Ontario is coming through is there's hail in there. All this pink is definitely going to be some small-sized hail coming into that Wyoming area, and they just tornado warned one of these So that's what the noise is there. So they are tornado warning this storm. Again, we were just looking at those velocities, so I'm going full scan on this. I'm going to go on the onto the full screen. They are warning this storm. The rotation to me is outside of where the actual storm is, so that's why I'm a little bit leery of it. Again, this is where our rotation is. And if I switch over to reflectivity, there's nothing over top of it on that scan. So that's 4:23 p.m. I'm looking to make sure the times are the same on those both scans. Reflectivity is how much precipitation is happening, where the storm is located. And then the velocity scan is direction of wind and how strong the wind is. So green is moving towards radar, red is moving away from radar. And the brighter the colors get, obviously the stronger the winds are. But if we switch back and forth, you can see where my circle is done. It's outside of the storm. And for a storm to rotate and have a wall cloud and possibly a tornado or anything coming out of it, the storm has to be above it. So this doesn't really make sense. That's the only area that I see here why they would be tornado warning this. And again, I think this is radar noise. They may be doing it out of an exercise of caution. So I know we're going to get a lot of people jumping in here as far as this is concerned. So I'm just going to take a look here. Yeah, so that Rick is just sending me a thing from Spotter Network. There's rotation on this storm, but again, I don't think that where that couplet is showing right now makes any sense as far as the rotation is concerned, because again, there is no storm above it. So let's just take a look here. Tornado warning, we're going to read this out. Environment Canada, 4:27 p.m. Tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, including damaging wind gusts, large hail, and locally intense rainfall also possible. Sorry, I'm taking a drink there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in and we're going to analyze this together. So once again, I know I'm repeating myself, but I know there'll be people jumping in here. This is a couplet if this red is accurate. There are also rotation markers back here, which are much weaker, and that would be where I would be looking. If I switch again over to reflectivity, you can see the difference where the circles are. Above this circle, the big one where this red triangle is and where we have that velocity scan, there is no storm above it on that radar scan. So immediately to me, that doesn't make sense. There is rotation back here with the smaller circle back to the north of Petrolia. However, that velocity is much weaker. There is rotation, but it's much weaker. So I suspect that we've got radar noise causing an issue. And again, out of an abundance of caution, they've tornado warned this storm. That's basically what's going on at this point. So I've seen plenty of tornadoes, plenty of tornado warned storms. This makes zero sense in terms of where that rotation is. And the other thing I want to explain is this red triangle where we see a spotter reporting a wall cloud. That's not where the wall cloud is. That just is where the person happens to be when they make the report. But they could be looking at a storm, a kilometer away in a different direction. So that's another thing that we have to look at. So this is our latest rotation scan. And again, that couplet is completely gone at this point from that bright one. So again, that was radar noise. And this is not... currently, there's no velocities on this that would indicate a tornado at this point. And I'm just going to see what our wind speeds are up here. We're about 3,000 feet off the ground, so that's about 800 meters roughly. And let me take a look here. Not really strong winds. There's 20, 30 kilometer hour winds, nothing heavy. So again, the scan before did not make sense, and that's why I didn't jump on it in terms of giving anybody, any kind of directives that there's a possible strong rotation happening. That was radar noise. I'm very confident on that at this point. Right now, we still do have hail northeast of Petrolia, again, tucked in with these about 10 pixels right here. Pea-sized hail would be my estimation based on this. It is moving east, south of that 402 2 corridor, essentially in this general direction. So that is a stronger storm. It's obviously got a lot of lightning on it, heavy precipitation, and a lot of little hail indicated on this last scan. So that's what we're looking at. But when I switch over to my velocities, I don't have any bright reds and bright greens together that would make sense within the storm. So again, I'm going to see if I can go back to that previous scan. This is the one that got Environment Canada's attention, and I'm going to just highlight. Can I? Oh, I can't. Can I draw it? Yeah, okay. So this is what got their attention, these greens and reds together. Now, if I switch over to reflectivity, again, it's outside of the storm. It's not in the right area. So that's why I didn't jump on it. I'm repeating that because, again, I know we're going to have a bunch of people jumping in here. So definitely it has a bit of a look to it in terms of, hey, we need to pay attention to this storm. But I don't suspect anything is going on underneath that storm at this point. And then the storm to its south, this one is starting to come apart and lose its intensity. So raining in Glencoe right now, but to the west of it, there's heavy rain. Basically no lightning left on that. And this storm is kind of taking over as far as the one we need to pay attention to. So this is moving eastward. I'm not concerned about the velocity scans on this storm. Nothing jumps out at me that would have me concerned for a possible tornado or anything. There is rotation in the storm. Again, 100% there is rotation in this storm. It is not abnormal for storms to rotate. Okay. What else have we got? I've missed a lot of comments, and I apologize if that's the case. I'm just catching up here. Okay, yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, tornado warning. Yeah, we've got that. Yeah, Bonjo, again, I've kind of covered through, so hopefully I know some of these comments are delayed or older. Just want to make sure that we're getting those and that I'm covering that. But again, the tornado warning itself would be for the storm that is northeast of Petrolia right now on that last velocity scan that we had, which was at 4:29 5 minutes ago. This is what it looks like. There's no tight red and greens together that would be of concern. There is definitely a lot of hail on it, and the storm is marching eastward at this point. So yeah, that's basically where things are at. I'm going to bring Connor into the chat here, so give me a second. Okay, there we go. And we'll see if we can get Connor in here. I am going to have to, yeah, I just got to change a setting here and we'll get Connor in. Okay, copy. Bear with me for a sec, folks. We're just bringing Connor in. There we go. Connor's on the stream now. So welcome. And I need to unmute you, so bear with me for 1 second. Nobody heard a thing you said because I had that channel muted. So hopefully we can hear you now.
Howdy, folks. What's going on?
We are covering, obviously you've been listening, we're covering a warning that came out for this storm northeast of Petrolia. It definitely has a look to it on radar where there's a potential hook echo starting to form. However, the velocity scans have not been indicative of a tornado happening. I don't know if you caught the last 5-10 minutes of what I was saying, so, and I'm sure you've been looking as well, so maybe you can provide some input there. So
yeah, everything on velocity is pretty displaced from the storm, as you were saying. There's nothing that's screaming out at me like, oh, look at that kind of thing. But maybe it's kind of just sitting on the lake breeze boundary there from Huron or something like that. There's a few storm chasers that are sitting there, so
yeah,
we'll see what's going on there.
Perfect. Okay. Well, so we've just got the latest scan here. The hail core has picked up on this storm. The lightning has also picked up on it. So that's an indicator of a strong storm trying to get organized. And usually these storms will take a while to get organized before they try to get, rotating really strong or anything like that. They obviously take a bit of time to mature. So this is our hail core. It is currently northeast of Petrolia, heading eastward. There would be pea-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger in there, but what stands out to me on all of this is all these lightning strikes. So I'm going to go up and you can see all the lightning strikes out ahead of this storm, which is what storms do. There are literally probably 100 lightning strikes tucked in here if we really zoom in and start counting them. This storm is picking up intensity. It is heading east at this point towards Watford, and then it'll continue on from there if it sustains. The storm to the south, I'm going to bring that back up here on our regular thing. The storm to the south has weakened for the most part from what it was a few scans ago. Still heavy rain in there, but there's basically no lightning in it. So that one's not of any concern as well. So going to look up here to the north, watching this storm, obviously from Markdale down southeast through Flesherton, Priceville, heavy rain and some lightning associated with that. I'm going to take a look at velocities on this as well. I'm not seeing anything on the velocity scans that jumps out at me. There is a bit of rotation, but again, that is perfectly normal in storms. I'm going to take a look from King City radar. Which one's closer, actually? Bear with me for a second. King City is closer to that storm at this point. Exeter's a little further away. And so again, mostly rain. That's all we're dealing with on this storm. Just very heavy pockets of rain through Priceville to the southeast there is, and lightning. And again, this is marching eastward. So it's going to cross that Highway 10 corridor and continue going eastward from there. But just heavy rain with some wind in it at this time. I'm going to switch back to Exeter for our warn storm here. South in the corner here. So southwest of Warwick, northeast of Petrolia, that's where this storm is located, to the east of Wyoming, and it is moving eastward. So 4:35 p.m., 4 minutes ago, we had our last scan. I'm just looking at velocities to see if I have anything on there, and there's nothing that jumps out at me right now at this point. So let me take a look here. So that's the only area of concern other than the storm to the north, which obviously is just a very heavy rainmaker at this point. And the storms to the south, kind of the Chatham-Kent area, those have essentially died off. They have gone over the water and died, and the last bit of that line of storms that started this whole thing is kind of southeast of Chatham-Kent, and this is just moderate to mild rain. I would say this is just mild rain, no lightning on it whatsoever. You can immediately see when I zoom out where our area of intensity is, just based on all those white dots. Those are all the lightning strikes that are happening on this storm. So I'm going to wait here for a minute. 4:35 p.m. and just take a look and make sure that we get that next scan coming out here in about 2-3 minutes. And again, no tornado signatures on there that I would be concerned that there's anything ongoing. They did warn this storm out of an exercise of caution, just because the velocity scan was somewhat polluted with some radar noise in there. So that's what took place there in a bit of a while ago. What else is going on? Okay, recessed corners in the crosshairs again, coming from fog log. So what's going on here? Recess corners. I'm not sure where that is, but I'm going to look it up. Bear with me if my software will, if it's big enough, and it's not. So I'm not 100% sure. I may have to look on Google. But if recess corners is east of this storm, then yes, it would definitely be an area there moving eastward. Again, this storm tracking towards Watford at this point, and basically due east. So we'll keep an eye on that. pea-sized hail half an hour ago in Sarnia. So this is the storm that came through Sarnia, was pulsing up and down as it was interacting with the southern shore of Lake on Huron, and now it has picked up some intensity. So this is the one we are concentrating on. Obviously, the tornado warning going through Sarnia and to the south there. This is the problem. So if you look at this, Wallaceburg getting, if you're on the outskirts of Wallaceburg, you're getting a tornado warning for a storm that is northeast of you and heading east. That makes zero sense. This is the problem with our warning system in Canada. We follow imaginary lines rather than where the storms are headed. So down to Wallaceburg is about 50 kilometers away, and it is moving eastward, and it continues. There's our latest scan on that one, so let me get right to it. The hail core is expanding on this. Let's take a look at velocities. So this is radar noise, I suspect. I'm going to highlight it. It looks awful on radar because this is what you would jump to normally. But look where it is in regards to the storm. It is outside of the storm. So that's the problem here, is that velocity scan will make people jump because you've got these reds and greens together, but that is radar noise. And again, outside of the storm. And you can't have a tornado happening outside of the storm in that much distance. I mean, we're talking quite a bit of distance there. So this is moving eastward right now. The hail core is right over Highway or County Road 8, and it is pretty sizable. So the hail is going up in this storm. There would be probably peas to grapes at this point in here, especially kind of in this brighter pink area. I would suspect probably grape-sized hail in there, moving eastward. So this is moving towards Watford and Highway 79. So just to the north of Walnut, if it continues to track the way it is. Tons of lightning and tons of precipitation on this. That is the area that we are monitoring. What else have we got here? What are the chances? Mike asking, what are the chances this hits London? Weather Network said one was coming. So let me zoom out here. London is way off to the east. So right now I'm going to measure your distance just to give you an idea, Mike. And I'm going to highlight your comment. Connor, I think, responded to it already. But I'm going to just give him a distance here in terms of measurement, just so we are all on the same page here. So right now towards London, it's a little bit south of London, but we're now about 60 kilometers away at this point. So still got quite a ways before it gets there. This storm is not moving very quickly. So, and yeah, Connor saying it's probably going to be weakened by the time it gets there. So we will continue to monitor it, Mike. And if it does sustain, we're going to be the ones to tell you about it. So Eli Primer saying wall cloud east of Petrolia now. So if Eli, I don't know if you've got where are you on the storm or whether you're getting that information somewhere.
There's reports from Mark Robinson from the Weather Network. He's out there.
Okay, thank you for that. So great to have eyes on the ground, and that's why it's always nice to have some eyes on the ground because obviously the radar doesn't see the bottom half of the storm, and that's what we're trying to, warn people on. So again, having those reports from the field and from reliable sources is the most important thing. So again, this is moving eastward. The velocity scans on this, which is direction of wind and speed, there's nothing that jumps out at me in terms of anything imminent at this point. However, we get our scans every 8 minutes, and the problem with that is that tornadoes, 90% of tornadoes are on the ground for 2 minutes or less. And so they've updated the tornado warning. That's what the sound is that you're hearing right now. So I'm going to read what they've just updated here. They're saying Environment Canada meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado and then has damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall is possible. So we definitely have intense rainfall. We definitely have hail in this. Again, I would say pea-sized to grapes roughly at this point, and we're going to monitor to see if this continues to expand and intensify as it's moving eastward. So that's where the storm is located, right between Petrolia, Wyoming, Watford, and Walnut, in that kind of four corners of where this storm is located in the center.
I believe the wall cloud itself is pretty well over top of County Road 4 east of Petrolia, from what I can tell.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Connor. Um, what else is going on here? Yeah, so Eli saying, yeah, it's sunny here right now in Sarnia because this storm has moved off. And there's no storms back to the west of this. There are some in Michigan that are still way off in the distance. So these are the only storms that we have currently that we're tracking on the southern end. So back towards Windsor, Detroit, there's nothing. The storm that is by Erie Beach going out onto Lake Erie is basically almost dead at this point. The one big storm that we do have right now is here just near Petrolia or east of Petrolia, and that one has definitely a hail core on it. I'm just going to take a look, and so again, we're waiting for the next scan to come out just so that we can update you guys on velocities. We are 6 minutes into our 8-minute Canadian cycle, so I've got a minute here. I'll jump north and take a look at the storm up there. This one here, the lightning is subsiding on it a little bit. It's tucked along that Highway 10 corridor right over Flesherton. That's where most of the lightning is, but there is heavy precipitation in these dark reds. And again, moving eastward at this point, we did have that modeled on several of the models here, and this is going to continue east as it's moving through, but this is just rain and some wind and obviously some lightning. I'm going to switch over to velocities. So it looks outflowy, this line of storms, one direction of the wind, and it's not very high. Let me take a look here. We're talking 40 kilometers an hour, so this is not very strong. It's just very heavy rain. And I'm going to switch to the south because we just got our last scan or our latest scan. And I'm going to take a look from our Exeter radar. Hail core has subsided on this dramatically, so we've gone down. I'm going to take a look at velocities. It's crazy that the radar noise unfortunately makes it so difficult. Again, if you're looking at this and you're not familiar, this obviously are bright greens and bright pinks or reds, and it is going to be outside of the storm. There's no storm there, so that's how I know that there's nothing happening there in terms of rotation. If I was expecting any rotation, it would be down in this area here, this little bit of a hook that is forming, and we're going to go back to velocity. And you can see that there is rotation there. However, it is not strong. You can see it's like a dark red and a dark green versus these bright colors. If these bright colors to the east or southeast of that other circle, if you had that over there, then I would be concerned, because then you would have those strong indications of velocity, speeds, and rotation, and it would be in the right spot on the storm. So again, this circle here is outside of the storm, so therefore it cannot be rotating over there, and it is radar noise, unfortunately. So that's why I'm flipping back between the two of them, because I want to get accurate information to you guys. So that's what's taking place. The hail core has gone down, as I mentioned. It could be pulsing, so a bit of a cycle right now. So you can see this is our latest scan. If I go back one scan, you've got all that pink in there, which is a ton of hail again along that Highway 8 north of Highway 4. That is where the hail was tucked in, and now it has subsided, so that's good. But there's still a ton of rain and a bunch of lightning tucked in on the south end of this storm. So we'll continue to monitor it. I'm going to see if the U.S. radar will pick up the rotation here. I'm just going to take a look. So the U.S. radar up high is showing some rotation, but it is farther away, so it will by nature be further or be a higher velocity because it's higher up in the storm, but still nothing that I would be concerned about, at least telling folks to get out of the way of this thing. So let's switch back to Exeter radar and we'll take a look and see. We do have some storms on the U.S. side, definitely just east of Flint or over Lapeer, that could potentially intensify and keep coming eastward. I'm just looking from the U.S. radar, but right now that is our only area that we have of any kind of storms, would be this just one storm here, essentially just out by east of Petrolia. at this point. So we'll continue to monitor that. 4:47 p.m. We need another 4 minutes before our next scan. So what else?
So this definitely interacted with a lake breeze boundary, and that is what made it kind of blow up from what it was before.
Okay.
Once it gets detached from the boundary further towards the east, I would expect it to significantly weaken, mostly because there is no shear further east. Not that there's no shear, there's just very very little shear for storms to sustain themselves like a tornado warned storm would. And additionally, if it can make it more of a southeast track, it would then have a chance to interact with the other lake breeze boundary from Lake Erie. But this is more moving east than southeast. So again, it interacted with the boundary, and then once it detaches itself, we can expect it to start weakening in the next hour or so.
Yeah, and that's what's been happening with these storms is they get kind of agitated and get going and some intensity to them, and as they've progressed over about an hour, then they start to fade out. We'll see if that continues to be the case. So great points there, Connor. Thank you. So again, this is to the west of Strathroy. It's still out of Strathroy quite a bit, but the storm right now is southwest of Watford and Walnut to the northwest of there. That's where this storm is currently and moving eastward again. So this is the big storm that we're talking about here. What else have we got here? I had a question that I was looking at, and I'm just trying to find it here. Sean Barnes asking anything for Alliston. Alliston's to the north of Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. There it is. Yes. So there's a rainstorm headed your way right now. This storm has been marching, but it is just a rainstorm. There's no hail in it. It's just heavy rain, and the lightning has definitely gone down quite a bit on it. But that's still quite a distance from Alliston that you can see here on the right-hand side of our radar, and the storm obviously to the west of it. So right now it's just, Sean, rain headed your way, which is what we were expecting. So we are focusing on this area just so that we can get the latest scans and get people updated on that, and then we'll continue to update people from there. So Jake's saying north end of Sarnia was sunny and I got hail in Corunna. And yeah, that's the funny part about hail. It gets lofted high and it sometimes drops in different places than you would expect. So you never know with storms. So what else?
Getting reports of toonie-sized hail to the east of Petrolia.
Toonie-sized hail, so that's about 1 inch hail. So here is our latest scan on that storm. It definitely has a weird look to it all of a sudden. I'm going to switch over to velocities. So let me
Seems
just
like it's
see.
splitting.
Yeah, I was just going to say it looks like it's coming unglued. So let me just take a look at reflectivity. That is a little displaced, but in terms of some velocity scans there. Hail has gone down on this latest scan. There is probably still hail, but we only have about 3 pixels of pink. And the problem being is that when hail gets lofted to 30,000 feet, it takes quite some time for it to eventually fall out of that updraft and land on the ground. So, the hail, even though the scan is showing lower amount of hail, it may be on its way down below what the radar can read and still continuing to land. So, what else have we got here? There were some other questions in here. David, Angus is getting hit. Mike, tell me please, am I okay for right now? There's not a Mike here, but there's a Tom and a Connor. And again, the only place right now that had any concerning severe weather was right here east of Petrolia. And this storm is marching eastward and it's moved a little bit south. So it's along that highway or County Road 4. Actually, that's probably a highway. So that's Highway 4. And again, west of Walnut essentially is where this storm is located. And it is slowly moving eastward, so it's to the east of Petrolia. What else is there? Okay. Is the storm heading in a southeast direction? Jock's asking right now. It is kind of the hail portion or the precipitation portion took a southeast turn right now. We're waiting to see because like Connor mentioned, it looks like it may be trying to split. And what he means by that is you can see this kind of line forming in here where the storm may be trying to split into two separate storms. One generally in that direction, one in this direction. Obviously, these are exaggerated arrows, but that's maybe what is taking place. So we need a couple of scans to be able to say whether that's the case or not. The southern portion of this storm is definitely maintaining the intensity because heavier precip, even with some pink pixels, and then we do have that lightning. All these dots down here is all the lightning, whereas to the north there's only 2 bolts showing on that. So that's our storm to the west of London, and it looks like over the last couple of scans it has weakened, which is good news for anybody in the path of it. I'm going to look at this storm to the north that is now along that Highway 10 corridor, and it's going into Dundalk, it looks like, and just heavy rain with this. No hail whatsoever. We're seeing any indicators, and the lightning itself has gone down as well. And there's just some moderate winds in there, 50-kilometer-hour winds. So again, not something that is of concern. It's just a afternoon thunderstorm moving through the area. No concern whatsoever. Just going to look at the stuff off of Georgian Bay. Moving through Midland, there's just some heavier rain kind of to the west and north of there. But that's all it is. There's barely any lightning on that. I'm just going to scan through eastern Ontario. Storms over by north of Hawkesbury and Grenville. Again, these are just thunderstorms, nothing too exciting in that area. So no severe warnings, no severe watches. Our objective is down here in the southwest corner of Ontario at this point. So again, just if you're jumping in, the storms around the Chatham-Kent area have almost basically died off. And then we have these 2 storms here that are competing. We've got one to the west of Petrolia, which is a tiny little thunderstorm right now. I'm going to just see if it's got any velocity scans on it that look bad, but they don't. And we're waiting 6 minutes into this scan, so we need another 2 minutes before we get our next one. But our storm east of Petrolia and kind of west of Walnut, it looks like, that's where the intense precipitation is, and moving possibly southeast at this point. So it may be heading towards Alvinston. We need to wait to see if this split is what is going on at this point. So Lunabella, good to see you as always. Dominic saying, who gave that cell permission to evolve into a supercell? That's the funny part about weather. It does what it wants. I've always said that on this stream and this platform, and we're just along for the ride. Larry saying, good news, I'm in the path or out of the path, have RV will travel. Larry, where exactly are you? I don't know if you've said that previously. I don't see it in the comments. So before I give you advice, I want to know exactly where you are. So right now, the storm is weakening again. We'll see if that continues to be the case on this next scan, and I'll show you folks what's happened over the last little bit here. So I'm going to back it up, and you can see it's kind of been marching southeast with an easterly component on it as it's marching through. And there's our newest scan that just came in here at 4:59. There is a re-intensification of the hail core on it. So let me pull that up and kill this all off. So our hail is tucked in here again to the northwest of Alvinston. So the storm, that hail core is marching towards Alvinston. The lightning is all on that southwest or south side of the storm. It does look like a split happening. I'm just going to take a look at velocities. Nothing jumps out at me on velocities that we need to be concerned about. And there's also some hail potentially here. Tucked in on this new updraft that's gone up, or small thunderstorm. It does have some lightning on it. This is to the northwest of Brigden, to the northwest, basically up that area there. So what else is going on here? Andrew saying I can still hear thunder in Hanover, and yes, there are storms that are going to continue to have that thunder going on, but it's definitely an area where this afternoon thunderstorms will go through. So especially because it carries quite a distance, you're going to hear stuff happening in the area. So. Colonel Talbot Road, or Col Talbot Road, west of 401 is my location. Okay. It's more. Give me a sec here. I'll see if I can find it on Google Maps. Give me 1 second here. According to this, well, the only Colonel Talbot street I can find is east of Tilsonburg, which is still way away from this storm right now. That's back to the southeast of London. So this is significantly still far. If that's where you are, that's the only Colonel Talbot street I can find on here. But you say west of the 401, so give me a town. That'll be easier. If you give me a town, I can figure it out easier than a road as far as that's concerned. So I'll be able to answer that as soon as you send that information out. What else have we got here? So let me delete this, bring this up, and we'll zoom back in there and go from there. So again, the two areas of concern right now is to the west of Petrolia, or kind of southwest of Petrolia, and then east here around west of Walnut, and then northwest of Alvinston. So yeah, that's basically what's going on. Yeah, Larry, I just need to know what town you're in, and then I can answer you, because I can't find that road. And again, that's a little too specific. I just need to know where that is, if it's, and then I can go from there. It's just outside of Lambeth. Okay, well, let's see if I can find that. Yeah, so that's still far to the east right now. The storm currently is tracking southeast, but it is a fairly wide storm. The rotation is to the south portion of it. I'll tell you roughly where you are. You're still a good 30 or 40 kilometers away from this storm at the very least. So right now it's not of concern, and it is moving southeast. So the portion we are paying attention to is moving southeast towards Alvinston, and then may head down to Glencoe. There's probably going to be rain headed your way, but nothing of dire consequence as far as the storm is concerned, and the tornado warning that was placed on it. So hopefully that helps you out. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate that. Hopefully that answered your question there. And we'll see whether our next scan comes in. I just heard some beeping, so I just want to see if anything else has gone. And so far, the storms have been very isolated. There hasn't been a whole lot happening, which is good. I'm just zooming around to see whether there's any more storms I need to pay attention to other than these two here. And then our one rainmaker that is way to the north, but that one is also weakening and losing its impact. And I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm going to watch the radar. You can see how it marched here. A lot of red in there, even some purple. And now we've got far more yellow on the last scan. Here, this is the latest scan. This is at 4:53. I think I've got one more, 4:59. And most of the red has gone away. We're getting down to oranges and yellows, so that is losing its intensity as well. So they just updated the thunderstorm warning for this. So they've just updated it, saying tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts and up to quarter-size hail. Let's switch radars here, and that will be for this storm to the southwest of Petrolia. And let's mark that down here. That is in this area right here. And that storm is what just caused that severe thunderstorm warning to go out on the west side. So through Sarnia all the way down to, they've put it down to, it looks like just near Wallaceburg, near Wallaceburg in that area. But storm is moving east-southeast, and the hail core did pick up on that latest scan. You can see that right here. Hail has moved off kind of a little bit to the southeast and is moving in that general direction. So again, southwest of Petrolia, we do have some hail. The storm that was splitting here that generated our tornado warning earlier. Let's take a look at velocities. Nothing jumped out at me that's really strong on velocity. It is rotating this storm. That is part of the process. It's normal. However, the hail core has gone away on it, and it is walking towards that Alveston area. It's there basically right now on your doorstep. It will be working its way in with heavy rain, some lightning, and then heading towards Walkers and Kilmartin at this point is where the most intense portion of that storm. Obviously, there's a lot of rain in here, but that's the area that we're concentrating on that as this point. So thank you very much. Larry says, I have solar panels that won't like large hail. And yes, that I can totally understand. So, oh, we just got that thunderstorm warning, just got re-updated. So you can see the thunderstorm warning basically tracks almost through Wallaceburg. That's for this storm here. So let's see. Thunderstorm is over Brigden, moving east at 35 kilometers an hour. Hazards are up to 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts and 2.5 centimeter hail, which is just under 1 inch. It's also saying locations that are in the path: Brigden, Marthaville, Petrolia, Oil City, and Oil Springs. There seems to be a theme there. Let me just take a look here. So that is our scan at 5:05 p.m. Again, the hail, the only one that's showing any hail right now is this storm just to the north of Brigden, and I would suspect there's pea-sized hail in there and maybe just slightly bigger than that at this point. So that's what it's been warned for. And again, we're watching this other storm here, has lost some intensity over the last several scans. So we'll continue to hope that's the case, but we do have quite some time before we get that new update from the Environment Canada radar. Okay. What else? It's getting dark here in London, and yes, you will have the clouds coming off this storm, the anvil basically, stretching towards London, and I can show you that on satellite. So this is our storm here to the west, and I'm going to highlight it here. Bear with me. This is our updraft. This is satellite imagery, and you can see that the clouds have extended past Strathroy over to London and is even going almost to Woodstock. So you can see that all this updraft is just spreading eastward in this general direction. And that's what's causing those darker skies if we zoom in and out of that. So that's our satellite imagery as we watch these storms, and we can zoom all the way out. And then we have this one little storm back here by Petrolia that also is showing an updraft or going up on that storm as well. So let's go right back to satellite, switch over to radar. And this is Canadian Exeter radar, which is good. And then we're just going to wait here another 2-3 minutes and go from there. So appreciate everybody who's tuned in today. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do hit that like button as well. It helps get the information out into the YouTube algorithm so that we can get information out to folks that need to get it. So let's just take a look here. Another round of storms coming into Hanover. It looks like just regular rain at this point. Not even any lightning on this. So this is just heavier rain around the Hanover area, north of Walkerton, moving again in that east direction roughly. So you can see how the storms have progressed over the last couple hours. And that's where we're at. So there's, again, rain to the north here. This is what we were expecting on models, but mostly heavy rain. Again, lightning has almost disappeared off this storm. I'm just looking at 2 bolts. So lightning a lot of times is an indicator of intensity on storms. And you can see that up here, there's no lightning. So that's a cheat code. If you're looking at radar, where is all the lightning tucked in? Those are the storms that you need to pay attention to. And it's very obvious. I can look on this page very quickly. I'll go full screen. In Michigan, you can see all the lightning around that one little storm. That is an intense storm. And then here in far southwest Ontario, obviously these storms that are around Petrolia to the southwest has some lightning on it. And obviously the leading storm near Alvinston also has lightning on it. So that's our quick way of looking at things and being able to figure out where we need to pay attention to on storms. So thanks so much for keeping Earthlings safe. Our pleasure. That's what we do, and we enjoy doing it. So if you're new to the channel as well, we cover across Canada. We're probably going to have a very busy week after the weekend, possibly even over the weekend. So we may be on for almost a week straight doing live streams, but we'll see. We're going to cover wherever it happens, and that'll be a mix of out west and Ontario as well, and even Quebec, right, Connor? I think we've got
yeah, there's definitely some Quebec stuff.
Yeah. So we'll be covering all that as we go along. Luckily, so far, most of what we're seeing this afternoon isn't up to what the expectations were for some models, and which is a good thing. Obviously, this one was severe or tornado warned out of an abundance of caution. And here is our latest scan at 5:11 1 minute ago. The hail core, there's a couple of pixels of pink to the northwest of Alvinston, and there's some lightning associated with it. I'm going to take a look at our velocities. There is some rotation on this one here, Connor. Take a look at this.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a tighter couplet there west of Alvinston.
Right in this area would be our couplet that we're talking about. I'm just switching it back and forth. The brightness is not super bright there, but that is definitely an area of rotation. So we are going to monitor this to see if there's anything. What else is there? So I'm just thinking we'll continue to monitor some of the social media and stuff like that. I'm going to actually take a look here. We do follow Canadian chasers on a bunch of them, so I'm just looking to see. I don't know if you've seen anything.
I have not.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just seeing Alluring Storms. You know him on X. Yeah. He definitely had some good shots on Twitter or X or whatever they call it these days. So yeah, it's definitely packing a bit of a punch, but it's not. Again, that tornado warning was an abundance of caution just because of that radar noise that infiltrated it. And unfortunately, that's a problem with our Canadian radar. We just have all this, what I call Christmas confetti that does pollute the radar. So this is a great example of it here down by to the north of London. You're seeing all these bright pinks and bright greens spread out. That's not actually a valid radar return. That is a pixelation noise in the software, and I'm not a radar tech, so I can't tell them how to fix it or even pretend to think I know how to fix it, but it does unfortunately make reading velocities difficult in Canada sometimes. So we're going to switch back over. I'm going to wait for our next scan here. We do have hail to the northeast of Brigden. That is an area that has moved eastward essentially over the last scan. So that is right here to the northeast of Brigden. Pea-sized hail would be my estimation in that cell right there. So we'll see what's going on. Jock saying any concerns for Strathroy? Right now, no. You're on the north end of this, so Strathroy will get some heavy rain if this to the red and orange to the west of there continues that way. Right now, you've got mild rain. You'll have some heavier rain come in, but there's barely any lightning up there. The area that obviously has more intensity is back to the southwest, so no, not concerned about Strathroy at all. What else? Here's another question. Are these storms heading for Hamilton this evening? Just trying to gauge bedtime for the kids. They are going that way. However, by the time they get to Hamilton, they're basically going to be regular showers. I don't even think we'll have lightning on them, by the time they get to the Hamilton area, because you can see how far they are. And these ones, if they continue due east with nothing else happening, there's more storms behind it. It would kind of go south of Hamilton at this point. So they're still significantly far from the Hamilton area. And I can kind of show you just by drawing a line here. We are 140 kilometers away from the edge of the precipitation. So still a long way to go. And these storms are doing maybe 30 kilometers an hour, if that. And so 140, that's like, 5 hours roughly, 4 to 5 hours before it even got into the range of Hamilton. So that puts it after dark. And once the sun goes down, they lose their intensity because the lack of diurnal heating is one of the biggest things anyways. Wow, there's a cluster of lightning strikes that just popped on that data feed right now, just around Alvinston, definitely getting a lot of lightning strikes in there. So storm is near Strathroy soon. I will track between Strathroy and Glencoe. Again, we were just talking about that. Right now, that north side, there's nothing to worry about. That's just rain at this point. There's no hail in it. And again, doesn't look like it's going to be intensifying, because over the last number of scans, it definitely has weakened as well. So that's the other good news about that one there. So
video for you in the chat, Tom.
Oh, perfect. Alex Mass sharing something with us. Give me a sec here. Okay. Let's see if it'll load for me. This was 10 minutes ago. Why is this? Oh, there we go. Okay, let me share this with you folks. Bear with me for 1 second. Let me bring this up and do that. So again, this is from Alex. I'll show his Twitter account so we can give him credit and definitely give him a follow. So this is a time lapse, so you can see this is sped up. So this is not real, obviously, with those cars flying by like that. This was the rotation that we were seeing in the storm, but it did not produce at this point. So let me just bring that up. I'll show his socials. Thanks, Alex, for allowing us to share that. This was the comment on it was going there for a minute or three. Shiloh and Little Ireland, Ontario storm is what is on there. Again, that was posted 10 minutes ago, but that's obviously a time lapse over quite a bit of time. So this is his Twitter account, or X. He chases out of southwestern Ontario. So yeah, definitely thank you very much for letting us share that. Go give him a follow if you guys are on X, and he's also on Facebook as well. I'm pretty sure as another social account. So here's our latest scan. Let's take a look at this. That northern portion that everybody's been asking about, heading towards Strathroy, is weakening. Then we're now down to mostly just orange, yellow, and green. This southern portion, there's kind of three areas right now. I'm just going to take a look at to see if there's anything that jumps at me. A bit of velocities in there, but they are quite broad. And so what I mean by that is that our bright colors are far apart. So that means the rotation is much wider than it if it was really tight, then we would have a concern there. So again, this is right near Alvinston, and we have three areas. I'm going to switch over where we have a bit of hail. So I'm going to zoom in here. There's nothing really here. So this is northeast of Oil Springs. We definitely have some pea-sized hail, maybe getting to small grapes in that area there. Also to the east of Brigden, that little bit of pea-sized hail is sustaining in this storm, which is north of County Road 80 or 26. And then very, very small indicator up here northwest of Alvinston. We have 2 pixels of pink up there. So again, that would be smaller than pea-sized or smaller, let's say. So nothing significant that jumps out at us other than this one cluster here just to the north of what looks like Courtright line, which is also 80. So that's the only area there for any kind of hail precipitation. No wind velocities jump out at me on this right now where I'd be concerned about it. So have we got this tornado warning still going, or is it? So it's expiring in 22 minutes. We haven't had an update in almost 40 minutes. So again, this tornado warning that went out earlier is more than likely going to expire here, and these storms are not sustaining, which is what we basically expected to a certain extent, and we're just going to see what's going on up to the north here. Light rain throughout spotty areas here near Hanover, but a few lightning strikes up that way, but no hail, moderate to mild rain. And then here north of west and north of Shelburne, you've got some heavier precipitation in there, only a few lightning strikes, and this is losing its intensity as it walks east southeast towards Alliston. And again, this is just rain at this point with a bit of rain in it. Nothing to be concerned about as well. And then what else have we got? I'm just looking back. I'm going to use the US radar and just kind of peek at what's going on in Michigan, because obviously whatever comes out of Michigan is going to come into Canada for the most part. Definitely one of those things that we need to pay attention to. But we are now 5:20 p.m. so we're definitely starting to lose some intensity on all of this stuff. And I'm just gonna actually share that post on our X as well. Okay, let me grab a drink. Anything to report, Connor?
No, we're pretty decent at this point. We're just gonna, I guess we'll see if that it's kind of turned into a cluster there. We'll kind of see if that wants to turn into one storm by itself. If one updraft wants to take over. But it is moving more southeast at this point, so it's taken its turn. There is decent inflow on radar for sure, blowing in from the south into it. But we'll see. It's kind of three storms fighting over there at this point, so we'll see if one wants to take over.
Yeah, exactly. And that's so to kind of expand on that, when you get these 3 storms interacting or 3 updrafts interacting with each other, they'll kind of fight. But if one of them does become dominant, and it will use up all the energy available, the other 2 storms might die off, and then you'll have one storm kind of being the alpha storm. Is one way to look at it.
For what it's worth, the one, the furthest west one looks the best on satellite at this point.
Oh God, look at the latest scan that just popped up. The hail cores just went completely down. They're now all kind of interacting with each other. So I'll show you what I mean by this, folks. I'm just going to jump in here. I know there's a question in the chat. I will get to it. But we had 3 independent little pink areas. And then on this last scan, which is this one here, all the pink has basically disappeared except for 2 pixels, which is a good thing for people who are in line of this. There's definitely a ton of rain in this. I'm going to take a look at velocities as well. There's just a bit of broad rotation to the south of Alveston, but it's very broad, not super tight at this point. And we just basically at this point have a line of precipitation stretching from essentially just to the east of Brigden along that 80 all the way through Alveston, and then making its way to Walkers. That's where that heavier rain is, obviously in these dark reds. So we'll see over the next scans what's going on. Stuff to the north and kind of east out in front of this is just moderate to mild rain. Again, Strathroy has just been seeing light precipitation at the most of it. Lightning is tucked in back here to the southwest of Strathroy with this storm. So again, this is good signs in terms of rotation not being an issue and that kind of thing. So I had a question in here from Joe Caron. What's coming towards Crystal Falls? Is there any concern there? I see some potential hail. So let me look this up and see if I'll find Crystal Falls.
I did try to find it. The only one popping up was north of North Bay, so I asked her if there's another one that she's talking about.
Okay. Well, we'll wait to get an answer there. I'll just clear that up. And you couldn't find one on Google Maps at all, or?
It's like literally just a road north of North Bay there.
Okay. Crystal Falls, the one I have popping up
north of Sturgeon Falls, actually.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think that's up by Sturgeon Falls because I unfortunately had a hospital visit there. That's how I know that, which is not a good way of knowing things. So,
yeah, so like Sturgeon Falls. Yeah, so Joe Karen, you're completely fine up there. There's nothing going on up there other than maybe a couple of showers later on.
Yeah, and Larry's saying beautiful blue sky east of 401 and rain is sprinkling lightly in Lambeth. So thank you very much for that report. So yeah, the Crystal Falls, I remember, I think we've talked about it before. That's going to be up this way here. So we have, this is where we have the multiple West Nipissings that they still haven't fixed on the map box software. What was beeping there? Let me go take a look. They've have they extended the severe warning for this? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yes, looks so. Yeah.
Okay. Environment Canada tracking severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts and up to quarter-size hail. So at least the hail indicator on this has gone down because they were talking about toonie or bigger. We've gone down to quarters, which obviously is significantly smaller. They have pushed this warning out past Newbury, essentially through Glencoe and then up to... they've just put it on the edge of London, essentially. So they've pushed it through Delaware, Mount Bridges, Komoka, and then through Strathroy as well. But again, our intense precipitation is back here to the west still, around Alveston, all the way back to Brigden. So we are still waiting for our next radar scan on this. 5:23 p.m., we're 5 minutes into this. So we'll see whether this does increase. As we were mentioning, with multiple updrafts kind of fighting each other, sometimes they can weaken each other, unfortunately, or actually fortunately, I would say, for people in line of the storm. So it's one of those things that we have to pay attention to see if one does take over and become more intense, which is also an outcome that could happen. So you're welcome, Joe. Thank you very much for your questions and for following along. So yeah. And then St. Thomas, no, well, right now it is kind of online to get to St. Thomas. The question will be, what's the intensity for it? Right now, it's still quite a bit of ways away, and we'll have to see whether when it gets to St. Thomas, whether it will be intense. We will know over the next few scans if this is picking up intensity or if it's losing it. And traditionally, over the last few hours while we've been watching these storms, as they've gone eastward, they have lost their intensity and just haven't been able to sustain. And actually, I'm going to take a look at our temperatures in the area. So they just updated this portion of our software. So we've only got, so it shows in London, it's only 20 degrees or northeast of London. Then east of Tilsonburg, it's 22. But there's not a lot of temperatures on the map. That's interesting. I wonder if that's just looking here to see where I've got temperatures. Sarnia recording 23 degrees. Yeah, there's not a lot of temperatures indicating here. I'm just looking around just to see. Around Ottawa, Gonna have to verify that to see if that's all working, because they just did an update on these station plots that we're looking at on the map here, where we can see temperatures out in front of the storms. I can look at dew points, all sorts of different things on that. So so this is our latest scan, or no, this is 529. So this looks to be good news. It's now, most of the lightning has disappeared off of this, and all the purple has moved off of this storm. We are now seeing just lots of heavy precipitation in this. I'm going to take a look at some velocities. There's a lot of noise in here for velocities, but there's nothing rotating that I would be super concerned about based on those velocity scans. What else?
So Victor had a question about any threat to Jarvis, Ontario. Victor, you're quite a ways in front of this. You're going to be fine as far as I'm concerned. If these make it all the way out there, they're going to be much weaker than what they are now. Even they are weak. They're weakening even now, and you're still a good piece away. And then the next one was Tornado Toast was asking, can you check Barrie, please? And Tornado Toast, your answer is you are all regular rain up there. You're not even in a severe watch of any kind. Nothing to worry about up there. Regular rain showers and maybe a little bit of a non-severe thunderstorm up there.
Yeah, exactly. The only non-severe would be north of Shelburne, which is on the map right here. Again, moving eastward, but this is just a regular, very mild thunderstorm as far as that's concerned. So to the north, you can see the temperatures are 18 degrees. That's not enough for storms to really sustain. And even behind them, you can see right now, where is this? This is Mount Forest showing 14 degrees. So once those storms move through, they're also using up that environment. So it less likely that anything behind it will be able to pick up as well. So that's stuff to just keep in mind as far as once a storm goes through, it uses up that environment. So glad we could answer those questions for you. That's my brother in the chat, in the Facebook chat, watching, I guess. I'm just noticing that. That's a while ago, though. So we're supposed to have all of our chats combined, and today's the first day that we're doing it. And I'm thinking that it did not combine them, because I don't see any Facebook. I did see early on a Facebook chat, but I definitely didn't see that comment from my brother an hour ago. So that's interesting. So definitely nothing in North Bay as far as maybe just regular showers heading up that way. That would be the only thing. Let me just take a look here. Yeah, those are all drifting north. So just to the south, coming up Highway 11, rain showers. There's not even any lightning in it, so it will come into North Bay within the next half an hour to 45 minutes. And then let's just take a look at what's beeping on my map here. So I'm going to zoom back into our storms here in southwest Ontario. I'm going to kill off those temperatures because they make the map rather busy.
If you refresh your weather-wise, they have ended the tornado warning.
Yeah. Oh, it hasn't come off. There we go. Tornado is gone. So it's weird that it doesn't come off on its own. We'll have to look at that as well. So, okay. So I think we've got everybody covered there. And let's see what our latest scan here is for 529. So we're about 5 minutes into this. If this next scan starts to weaken, you can almost count on this storm, dying off as it moves eastward. And that has been the pattern this afternoon. We did have a couple of storms coming across Lake St. Clair and moving eastward, and they basically died off as they got towards Chatham, Kent. Obviously rain, but nothing of any major intensity. And then the same thing we're seeing up north, that is weakening as it's moving eastward once it crosses over the water. So my real curiosity is this storm that's on the U.S. side in Michigan is definitely packing some large hail in it. This is still in Michigan, but this is what a strong hail signature looks like, where you get into those bright pinks, and there's even one of purple out there. So that is west of Sarnia right now, but we'll keep monitoring that to see, if that continues to be an issue. You gonna be okay over there, Connor?
I had a hiccup.
Okay, so 5:29 p.m. We're still waiting here for a second, but this cell that is moving eastward definitely has my attention. That is marching towards. Looks like it's going to be just around the Sarnia area, that Port Huron, southern tip of Lake Huron. So we'll have to pay attention to that one. Let me see from both radars. So from Exeter, it's showing a lot of hail on it, which is our Canadian radar, and then the U.S. radar is showing the same thing, quite a bit of hail on it as well. So let me see if that storm's rotating. So there's a bit of rotation on that, but nothing out of the ordinary. And it's a little bit displaced. So we'll watch that as it moves eastward towards Sarnia. And we'll continue to update folks on this cluster of storms here, kind of southeast and east of Petrolia, to the west of Melbourne. There we go. So this is our latest scan, folks, and this is definitely weakening, even though we're showing 1 pixel of pink here south of Alveston. If you look at the overall shape of the storm and how that precipitation has gone down, I'm going to bring it up here. You can see this is where we had those purples, all that lightning just populating everywhere, and you can see over the last few scans, less and less lightning, less and less color, and this is a sign of a dying storm, basically. So it will continue for a little bit here, and it is drifting slowly southeast, but this is a dying cluster of thunderstorms at this point. You can look even up in Strathroy. There was rain to the west of there, and it didn't even barely make it into Strathroy. It's very light rain at best. So the threat with this storm looks to be over. We'll continue to monitor it over the next several scans, but I suspect the trend is going to be down, which is great news for people in line with this. So that's fantastic as far as that's concerned. So yeah, Connor, so Connor just sent me a message about the radar. The regular lightning does not work right now. So before we went online,
it does for me.
Oh, maybe he fixed it. So I sent an email to support letting them know that the regular one wasn't working. They did an update today, and unfortunately, sometimes when software gets updated, let's go back to standard. Perfect. There we go. I like that. It's a little more representative, and it's not as, again, it's intuitive. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
It's more aesthetically pleasing.
Well, people don't have to ask, what is that? Where's a yellow or a little white dot? People have to ask what it is because it's not really indicative. So they obviously fixed it, which is what's great about WeatherWise, the platform that we use. Their support has been phenomenal. If we have an issue, they're usually very quick to fix it. I didn't bother to try. Thank you very much for letting me know, Connor, because again, when I came online, it wasn't working in Canada or US. So obviously it was a bit of a glitch. So again, we still have these storms coming towards Sarnia. So if you are watching from the Sarnia area, we definitely need to pay attention to this kind of cluster of storms to your west, and they are headed that way. Some hail just almost due west of Sarnia at this point. So over the next few scans, we will keep an eye on that and update you guys. What else? Yeah, Jocks. Yeah, the tornado warning that was there has just expired, so it's no longer an issue. And obviously, this larger severe warning that's around the storm is still in place. However, nothing in this storm would be severe potential at this point. They're saying this expires in 2 hours, but if we continue to see on these next couple of scans that this is losing its intensity, then which it has been over the last few scans, then more than likely that's over with in terms of any kind of potential within that storm. And right now, the part that I'm seeing is the storm here west of Sarnia that as it gets closer will have to be paid attention to. So what else? Keep session. Just some stuff popping on my page here. I just got to fix a couple of things up. Bear with me for a second.
Although the storm is weakening on the Ontario side, there's southwest of Strathroy.
Yeah.
There's some crazy photos of it. It looks amazing.
Yeah, it makes us want to be out in front of it, right?
Oh man.
Unfortunately, that's not.
I'd drive 6 or 7 hours to see that thing.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Let me just see if I can click on this here. Okay. Let me close that off. I'm just trying to fix up to see whether this Facebook thing will start working. I'll have to test it out because there's some kind of link issue for the combined chats. That's why I missed my brother's one there. Okay, let's take a look and see whether we've got an update here. We're still waiting another 2 minutes for this to get updated. Again, that storm right near Petrolia, southeast of there, kind of west of St. Thomas, looks to be dying off. It's definitely losing some intensity, which is good news. Still a very gnarly looking storm based on photos that we're seeing, but it's one of those things that looks worse than it is a lot of times. So up to the northwest of the GTA, we have that rainstorm that is up by Shelburne. A few lightning strikes on it. It is just a non-severe thunderstorm, as Connor put it. And that's our latest scan here. So it's continuing to just rain very heavy over Shelburne. Might be tiny hail in that, just based on the last scan that I just saw. And now I'm going to switch over to Glencoe storm. It's coming at Glencoe. We're going to take a look and see on velocities if anything jumps out. A lot of radar noise in there. We do have some hail that has reappeared here. This would be, let's see what's close to here. This is southeast of Alvinston to the west of Kilmartin. That's where we have this hail. And again, it's moving kind of southeast, maybe to Glencoe, but it might go between Newbury and Glencoe if this does sustain that hail in there. Again, small. This would be pea-sized hail basically at this point, not very large. Good afternoon, Grayson. Good to see you in the chat as always. Thanks for jumping in. What else? Thank you very much for sharing our platform, Kat. Really appreciate that. It helps us. Like I said, we're a brand new channel within the last year. We've just gone through our 1 year kind of anniversary. So we hope to be around for a long time. So anybody that shares it definitely helps us out. Emily saying, yeah, I was following somebody in Oklahoma on a tornado. That's honestly where I'd like to be, but right now that's not a reality. So yeah, definitely some big tornadoes down in the US over the last little stretch, and there's more coming by the looks of it. So what else? Comment here, Connor. I wonder why people are so obsessed with the weather nowadays. We come from a different perspective because we've been obsessed with weather since we were kids. So I've always enjoyed weather. We're weird that way, definitely, but it does seem like there's more people. Okay, tornado warning going out for this. What are they warning on this?
That spot just to the west of Glencoe there.
Okay. You're talking. So anyways, I think I see what you're talking about. I'm not seeing strong rotation unless they have a visual from somebody on the ground. So they have warned this storm. They're probably talking about this little appendage right here. Let's take a look here and switch below, but there's so much radar noise in there. I don't see that being anything too significant. But again, so if you are southeast of this, so Kilmartin, Glencoe, Pratt Siding, this is where this storm, and where we've got these two orange circles, that is the area of intensity. Let me knock this off here and delete that out. And so again, we do have a bunch of hail tucked in here. Lots of lightning has suddenly picked up on this storm, if you notice that, populating way out in front of it. But again, on reflectivity, not reflectivity, on velocity, I mean, this would be broad rotation if they're calling for this area right here. Let's see if that reflects with, so that may be the area that they're talking about. The winds in here on that radar scan, 36 kilometers an hour in one direction and 20 in the other. So there is again rotation in here, but it's the wind speeds just don't make sense to me in terms of, having anything very intense on the ground at this point. So again, kind of walking southeast. So I'm going to show that to you guys, heading towards Glencoe, and obviously Pratt Siding, you would be in that area as well. And out of an exercise of caution in Kilmartin, you guys should be taking this storm seriously. Obviously they have tornado warned this from Environment Canada. I'm going to just update what they're putting out just now. So we're going to just read the warning here at 5:46 p.m. EC, Environment Canada, tracking a severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado and damaging wind gust, large hail. They unfortunately don't put a location for it. If you are in Strathroy, if you are in Melbourne, way to the east, anywhere up north along the 402, you don't have anything to worry about. The only area that could have anything going on would be down in this corner, kind of southwest of Kilmartin, or west of Glencoe. That is the only area that we would have any kind of intensity in right now. The lightning has picked up as well, but again, marching kind of southeast at this point. So in this general direction, roughly, this is where the storm is headed. So if you are in the path of the storm, take shelter. Please take precautions with this storm. Again, Environment Canada throwing that tornado warning out. On this scan here, I do not see anything really tight or strong. But again, they could be getting their information from people on the ground, which is why we're going with it.
Yes, there is a video of very rapid ongoing rotation with a wall cloud. It is going towards, it will go just west of Glencoe towards Pratt Siding. It's going to cross County Road 14 and go towards County Road 80 and County Road 2. So around Glencoe, just west of Glencoe, and kind of in the town of Glencoe is probably going to get some hail from this. But I expect the rapidly rotating wall cloud to miss Glencoe just to the west and southwest.
So this is that hook that we're talking about, roughly just near Glencoe. Again, rotation kind of in this area here. And so if you are anywhere in this area, please take your shelter, get to a basement. And if you can't get into a basement, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is always a great option. Into a bathtub, they are strong. So that is where this is potentially moving at this point. Again, we do have a lot of radar noise, what I'm calling this Christmas confetti type stuff. That's from Environment Canada radar. That's not us. That is the radar putting out that information, and it does make it difficult. And that's why I was asking Connor what is going on with this storm, if he had some visuals. Do you know who put that out, the video, or do you have a way to share it with me just so I can look at it?
It's not shareable.
Oh, no?
I have to talk to them first.
No, I know. I'm not on the stream.
I don't even know. No. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, just so I can visually see it. And so while we're discussing that, just for the people watching, we can't share people's information that doesn't give us permission to put it on the stream, because obviously chasers, take a lot of time, effort, gas, money, whatever. So to just steal their stuff and throw it up, again, we're not about that, because I've had it happen to me in the past. We work very hard to, we work very hard to get to these things, so we're not going to be the ones to do that to them. So, okay, let me just take a look here. I'm just visually taking a look at it so I can see and understand what's going on underneath this storm. It's a very pretty storm from a storm chaser perspective, for sure. If you're out in front of it and you don't like storms, definitely not good. It is rotating. It is broad, though. It's moving fairly quick. So this storm is trying to do something at this point. So again, it is definitely worth getting into your shelter. Let me just take a look here. And we do have hail tucked in here, just in these two areas again. And bit of a hook echo forming right here as well, so that's what we're watching. I'm watching the video just so I understand again what's going on. Thanks for sharing that with me, Connor. This storm is moving in this general direction, so if you are in that place, please take shelter. This could wrap up between scans, and the problem we have in Canada, I've mentioned it before, is that radar scans are every 8 minutes. Vast majority of tornadoes, 90% of tornadoes, are on the ground for 2 minutes or less, so that can happen between the scans, and you'll never know on radar that it happened unless you have people underneath it, which is why we love getting those reports from people to be able to see things. So, okay, so what do we got going on here? A lot of comments coming here. I want to make sure. Yeah, this is the tornado warning, so that's why we're talking about it right now. This is moving southeast. So, what else is going on here? London area. No, you are not cooked in the London area. Same thing with Saint. This is moving southeast, is where this storm is moving right now. So I'm just going to show you guys how this is progressing. We do have one portion of the storm that has picked up. So you can see how this is marching southeast. So it's heading towards Glencoe, into where was that? There was the other Pratt Siding, those areas there, heading southeast, and then into Dutton, Dunwich area, and on from there to the lake. So we'll continue to monitor this. This isn't moving very quickly. It's a slow moving storm, but obviously our area of rotation would be roughly in this area right here, and again moving southeast in this general direction. So if you're out in front of this, you definitely need to take it with some seriousness, heading in that general direction. So back St. Thomas, London, Strathroy, all of those areas that are near that tornado warning are not an issue at this point. So you guys are good. Larry saying, I'm watching it, blue sky to the east and gray to the west. I hear no thunder, which is successful. So give me a sec here. I'm going to have to monitor this. This could be a problem. Sorry, folks. Bit of a technical issue. Yeah, I think we're back. I just want to make sure. We just had some kind of internet issue, so I'm being told that the stream is good. I just want to make sure, because that's the first time I've ever seen that happen. So bit of an internet glitch or something like that. So let's take a look. Here's our latest scan. I'm going to kill off the drawing here and delete that. So you can see the rotation more evident here on this latest scan. They've updated that tornado warning. This is right around the Glencoe area. So between Glencoe, Pratt Siding, there is definitely some rotation evident on this scan. So let's just zoom back out. This is moving southeast. That's our area of rotation. So if you are in Glencoe, Pratt Siding, and then southeast of there, you need to take shelter. Again, this could wrap up quickly, and we won't have much warning on that. So take shelter out of an exercise of precaution. Basement is your best bet. And if you don't have a basement, then as many walls between you and the outside. Bathroom is a good place in the bathtub as well. So this storm is definitely rotating, and it is picking up on the last few scans. So that's what's taking place. We still have hail in this as well. There's kind of a streak of hail across the back here as this is moving through. So there's also heavy precipitation, tons of lightning, and moving again southeast. So Pratt Siding, Glencoe, you need to be in your shelters at this point. And also there's hail coming with this. It looks like it's probably pea-sized to grape-sized hail. It could be slightly bigger than that, but that's where things are going right now. So okay, what else is going on? Okay, so yeah, tornado warning, Kevin saying in St. Thomas, yes, you are not in the area where this is headed. St. Thomas is way to the east of this. This right now is heading southeast through Glencoe, and then also Pratt Siding, and heading down to Dutton, and then Wallacestown, and eventually to the lakeshore possibly, but that's still quite a bit of distance, so we're going to monitor this just to see how things go. So that's where we're going. And again, London, you are good as well. This is back to your southwest. So Chris just asking about London, Ontario. If you look back to your southwest, that's where this storm is. And it is moving southeast. So London is nowhere near in this at all. So that's the good news right now. And I'm just going to take no sound. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I think that's maybe just on your end, but if anybody else can't hear me, please let me know. We did have a technical glitch here where the stream cut out for a second but came back, so hopefully that's not a glitch that's persisting.
You definitely have sound.
Okay, good enough. So the other storm that we're watching here, so right now this is our tornado warning. Again, the storm is on the south side of this tornado warning, moving southeast at this point. So we'll just highlight this. I'll run it. You can see how this is just dropping south. You know why it spun up? It ingested that storm that was out in front of it.
Yeah, that's a classic instance, a nudger, as the meteorological world likes to call it.
Yeah, it swallowed up another storm, and that's what intensified it. So that's why this is going on right now, where the storm did pick up intensity. You can see that little storm that was out in front just got annihilated by this storm as it got ingested, and so that is what led to this picking up that intensity. So yeah, our Toronto saying the images coming in from this storm on socials is insane. It's a mean looking thing. And yeah, it's definitely not a storm you want to be in front of. And again, with this rotation coming in, we got to be paying attention to it. So just looking at some more stuff from moderators here. Okay, perfect. So we're waiting for our sorry?
There is confirmed on the ground by a chaser.
Who can you put it up for me, please?
Yeah.
Or can you not put it up on the stream, but send it to me?
No. Yeah.
You can't put it up on the stream anyways. So you're saying there's a confirmed the tornado?
Yes, it is confirmed on the ground.
Okay, so we do have a tornado on this storm at this point, so we need to be very careful with this. Again, our latest scan was at 5:53 p.m. That's 6 minutes ago. We are waiting for the next one here, but it's obviously going to be southeast of or south of Glencoe, moving southeast from there. Let's just take a look here. Okay, I'm just looking here just to make sure.
There are other confirmations coming in. It's definitely on the ground for sure.
Okay, so we do have confirmation of this being on the ground, so you definitely need to be in your shelter with this storm right now. Again, we're going to highlight our area of rotation, but this was 6 minutes ago. It is tracking in this general direction. So we need to be in our shelters. Again, basement is ideal. If you don't have a basement, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And please make your way into a bathroom, bathtub, that kind of stuff. It definitely is your best option. But this is moving southeast right now, heading from Glencoe all the way up to Dutton, Dunwich area. You're next. It's not moving very quickly. However, it will cover ground faster than you think. So please definitely make your way to shelter. This is our latest scan. This just came in at 5:59, and let's just take a look here. I'm going to take off our drawing and take a look. We still have hail kind of around the Glencoe area. Lots of noise in this velocity scan, but again, we're going to highlight this right here. This will be where our rotation roughly would be, and again moving southeast at this point. So there is a confirmed tornado on the ground out of this storm, and it is moving southeast. So this is a dangerous storm at this point. Obviously life safety involved here. Even if it's a weak tornado, it will cause damage. So I'm just backing up the radar here, looping it back and forth. You can see the path of how this is tracking. So coming through to the southeast, heading towards, if you're at West Lorne, Dutton, Dunwich, Wallacestown, you need to be taking shelter. It is heading in that direction. Hopefully this will lift off the ground, but currently we do have visual confirmation on social media that this is on the ground in terms of tornado. So please take this very seriously. We've got a tornado confirmed on the ground, so we're sticking with this. I'm not going to be going anywhere else on the map at this point. Again, you can see roughly where this rotation is, and it is moving southeast from there. So south of Glencoe to the east of Newbury, basically, is where this tornado is located. It is tracking over County Road 2, and then moving through this area back to the 401. Hopefully this does not cross the 401 with a tornado on the ground. That would be a terrible situation. Obviously 401 being a very busy highway. The rotation is currently about 11 or 12 kilometers away from the 401 itself, roughly. So hopefully it does not stay on the ground that long, but we'll take a look at things from there. So
this is a large cone tornado on the ground.
Yeah.
Large cone moving towards Dutton, Dunwich, West Lorne needs to be in shelter as well. This is a large confirmed cone tornado on the ground, currently tracking southeast, as I said, towards Dutton, Dunwich. So if you know anybody in Dutton, Dunwich, Wallacestown as well, further out, this is again, large tornado on the ground currently.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the same visuals as Connor has. So yes, we definitely need to take this very, very seriously. This has ramped up obviously over the last 15, 20 minutes, but we do have a tornado on the ground currently tracking. It is heading towards that 401 corridor. So anybody who's traveling that, or that travels this corridor, you need to let them know, because obviously this tornado is on the ground currently. So 401 southwest from St. Thomas down to Ridgetown or Chatham, Kent, that corridor there. Right now you can see this is where we have it lined up to go. I'm going to actually use one of our other tools here and kill some of this stuff off and kind of make it a little more simple. And let's just do a storm track. So this will be roughly heading in this general direction. So that's why we're it's not doing that fast. Sorry, 20. Apply. It looks like it's moving fairly slowly at this point, so which is good news, but that's roughly the track at this point on the tornado that is on the ground that we have confirmed. So if you are anywhere near this path, take your shelter, get to basement, if you don't have a basement, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, I'm going to reiterate this multiple times. Bathroom is a great option. Get in a bathtub, so throw something something on top of you. So it's definitely a situation where we need to take this seriously, because we now have confirmation of this being a tornado. It was a smaller tornado. Now it is a big, large cone tornado traveling southeast at this point on this storm. So let's just take a look here. I believe Mark Robinson also has a visual on it. Yes, so Mark Robinson also has a visual on it. I'm just watching his video here, and the tornado is why is the time? That's sorry. I always look at timestamps, but this looks like it was just posted 3 minutes ago. For some reason, the timestamp is 4 hours ahead, which is weird. But this is confirmed still on the ground as far as tornado is concerned. So we do need to take this seriously. Again, this is roughly the path of where this is headed. Our last scan is 7 minutes ago. We're hoping to have a new scan here any moment. Because we get them every 8 minutes. So based on what we were seeing right there, our new scan, this is where the path roughly of this tornado would be if it is still on the ground heading towards the 401. We said it was about 12 kilometers there before it was going to get there. So this is the latest scan. Let me just take a look at this. It does look like, let me kill this off here. Sorry, kill the storm track, delete that off, and let's just take a look at it. So right now, let's see if we've got velocities on here. Pretty messy velocities, but I'm going to just use reflectivity at this point. So bear with me for one second. I'm going to read that as well. So our rotation would be in this area. And again, our storm track, roughly, let's zoom this back out. Let's do a storm track and go from here. If you are anywhere near this line, you need to get into shelter. What we have is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We haven't had any indication of it lifting yet. So definitely a storm that needs to be taken seriously. There's also quite a bit of hail in this. We do have hail here kind of to the north or to the east of Glencoe, I would say. Lots of hail tucked into this storm, lots of precipitation, but the tornado aspect is our concern. This is to the northeast of Wardsville, and I'm just going to zoom in. There's no other real towns other than when you get to West Lorne and to Dutton, Dunwich. You guys need to be in your shelter, even though this line is outside that. If the tornado does deviate, you don't want to be anywhere near it. So Dutton, Dunwich, get into your shelter. West Lorne and Wallacestown, like Connor was saying earlier, those are all the areas that we are calling to be in your shelter. And again, this storm is marching towards the 401 corridor, which is obviously an extremely busy corridor, and will be an issue if this crosses. So, sorry, switching radars here. Give me a sec. I'm going to kill our storm track, move that out, and then take a look at seeing here. So it currently is only about 9 kilometers from the 401, depending where you look at. So roughly 9 to 10 kilometers. So it's closing that gap. And that's why we're talking about that 401, definitely very packed on that. And we are at rush hour. So obviously that's going to be a lot of commuters on that. We need to take that seriously. Get into your shelter and get off the 401. Definitely get notes to people that you know they're on the 401. We definitely do not want this to impact commuters on the 401 at this point. So I'm just looking to see here. Okay.
They obviously expanded the tornado warning, but the wording says that is possibly producing a tornado. I'm not quite sure why they would do that. This is definitely a confirmed tornado. It's not possibly producing one. It currently is producing a large tornado. So again, Dutton, Dunwich area, West Lorne, Wallacestown, you are in the path of a very dangerous thunderstorm. It is producing a tornado. It is currently still on the ground, from what we know. We're still waiting for further reports to come in, but it is, as far as we know, still on the ground as of 6:05 p.m. So 5 minutes ago was the last one we were able to get.
Yeah, we're waiting for another scan here in another 3 minutes, so hopefully that is the case. But again, this is confirmed tornado. Until we have confirmation that it is no longer on the ground, we're not going to stop warning on this. But again, where you see that orange, that's where the rotation roughly would be, and then this is our storm track of roughly where this would travel. Again, it can deviate either side of that, so that's why we are calling out areas outside of that, because we want to be on an abundance of caution. We are waiting here for another scan. We've got another, it looks like 2 to 3 minutes before we have our next scan, which is so painful to wait 8 minutes between scans, especially when you have tornado visual on the ground. Connor, have you, so I know you're tracking media, anything else, anybody else posting in the last little bit?
No, last one was a minute ago, but just photos of it from beforehand. We do not know if it is lifted yet.
Yeah, and that's the problem with social media. If somebody takes a photo and then posts it 5 minutes later, obviously there's a gap there. And so we can't really tell you whether it's off the ground until we either get confirmation that the radar is indicating it's off the ground and no longer a danger, or we've got somebody visually showing a video that it has lifted and gone back up. So again, most tornadoes are not on the ground for very long. This one has been on the ground for a little bit of time here. So again, dangerous situation with this tornado warned storm. Again, moving southeast in this track here. We are waiting for the next update from the radar. And again, 6 minutes into an 8-minute cycle. I will pull up the tornado warning just so that we're clear of it, what's going on, and just saying that there's Environment Canada has updated a tornado warning for southwestern Ontario. Following localities are included in the warning. Why do they include London? London is nowhere near this. Anyways, that's confusing. That's Environment Canada is tracking a thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado. So London is nowhere near this. I have no idea. It's outside of the box. It's not even in there. That is, I'm not sure what somebody was thinking there putting that wording into the tornado warning. It is not in London. It's not in St. Thomas. This is south of Glencoe, moving southeast across that 401 corridor and moving towards Wallacestown, Dutton, West Lawrence. So here's our latest scan. I'm just going to see if I've got a velocity. Let me clear off my screen here. So give me 1 second. Okay, delete that. Delete my storm track. And okay, so let's take a look at reflectivity here. This does look a little more disorganized right now. I'm not exactly sure if this is still going to be good enough in terms of velocities. That's where you're seeing those greens and reds together. It almost looks like it may have turned slightly towards Dutton. I'm just going to back up our scan here and go back a few scans. It does look like it's heading more towards Dutton at this point, less southeast than it was earlier. So again, this is our area of rotation. Out in front of this is where we're concerned about. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Do our storm track, and it would be roughly from this area heading in this general direction at this point. So let's just kill that off, zoom out of here, and then watch that. So this is where the storm is roughly headed at this point, and our area of rotation would be in here. If the tornado is still on the ground, we don't have anything confirmed that it has picked up. Okay. Just looking at our moderator chats because I'm trying to keep up with a whole bunch of things to make sure we're getting as much information out there. So again, this is approaching the 401 corridor. We don't have anything currently in terms of anything confirming that it has lifted. Chris saying, yeah, it's quiet in London so far. You are away from the storm and the storm is moving away from you at this point. So nothing to worry about at this point. Jason question. David saying batten down the hatches at Dutton Ranch. So it's definitely heading that direction at this point. So if you are anywhere in the path of the storm, get to shelter, being in your basement. And then also, if you do not have a basement, please get to as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is a good location. Bathtub, metal, usually, so they're very strong. So that's another good location to go to as well. So we're right now, that's what we're monitoring. We do have lots of hail on this storm as well. That continues to intensify, which is not a good sign for this storm because it's maintaining its intensity. And we do have all this pink and purple that is hail in the storm, continuing to intensify on it. So take this storm very seriously. And again, heading in this roughly in this direction. But if you are anywhere either side of it, be in your shelter as well. We will update you on the next scan. Unfortunately, we've got 4 minutes till the next one comes out here. So Connor saying, I'm glad London probably safe. I'm in London near Argyle. London is 100% safe. There's nothing going on in London with this tornado warned storm. It is moving away from London. So no reason for that at all. And then Grouchy Prepper saying phone tornado warning here in Beachville, which is, where is Beachville? I just want to see where you are, because there's this tornado warning is all over the place, but it's only the bottom portion that's of any concern. So I'm just going to take a look where Beachville is. So bear with me.
That's insane that you got that on your phone in Beachville, Grouchy Prepper.
Wow. Yeah, you're
That's
way
not
out
even
of the area.
close.
That's near
Yeah.
Woodstock. So yeah, you have absolutely nothing to be concerned about. Again, this is our area here. You can see our track for where this is roughly headed. Again, Dutton kind of in the center of it at this point. Rotation is back where that orange circle is, and it's coming towards the 401 at the busiest time of day, unfortunately. So again, hopefully this lifts as soon as possible. So that's what we're paying attention to. Sam asking, how's Bothwell looking? So let me just take a look at that. Right now, you are back to the southwest of this. There is a storm to your north that has hail, but it's moving southeast, so it shouldn't get into Bothwell. You're going to thread the needle between storms, but the tornado itself is definitely not anything that you need to worry about. Bothwell being back to the west of it, and this is moving away from that area. So you are good to go in Bothwell. And we'll continue to update you folks if as much as we can. Obviously, a fairly serious situation with visual confirmation that we do have a tornado on the ground and has been on the ground for a while. We'll hopefully get a new scan here in about 1 minute. So this is our outlook right now, and we'll see when the next scan comes in, and we'll update you folks on that one. So a lot of people getting a tornado warning in this box. If I back it out, you can see where this is located and where it's moving. So it'll be to the south here. This storm just kind of drops southeast and cutting across country. And so people in Strathroy, all along that 402, London, St. Thomas, getting tornado warnings, and you are not in danger at this point. Right now we are in the bottom corner here, just to the northwest of Dutton, Dunwich area along that 401. And there's our latest scan. So let me bring that up and take a look here. So I'm going to get rid of all our stuff here and then look at things again. And I'm not looking at any of the stuff as well. So let's go velocities. There's still rotation there. But it looks like things are getting a little bit displaced at this point. Again, this would be our couplet right in here. And let's just take a look at reflectivity. That lines up, so that's perfect. It's not as strong as it was. And I'm going to zoom back out and take a look at storm track and pull that in here. Again, roughly heading in this general direction out to the lakeshore of Lake Erie. If it's coming into Dutton, it would be about 10 minutes at this point. So again, Dutton area, take your shelter. We don't have any confirmation right now that this has lifted. I'm starting to think it may be weakening just based on what the radar presentation looks like and the velocity signatures, but that could re-intensify. So again, until we get confirmation that this is out or we're out of danger in front of this, we're going to continue to tell you to get shelter, go to a basement, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you don't have anywhere good, then bathroom is a good place, in a bathtub, and put something on you, because those bathtubs are metal usually. So what else have we got here? Sam, you're welcome. Glad we could answer your question there. And then power went off and on from Sean Barnes. But again, you should be good as long as you're not in the path of this storm here. Again, it is a fairly dangerous storm, obviously, with a tornado that was ongoing that looks to be possibly still ongoing. Lots of hail packed into this storm. I am going to back out here. It's 6:17 p.m. We're about 5 minutes before our next scan. I'm just looking to see what's coming into Sarnia. Just regular thunderstorms, obviously heavy downpour in them, but they're not of any major concern right now. So that's why I was just looking to see what's coming in there. Right now, we are tracking this storm here on just coming to the 401 corridor right near Dutton. And this has had a history of producing a tornado. It has been on the ground. We've seen videos of a large cone tornado, obviously tracking through the area. So we are still showing rotation on the storm and continuing to warn people to get into shelter. And we'll see when the next scan comes in here. Hopefully it's subsiding, but so far this storm is maintaining quite a bit of intensity. There is quite a bit of hail packed into this storm behind the circulation. This would be kind of Highway 9 and Highway 8, or County Roads 8 and 9. And where you see that bright pink, there's going to be some pea-sized hail, maybe up to grapes. Obviously a lot of lightning on this, and quite windy as well. So that's where we're seeing our rotation. This is our velocity scan. So hopefully London just got tornado warnings on the phone. Anybody in London, you have no reason to be getting a tornado warning. It's not even in the box. Our warning system is fundamentally broken. If you've watched any of our streams from Manitoba or anywhere where we've had tornado warnings, you can tell that there's a problem with this system. Our government needs to improve these tornado warnings. The tornado warning should go out kind of like our storm track, where it's going to be in the path, obviously larger than that, but there's no reason to be getting a tornado warning in Strathroy when the storm is south of you, moving south. That's completely pointless. And so our warning system goes out based on imaginary county or township lines that weather doesn't care about. We should be doing storm-based warnings, and this is a fundamental issue with our warning system and a failure, to be honest with you. And I get frustrated with it whenever we have tornado warned storms that people are in the path of. Okay, anyways, that's my vent there. But anyways, southeast of here, we're hopefully going to get another scan here. We're 6 minutes in, so another 2 minutes, and we'll see if this is continuing. I'm assuming, because you haven't said anything, Connor, any new posts anywhere in terms of that?
Nothing from any chaser in a while.
Okay, which is good.
Which would... Yeah, it's either good or they're very busy looking at something.
Yeah, but usually if you've got anything going on, especially Mark Robinson or some of the other people, they'll be quick to post little clips. So again, it's a good thing we have. When you don't see anything on social media for a while, that's a good thing. Our Toronto was commenting earlier that there's obviously a lot of people posting on social media showing photos and video of it as it was happening. So it's one of those things that you almost immediately know when something's going on. So yeah, it's definitely not it's definitely a good thing when we have a lack of social media posts when we're looking for a tornado, whether it's still on the ground. So we're 1 minute out here from the next scan, so I'm going to take a look at it, and we'll take a look and see what what's happening. So there we go. This definitely looks far more disorganized on this latest scan. Let me clear my software here and just reset everything. And let's just take a look here at velocities. Definitely nothing on velocity that I see. It's right over the 401, but these colors are not super bright, and they're far apart, these greens and reds. So I think this is falling apart. It's right over Dutton, which is what we were calling for where this was headed. Again, moving southeast from there. What have they done? They've put it out over the water. Oh my God. They have put it back to what? To Kingsville and Leamington. Okay, folks. Anyways, the tornado warning has been extended over the water into Port Stanley. This is the storm that's in question. So I'm going to highlight it here. If you are, there's going to be people in Leamington jumping on now. This is moving in this general direction. This is where our storm, and again, I don't think at this time there's still, anything active on the ground, but out of an exercise of caution, if you are southeast of Dutton, you're in Wallacestown, take your shelter, get to basement, and if you do not have a basement, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I reiterate, go to a bathroom, get into a bathtub. That's the safest place if you don't have a basement. This is moving in this general direction. They're just throwing tornado warnings all over the place. Anyways, so 6:24 p.m. Tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, obviously damaging wind gusts, large hail. To 6:25 p.m., a tornado located over Dutton, traveling 20 knots southeast, will track southeast over Lake Erie. They're putting the speed in knots now? Oh, because it's going over water, but it's still over Dutton. Yeah. Anyways, they're saying that there's a confirmed tornado over Dutton at this point, moving southeast. So again, if you are anywhere in the path of this, where we've highlighted that you need to get into shelter at this point till we have clear, concise information that this is over and done with. So yes, Archie saying tornado warning in Leamington. There's nothing coming to Leamington. That's mind-blowing that goes that far back. This storm has a better chance of getting into Port Stanley than it ever has of getting to Leamington. This is moving southeast from this location, and I'm actually going to do something here. I'm going to shorten up the radar scans. I'm going to go to the last 15 scans. We're going to just do that so that it's more concise. So this is where the storm has tracked. There's nothing going for Leamington. There's nothing going for Ridgetown, nothing for Blenheim, Erie Beach, Wheatley, Leamington, Kingsville. That is all out of play. There's nothing there. It is on the very end of this tornado warning. So this is where you fundamentally see the problem. There's a box that goes back about 50 kilometers. Actually, that's even more than 50 kilometers, and it's only going to skirt the far right-hand side of this box. So again, heading southeast over the water eventually. If you are in Dutton, Dunwich area, down into Wallacestown, and anywhere on either side of this, you need to be in your shelter as this storm moves through. It has had a history of producing tornadoes. It has large hail in it, lots of precipitation and wind. So it is definitely a problem. What else is going on here? Sandra saying, yes, just got a warning on my phone too in Leamington. Again, unfortunately, that's the problem with Environment Canada warnings. They're horrible at this point to put out a warning down to Leamington. It's so frustrating when we're doing this because the tornado currently is 110 kilometers away from Leamington. Anyways, I'm going to stop because I'm just going to wind myself up. Oh, God. Anyways, so this is nowhere near those areas. I'm going to delete this, pull it off. And again, our storm that we are tracking is this one right here that is heading southeast. Even Port Stanley is going to get kind of on the edge of the storm, not near the rotation at this point based on these scans. However, we'll update you on the next scan when it comes in. So hopefully that gives everybody some idea as to what's going on, because again, we're going to have a lot of people jumping in here. As far as getting those warnings down southwest of where this actually is. Again, if you're looking, that orange circle with the 2 arrows is the direction of the rotation that is happening, and that's what needs to be taken seriously. You are free and clear anywhere southwest of this at this point. So they are updating some severe warnings. I'm going to take a look at those as soon as I get a chance there, and just checking a couple of things on my phone. Sorry. So this is what's going on. It's moving southeast, going over the water, well, it's not over the water yet, but that's where it's headed. So currently it's over Dutton, Dunwich. That was at what time was that at? Give me 1 second here. I'm just looking at our last scan, 6:23. We should have a new scan here very shortly. This is right now. This just came in. So let me clear this off. This is our latest scan for this storm. Lots of hail associated with this. I'm not seeing any strong rotation on this last scan here. And again, the reflectivity on this storm does not indicate anything that would be tornado capable at this point.
Based on latest photos, it would appear that just visually, like from a chasing perspective, it looks like it is gusting out.
Yeah, and based on radar, this latest scan that came in as well, I would not, I would be shocked if there was anything dangerous on the ground. We do have a ton of hail here to the east and northeast of Wallacestown. This will be pea-sized to grapes, possibly maybe even larger. We're getting some brighter pinks in there. They are headed in this general direction. So again, more than likely the tornado threat for now is over on this latest scan. Based on what we're seeing visually on social media, based what we're seeing on radar, it definitely is subsiding on that front. However, it's still a strong storm with lots of hail in it, lots of wind, lots of rain, and lots of lightning. So still needs to be taken seriously. It is heading towards Lake Erie. I'm looking at a couple more storms back here. I'm going to switch to our U.S. radar because it's probably closer. So there's a couple of storms by north of Thamesville and around Florence. That's another area. And then along the St. Clair River up to Sarnia, there's quite a bit of precipitation in there, and there's maybe a little bit of hail. I'm just going to see what Exeter. Yeah, so there's some hail south of Sarnia. This would be what's close to here, west of Lucasville to the northeast of Corunna. There's definitely some hail in that area, heavy precipitation and lightning coming on that. I'm going to look at my velocity scans on there. And so again, this is just along that, coming from Michigan into Ontario as well. But our storm of concern with all these warnings on it is this one right here, tucked in over Dutton, near the 401, heading southeast. The hail may get into Port Stanley, depending how this tracks or continues to track, and it is heading towards the water. So that's where we are at this point with this. So what else is going on here? Just looking at comments, just trying to make sure I keep up with anything. Angus is getting dark. Lots of thunder. Saw lightning when we were heading to the store. Thanks for that update from David. Appreciate that. Marie saying there's a storm or clouds coming into Cornwall, which is eastern Ontario. And what else do we have here?
So for the area that was that has already had this tornado warned supercell from the past hour and a half or so,
Yeah.
these storms coming in from the west are going into an environment that is raked over by this storm. It is only about 18 or 19 degrees in front of these storms near Petrolia again.
Mm-hmm.
St. Clair and then Sarnia as well would have lower temperatures currently. The only place that has still warmer temperatures as the environment has not been raked over would be towards Thamesville north of the 401. Chatham, Kent is still warmer as well. And those areas could expect some thunderstorms over the next hour or so. But again, areas north towards Petrolia, Sarnia, Glencoe, even Strathroy as well. Those areas are all below 20 degrees, and the environment has been raked over by the previously tornado warned storm.
Okay, so this, I'm just going to update everybody. They're updating this tornado warning. So it's 6:37 p.m. just updated now. Environment Canada are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall still possible. Again, with what we're seeing here on radar and velocity scans, I would be extremely skeptical of anything still being on the ground, and it's about to head out over water. It's at the very edge of the lake right now. Obviously, if you're camping, you're anywhere near in a provincial park, there's still going to be hail, heavy rain, lots of wind, and lots of lightning, so not a fun ride for anybody that's outside doing any kind of outdoor activities, so still need to take this with caution. The tornado aspect of it is definitely not on the up and up at this point. It's definitely subsided, and we've seen that over the last several scans. So again, they updating that tornado warning, but again, everybody to the north is still getting that tornado warning in Strathroy, probably London as well, Melbourne down to St. Thomas. This storm is to the south, and it's about to go over the lake at this point. So we'll see here. We've got 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle on the scans. We'll see where it's at. What I've got highlighted in orange here is just the hail component, just about to cross over that Highway 16 down there, and then it's going over water at that point. So we'll see what the next scan shows. And let's just wipe that out and go from there. We do not have anything on velocities. This is just broad rotation. So where you're seeing these reds and greens, it's very wide. So over a large area, it's not tight like it was earlier where we had this storm with a confirmed tornado on it, but no longer the case. And you can see right now, as it's moving across the water, it is, or as it's moving towards the water's edge, this is the path that it's taking. So we'll continue to monitor it, and if anything basically increases, we will let you guys know. Okay, I'm getting a comment. Sorry, Bothwell was closed. Facebook. Okay, let me see where King City radar is. There's some thunder showers up there, but nothing too intense here. Back to the back of this severe thunderstorm watch. Right now, there's just heavy rain kind of coming into. This is a non-severe thunderstorm to the west of Newmarket, kind of over Tottenham, Beaton, and Alliston. That is just a non-severe thunderstorm. So these ones are definitely packing far more of a punch, and that's why we're kind of paying attention to them. We should have a new scan here in about 1 minute. And I'm hoping that the hail subsides on this storm, or at least that it's moving off over the lake. Obviously, if you are out on the water, you need to get your butt off the water, because this storm is coming through, and that would not be fun to ride out in any way whatsoever. So hail core is right on the edge of the lake shore. Basically, at this point, you can see it right there. It does look like this whole storm is weakening right now, and it is just a strong, severe thunderstorm moving over the water. So where we see all this pink, that is going to be pea-sized hail to grape-sized hail, roughly. We have a little bit more hail tucked into the back here. This would be kind of west of Dutton, north of the 401, or north of West Lorne. Tiny hail in here. This would be pea-sized. So what else have we got here? So there's reports from Dr. Sills reporting damage southwest of Glencoe on that tornado from earlier. So CC Brooks putting that comment in there. So thank you for that. Our Toronto, I see your comments there, but those are just, that's just a non-severe thunderstorm at this point, which Connor obviously commented on. I see that. So I'm kind of doubling up on that, but trying to get that going on. So, Jock saying, has the tornado threat for the night lowered? So anywhere there's been storms already, as Connor was explaining, those tend to, when the storms go through the area, they tend to use up the environment. So there's less energy available for following storms to use that energy. So it definitely does lower it. We are now 6:45 p.m. We're about 2.5 hours before sunset, roughly. Actually, probably less than 2.5 hours, just over 2 hours. And so once that sun does go down, that threat does go down as well. But again, these storms back to the west that are near the Sarnia area, they're going through an environment that was already partially used up. So they're less likely to have that higher end severe potential to max out today. But again, Thamesville storm, nothing has really gone through that area. We did have earlier storms, but they were weak. And there's been a lot of time between those storms and this second round. So packing a little bit more of a punch here north of Thamesville. There's definitely quite a bit of hail tucked in there with all this pink. And again, we're talking probably pea-sized to large grapes would be my assumption on this radar signature that we have here as well. So again, to the north, and that is moving southeast towards the 401 as well. So pretty confident that our tornado aspect is over and done with. So it's, luckily, we were able to warn people in front of this. We did have confirmation, obviously, through social media platforms showing that tornado on the ground. So hopefully people heeded the warnings. They got out of the way. And this was back by the Glencoe area. That's roughly where this started to take place. So, perfect. So, anyways, so I'm just making sure I'm catching up on comments and everything like that. There's tons of stuff flying at me. So I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. It's now 6:45 p.m. I'm just going to wait for a couple more scans. We will continue to monitor these storms as they go through. Definitely overperforming compared to some of the parameters that we saw. However, we did say that there was the potential, the very slight potential of tornadic circulation. It was not zero, but it was near zero. And thankfully, we were here to be able to report on it as other platforms were. And hopefully folks took it seriously. So Epic person saying, I'm in London. You have nothing to worry about in London. This is all to your southwest. It is moving away from London. So right now you have nothing to worry about. You're on the very edge of this tornado warning box, which unfortunately a lot of people in London have gotten. So you have nothing to worry about if you are in the London area to do with this tornado. And in fact, the tornado warning, has extended over the water. However, this storm has definitely weakened drastically and is now going to be over water shortly on the next scan. So we're about 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. There's still lots of precipitation and hail and lightning and wind in it, but the tornado aspect has definitely dropped down on it. So Tinsley Sturgeon, thank you. Stay safe. Absolutely. You too. Hopefully everybody managed to stay safe in front of this storm. So not the day we were expecting. I always like when things underperform because then, we're not the bearers of bad news. That's usually what we're doing is we're not delivering, we're not here monitoring sunshines and rainbows. So, we definitely are giving out bad news a lot of time, but hopefully it helps people get the information they need so they can take the necessary precautions when severe weather is moving through the area. So,
I would say really the only storm that needs watching in like the short term would be that Thamesville one for sure. It definitely looks good on satellite as well.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're going to monitor that. And that one has got a decent hail core on it, which we were highlighting there. So absolutely, we'll continue to pay attention to that one. And it's a bit of an area that hasn't had as much storm activity, so there's a bit better environment there as well. So hopefully we got a new scan coming in here in the next minute. I'm just looking at a couple of things here while I've got a second. We've been on the air for almost 4 hours now. Checking if there's any storms in eastern Ontario. There's one by Castleman, but nothing compared to what we're seeing down here right now. So that's our latest scan right there. Okay, yeah, that Thamesville storm is definitely picking up. The storm here that was tornado warned, which is out over the water now to the southwest of Port Stanley. That storm is no longer a concern. Obviously, if you're a boater, you need to get out of the way. This is coming across the lake. There is a bunch of hail to the west of Dutton moving southeast, but this is our concern right now, is this Thamesville storm. I'm going to look at velocities. There is some rotation on this. I'm just going to take a look to see where this resolves. So this is showing a bit of rotation on this storm right now. We're going to continue to monitor it. It has a very intense precipitation core. We have a lot of hail in here. There would probably going to get into larger hail in this area right here. Again, moving southeast is where it's headed, back towards that 401 corridor, and it's going to head towards Lake Erie. However, in here, we're probably talking large grapes, maybe into loony or toonie type sized hail. So definitely packing a punch. There is some rotation around the Thamesville area. So that's one thing. I'm going to zoom in here, show you this velocity scan right here. We've got some red and green opposing each other. Not super concerning right now, but if this continues to pick up in terms of velocities on both sides, then we need to worry about it. Again, this storm is heading southeast towards the 401 and then eventually over to Lake Erie. So that's the storm that Connor was mentioning, and we've highlighted a few times just with how much hail there is and how much lightning you can see surrounding this storm. So that's the one that definitely needs to be taken seriously at this point. So if you know anybody in this area around Thamesville to Highgate, kind of east of Ridgetown, even in the Ridgetown area, if it drops a little further south or swings further south, heading towards Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park. So if you're out there being in a tent in this kind of hail, I would not want to ride that out. That's for sure. So anyways, one of those things that, we don't like reporting on, but we definitely glad we can give the information out ahead of the storm. So it's also Delaware nation of the Thames. It is kind of skirting that area as well, heading towards that Highgate 401 corridor. So 6:47 p.m. 4 minutes ago. We're waiting another 4 minutes for this next scan to come in. Again, the tornado warned storm that spawned all of this by Glencoe has now moved over the water. That threat is basically over with, other than obviously still very heavy precipitation, lightning, and wind. And then there's another little cell here to the west of Dutton that we've been highlighting, right along the 401 corridor there near Dutton. Lots of hail in that, probably pea-sized to maybe small grapes at this point. So storms by Petrolia, definitely lots of precipitation in there, still continuing on. So that is also moving southeast. So that is following all this stuff, heading back to the southeast. I'm going to just see if they've updated this thunderstorm warning. They're just warning this for strong wind and quarter-size hail, and that is for the storm located to the west and southwest of Petrolia, stretching back to the St. Clair River. So that's this area of dark red, pinks. So there are hailstones in that as well. So we'll continue on here.
That storm to the west of Chatham, Kent. We'll see what happens with it when it comes off the water as well. There's still temperatures about 24 to 26 degrees right in front of it. So
yeah, that's got the hail on it showing there, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that as well. So, question about Port Stanley. No, you don't have to be concerned about anything in Port Stanley. That's from Julie Sullivan, so just going to highlight that comment. There's obviously quite a bit of rain in there at this point, but the concerning portion of the storm is out over the water and moving south and east from its current location, which is away from Port Stanley, so you don't have to worry about anything there. So what else is here? Earlier in Glencoe, storm was fine. Vile, rain, hail, wind, Pratt siding, approximately 6 inches of rain. And then it produced in Thamesville. So I'm pronouncing that wrong, but thank you very much for helping me out with that one. And still dark and thunder at 6:50 p.m. So appreciate that report as well. Coming in through the chat. That's always good when we get stuff, people on the ground letting us know what's happening. So I think they finally threw a severe warning for this storm here. Just saying producing strong wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail. And that's for Thamesville. So thank you again for giving us that update. The storm that Connor was referencing, I'm just going to switch to the U.S. radar. U.S. radar have you looked at it from U.S. radar, Connor, just so that it's got a bit of better view, less hail in it now?
Yeah.
It's moved onto shore by Mitchell's Bay. There's still tons of precipitation on this, but near Mitchell Bay, but the hail core has gone down somewhat on it, which is a good thing. And then I'm just going to look at that Exeter radar. Wow. So 6:53 p.m., our latest scan, there is some very large hail in this storm. And I'm just going to look at our velocities because this looks like it's rotating. So we do need to take this storm somewhat seriously. It almost moved eastward, basically. It didn't really drop too far south on that last scan. I'm just going to look at the track of this storm. Yeah, it's marching east. That's going for Rodney. So basically, this storm, the hail core itself is going eastward, heading towards Rodney and the 401. It is around the Thamesville area, but there's a TBSS on that one, it looks like. So we see this little appendage down here. This is what's called a 3-body scatter strike. And what it is indicative of is very large, dense hail in this storm. Because if we draw a line and we look where our Exeter radar is, I'll bring it up here. You can draw a straight line from that little pill to the top right there through the storm. And then that's what's creating that, what we call a 3-body scatter strike. So that's what we look at when we analyze radar as storm chasers. It's indicative of a lot of hail inside of a storm. So this storm definitely needs to be taken seriously. And it is currently, this hail is moving eastward, and there is some velocity on that where it is rotating. It's not super tight, but this is our storm that we need to watch as this moves kind of in this general direction right now. So we have a lot of different storm motion today involved here throughout the afternoon. So this storm is moving southeast, essentially in this general direction. And then this storm to the west over Thamesville, or to the east of Thamesville, is moving eastward. So that's kind of what our general direction right now for these two storms is. And we need to pay attention to this one here for sure, because that is picking up intensity quite quickly. So we need to monitor that one.
There are multiple reports of golf ball sized hail in that storm.
Okay. So we are getting up to that very large hail aspect, and that's why we're seeing that TBSS that I was just discussing. So thanks for that, Connor. Definitely one of those things that we don't like reporting on, but golf ball sized hail, that's going to start damaging vehicles. It is slowly working its way towards the 401 right now, going through that Delaware nation of the Thames. So it's and then heading eventually over to Rodney on the other side of 401. But this will damage a lot of cars that are on that highway if it goes through. And I speak from experience. My car was damaged by golf ball sized hail, cost $12,000 to fix my car. So been through that. Don't think anybody wants to go through that unless you're trying to have your car written off for some reason. You're definitely want to be out of the path of this. So this is right now chucking some very large hail. We have 6:53 p.m. We're 5 minutes into this scan. Hopefully we're going to get a new one here very shortly. I'm just going to show you the radar on this, and you can see how that storm is marching eastward. So it's definitely heading for that 401 corridor, and it'll be there on this scan or the next scan very quickly, because it's moving quicker than the other storms, it looks like. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then our Toronto saying damage reported in Glencoe. Yes, we've had a couple of reports of that. thank you very much for letting us know. I think CC Brooks was the last one showing us that damage in that Glencoe area, and that's where that tornadic storm started, heading towards Lake Erie too. So Samir asking, is it heading to St. Thomas? No, St. Thomas is out of it right now as it sits. That storm that caused the tornado warning has gone over the water south of St. Thomas. However, there are more storms back to the west that are currently near Petrolia that could end up in St. Thomas. We will monitor it and walk you through it. You can kind of see here, I'll zoom out a little bit and show you guys what's going on. We are concerned with the storm that is now just to the northeast of Thamesville. That's the one that has quite significant hail on it. Golf balls being reported in there. So that's not good, obviously, for anybody in the path of this thing. So I'm going to stop the radar there. 6:53. We've got about 2 minutes. I'm just looking at the radar, or sorry, the thunderstorm warning that was updated. So they're calling, they've reissued the severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, producing obviously strong wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, which is what's being called here, and we're getting golf balls. So that's even bigger than ping pong balls. So Samir, again, you are good in your area. Michelle saying huge hail, golf ball sized hail outside of Moravian Town. Hopefully I pronounced that reasonably well. And I'm just going to double check where that is because I haven't seen that name as of recently. Moravian Town. Is that how I spell it? Yeah, which is, okay, that's the cell we were talking about right here. That's this area. So thank you for confirming that as well, Michelle. We did have some comments on social media, but obviously not fun to be going through that. We are getting another, oh my God, the hail scan has gone up on that. So there's even more significant hail on this latest scan. Definitely not going to be good if this gets to the 401, where we're seeing purple now. This is where we're getting into that very large hail, so even maybe larger than those golf balls. That's our scan. Currently, this was at 6:59 p.m. 2 minutes ago. This hail core right here is the concern. Again, moving eastward mostly. Oops, that's a terrible arrow. But you do have some hail tucked in here down the south coming to the 401 corridor. This is going to be pea-sized to grape-sized hail roughly. However, this center portion here where the purple is, very large hail in that, and it's continuing to go up. Let's take a look at our velocity scans. There's also some rotation on this storm, so we need to take caution with this storm for multiple reasons. I'm just going to look here. This would be our velocity couplet right now. On the southwest corner of this storm. So yes, we definitely need to watch this storm because it is rotating. This is moving eastward. So again, we're tracking this particularly dangerous cell as it's moving towards the 401 in an easterly fashion. So that's what's taking place. And again, Rodney, you're next on the list of places, and even maybe into Highgate, but that might be stretching it. You're on the southern tip of it. So after that, when it gets into Rodney, it's going to go to West Lorne, and then it's going to get to the water if it continues to track the way it's tracking. So this is the strongest hail signature I've seen in Ontario for quite some time. Again, we are seeing that purple showing up there. I'm used to seeing that out in Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, but not in Southwest Ontario as of recent memory. So definitely take shelter with this one. Carolyn,
yeah, that core is absolutely insane.
Yes, that's a very strong core. They just
I was gonna say tornado
Yeah.
warned it. Yeah.
Yeah, so this storm was rotating. So again, this, folks, we need to pay attention to this particular storm. If you are east of this storm or southeast of it, it was showing rotation on that scan. This is heading for Rodney. We don't have any confirmation of anything on the ground, but it is heading towards the 401. If you are driving the 401 corridor, this is going to do a lot of damage to vehicles just from the hail and the precipitation. But now we're getting a tornado warning for it. It is is heading east or due east at this point. We're going to wait for this next scan, and then we will update you if it does turn. Sometimes when tornadoes are forming, the storm will actually turn right a little bit. So because it's moving east, it may turn southeast, which when that tornado does come down, it does grab the surface a little bit and causes that storm to rotate right at that point. So Carolyn, I don't know if I already answered. St. Thomas will be okay. Yes, you are okay in St. Thomas right now. That storm that was tornado warned is south over the water. It's basically south of Port Stanley. However, this cell here is the one that we are paying attention to. It just got tornado warned. I'm going to read that tornado warning. 7:02 p.m. Environment Canada issued a tornado warning for southwestern Ontario. Localities. I'm not reading the localities anymore. Windsor? Are you kidding me? Am I missing something? Is there a tornado warned storm back by Windsor? There's not even a storm there.
Not even close.
Okay, I'm so frustrated with these warnings. So they're tracking a storm, possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense. It is located right northwest of Highgate, east of Thamesville, and it is moving eastward. It is nowhere near Windsor. It is nowhere near any of those areas. I'm just going to look at velocity scans on the rest of these storms to make sure I'm not missing anything, and I'm not. So I don't understand why Windsor would be named in that warning. Anyways, heading towards Rodney, West Lorne, you need to take shelter from this storm. If you have anything of value outside that you can put indoors, like a vehicle, farming equipment, you need to get it out of there because this is going to get pummeled with hail. And if there's a tornado that develops off of this, obviously that's another concern. For shelter, you need to be in a basement. If you do not have a basement, get to the center of your house, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is the best place, in a bathtub, because they're metal and they'll be able to withstand some impacts. So in a worst case scenario. So again, please take your shelter. If you are anywhere east of this storm, it has continued to intensify. It is marching basically straight east on the last number of scans. I'm going to show you guys how this is coming across, and that's basically where we're going with this storm. It may have turned a little bit southeast, so we're going to watch on the next scan. If it did turn southeast, that may be the case. What else? Sandra saying just got another tornado warning. I can't remember where you are, and this is probably to do with this storm. They've kind of reissued. St. Thomas is okay right now. Again, if you are in St. Thomas, also Sandra, I'm trying to remember where you were. I can't, unfortunately. I'm going to scroll back to see in the comments. They keep jumping down. So let me see here. Sandra. Okay. I think you're in the St. Thomas area as well. Oh, in Leamington. No, you're good in that area. It is moving away, Sandra, from Leamington. This again is where you see the radar, the purple and the pink, and it has updated here. So I'm going to stop this, clear off our drawing, and get back to warning on this storm. Hail core is still intense on this. I'm going to look at velocities. There are some velocities on this, but it might be displaced. I'm going to double check it here just around the Highgate area. It could be in there, so there may be some rotation there, but our hail core is further to the northeast of that. So this is again moving almost directly eastward, I think, maybe with a slight south component on it. This scan was very intense with hail. So it is slightly moving southeast, but coming to the 401 corridor right now. That hail is going to be impacting the 401. Do we have cameras out there at this point? I'm going to take a look and see. I don't have any right there. There's one down to the south here, so I'm going to just take a look at it. and this is 6:50 p.m. That's 20 minutes ago. That's the problem with these cameras. They don't update too often, so it looks perfectly fine on that camera. And I assure you that what's to the north of it is not perfectly fine. So they just updated the tornado warning. I'm going to reread that to you. And it's just saying that there's possibly a storm producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. They are saying localities are included, and they're including localities that make absolutely no sense for that. There's no storms even in some of those areas. So again, moving eastward, this is coming towards the 401. There's possibly a little bit of rotation back on this far southwest corner, but again, this is moving in this general direction. So if you are anywhere in the path of this, you need to take shelter and take your precautions. Be in a basement. No basement, you can go between as many walls between you and the outside as possible in the building that you're at. And if you have a bathroom option, then definitely get into the bathtub as well. So that's definitely a good location there to avoid this. So heading towards Rodney right now, eventually might get to West Lorne, but there's also, just looking what else is in the path here. Rodney's the only real thing with West Lorne as well. And then the 401 corridor, obviously vehicles moving along there are going to get pummeled by this hail. Hopefully it doesn't cause any accidents, but hopefully people slow down when they get to this. So what is going on here? So Sandra saying, yeah, another tornado warning in the Leamington area, and definitely nothing to worry about it. CC Brooks saying, Tom, is it worth the public writing ECC complaining about their polygons, or will it, do you think, fall on deaf ears? I think that we all need to get loud about this, because it's definitely an issue. It's being proven that it's a major problem, and people just mistrust the system because they get warnings when there's nothing remotely close to them. Leamington getting a warning for a tornado 100 kilometers away makes zero sense whatsoever. And so, yes, I would reach out to Environment Canada and the Environment Minister, anybody you can. You need to raise the alarm, because this is a problem. It is an ancient way of doing warnings for severe weather. A better system has existed for decades. We just, for some reason, can't seem to accomplish it, which I don't understand. Carolyn saying, yeah, Carly, my God, sorry guys, I'm seeing a lot of names. Carly Norman asking about St. Thomas. Yes, you are safe in St. Thomas, no issue there. What else? Okay, and Connor's responded to things here. I've gotten like 15 tornadoes warnings. Is this normal, Jocks? This is the problem with that. I just spun the world. I hit the wrong button on my mouse and we just went for a ride. So this is ultimately the problem with our warning system. So if they only warned the area out in front of the storm, then this would work fine, because only people in front of the storm would get it. The problem is we get warnings that go behind storms, and that's where the problem ends up. So it's definitely one of those situations that's extremely frustrating to report on and get people information. And then again, you get 15 of them, you're starting to ignore them at that point. So it's the boy who cried wolf situation when we get all these warnings on the phone. Yeah, definitely frustrating. So, Jocks, you are good as far as that's concerned. I believe you're near Sarnia or something, if I remember correctly. So, and then there's Timothy coming in. We've gone around 10 warnings in Chatham, Kent. Camping here, fun. No, can hear thunder in distance, but only a slight breeze here right now. So, Chatham, Kent, you are about to see something, and this is the latest scan here. There is definitely a storm headed your way with lots of precipitation. I'm just going to take a look at winds. Are not that bad. There are some winds in there, but it's not that bad. Heavy rain and lots of lightning headed towards that Chatham Kent area. You can see how this is marching here, so I'll show you that. So that is coming into that area, about to cross into Chatham Kent along the 401, and then eventually to Lake Erie. So you are looking at rain, but our storm of concern would be this one just in the center of our screen here, just to the north of the 401. 401 right now. Still, there's an airport there. Hopefully they've got their airports. It looks like a small one, that they have their airplanes in storage because hail and planes do not mix. So this is our very heavy hail core right up in this area right here. And this is moving slightly south, but mostly east at this point. So coming into Rodney soon as it crosses that 401 corridor, I'm going to look at my velocity scans. It is rotating a little bit here down by Highgate. I'm just going to see my reflectivity. It almost looks like that's a hook echo trying to form there, Connor. You see that?
Yes, it is. We have
yeah.
reports of wall cloud forming at Highgate.
Okay, I was just...
And also experienced storm chaser Dave Piano has 42 millimeter hail. So that's a inch and a half. That is bigger than Toonies.
Wow. Yes. So
yeah, in that Highgate area there.
So that's very large hail, inch and a half you're getting up there. So the hook echo I'm talking about is down here. So we do have some rotation showing on our velocity scans in the area. So just kind of north of Highgate. So we do need to pay attention to that. The tornado warning is flashing again. So bear with me for a second. Again, this storm needs to be taken seriously. And let's just erase some of this stuff. It is moving eastward. I'm going to switch back over, and they just, whether they just put out that warning again. No, that was 7 minutes ago. So
I believe it was the one that was over water.
Water. Yeah. I was just going to say that's the one that's over here, and it's expiring obviously, but they have two things in there. 624. Oh yeah. That's way long time ago. Definitely some confusing warnings coming out. So again, if you're back behind this storm, there is a ton of precipitation tucked in here to the west and north of Chatham-Kent, north of Tilbury. Lots of rain in there, but our area of concern is right here along the 401. This is moving eastwards with a bit of a southerly component on it. We do have some rotation tucked into this area right here. So again, if you are anywhere in front of this storm system as it's coming through, you need to be in shelter, especially if you're towards this southern southwest tip of it. That's where something could develop. We've had already one tornado earlier today around Glencoe. This storm is definitely showing some signs of that being a possibility. We have nothing confirmed right now, but it is moving eastward at this point. It is getting close to that lakeshore and to the water, which obviously less people out on the water than there is obviously driving along the 401 corridor. But if you're out on the water, you need to get out of the way of this as well. So what else is going on here? Bray plays asking, is Kitchener, I hear Kitchener getting a storm. Is that true? Can you just jump on that, Connor? I'm going to keep this up on the screen here just to show people what's happening with this storm particularly. And
Bray plays, Kitchener is completely fine. Maybe a non-severe thunderstorm much later. Kitchener completely fine.
Okay, yeah, and Chris Holden, it looks like crazy here in Chatham with those warnings. Definitely with the tornado warnings, those are not fun to get. You do have a severe line of storms basically marching at you. At this point, some of it had hail in it, but that has subsided. So you're going to experience a lot of rain, lightning, and some wind as this line moves through towards that Chatham-Kent area. Timothy Taylor, sounds like fun. Thank you. Glad we could answer the questions there. Hopefully you guys are good. What else? We had the rain changing directions crazy in Wallaceburg like 10 to 15 minutes ago, and that's this line that kind of came across that Lake St. Clair or the St. Clair River from Michigan into Ontario. So definitely not fun afternoon in this area right now. What else is going on? I had soccer, but they had to cancel it. Annabelle, yeah, with some of the weather, the that's going on. If you are in this southwest corner of Ontario, it has not been a fun afternoon down there, and we've also had obviously a tornado as well. So definitely not a fun day for some people, and hopefully everybody's okay. And the tornado didn't do too much damage, but we will see tomorrow and the days following from there. But hopefully no loss of life or major injury would be nice. So yeah, it's not a fun day. So again, we're going to get back to this one storm that is our main concern here. We are 7:18 p.m. Let's just take a look here. So that is still the scan. We have one. Oh, there it is. There's our next scan. I'm going to wipe this off the map here just so we can reset our analysis. We've got tons of hail over the 401 corridor to the west of Rodney right now with all that pink. It has subsided, but we have heard of up to 1.5 inch hail in this. So we're getting, very large, bigger than golf ball, that type of thing. Let's take a look at our velocities here. And there's some rotation on this one, so it's continuing to threaten some rotation. I'm going to show you why. This is like a hook echo right here, and if there was rotation, it would be in this area, so you can kind of see the storm rotating in, and then you've got some inflow that will feed into this little area here. That's kind of a notch trying to form on that storm. It's the visual indicators we look at as storm chasers when we're following a storm, so it is rotating. If you are out front of this, you need to take your shelter. I'm going to kill off this drawing just so that we can be a little bit more clear with that. And so if you are anywhere out in this general direction towards the lakeshore, you need to be in shelter. Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park, you definitely want to find a shelter. Hopefully there's one there that's a public shelter, or get out of there. This is definitely a storm that is packing a punch, and not only that, it is threatening to rotate at this point, and it is showing indicators of a hook echo. So that's all the stuff we look for when we're looking at tornadic storms. Hopefully that's not the case, the worst case scenario, but that's where we're at. So again, out in front of this Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park, and then there's not much. There's this Rodney, little town of Rodney. You also need to be in shelter there, but anywhere these orange arrows are indicated, you need to be in shelter. Basement if you can. If you don't have that, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub is a really good place with something on top of you to protect you, that kind of thing. So not trying to scare people unnecessarily, but this is a storm that is starting to have those indicators that we look for. So what else have we got here? Leamington and Tilbury safe coming from Crossing Dog. So let's just take a look at that. You are back to the south. Leamington definitely. Why can't I find Leamington right now? We should be at the very end. No? Am I blind? Why? Am I
Near Point
staring?
Peely.
Oh, it's way. Oh God, this. I saw the warning. Yeah. Anyways, yes, Leamington, you're perfectly fine. And where's Tills? Oh, right to the north. There's a bit of a storm coming in. Might catch the end of it, but there is no tornado aspect with these storms that are coming behind this. Our only storm that is very serious right now is the one that is just to the north of Highgate with the hail, but the rotation is right around the Highgate area and then moving eastward. This is our area of concern. So again, there you can see this big line of storms behind it, but that is less concerning than what we are dealing with on this Thamesville storm that moved through and is moving towards the lake. So it is definitely indicating some rotation on it, and that's what we're seeing there. So this is how it's unfolded, and they've just updated the tornado warning over the water. So let's take a look at that. And it's now expired. So no, they still say that their thunderstorm that is possibly producing tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall are possible. The other problem with our warnings is they don't tell you where anything they're referencing is. If they said, hey, the storm that we're tracking is over Thamesville, is over Ridgetown, is over whatever town, moving east at 30 kilometers an hour, sometimes they put the information in and other times they don't, and more often they don't. So it's one of
and
the,
this one goes all the way to Fort Erie at the Buffalo border.
no way.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Can you measure that for me? That's got to be 300-400 kilometers. I bet you
let's find out
across the lake, it's got to be 300-400 kilometers. Anyways, that's absolutely ridiculous.
360K.
Yeah, there you go. I'm not far off. Okay, okay, we've already, any warnings for Woodstock? I don't think there's anything for Woodstock. You guys there's not even any storms right now. You're in the severe thunderstorm watch, but all of this is traveling southeast, so you are okay in the Woodstock area. Chatham, yes, it's definitely going to be windy because that line right now is coming in. You can see this kind of to the west of Chatham, Kent, coming down to, it's going to come, all of this is going to cross across the 401 corridor and then go over to Lake Erie. So you're going to get windy and rainy with lightning, but the tornadic portion you don't have to worry about. What about Ridgetown? Same thing. Ridgetown should be right here. The tornadic storm is to your northeast, moving away from Ridgetown, so you should be fine as well. And then I just got a marine tornado warning in West Lorne. So the only area for any tornadic rotation, and I'm going to highlight it here. Give me a sec. I'm just checking things to make sure I'm okay. Would be this storm that is onshore right at the 401 at Highgate, moving east onto the water. That's the only area right now as far as marine is concerned. They've put one, Niagara Falls is in the chat now. I mean, this is insane.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so stupid.
Niagara Falls, you are perfectly fine. Again, these storms are all the way to the west. I don't, anyways, I don't know what to say anymore. This is ridiculous that we have a tornado warning all the way from Niagara Falls, basically through Dunnville, Simcoe, all the way back, to the U.S. border. And the storm is literally 5 kilometers across and sitting here southwest of Port Stanley. That's where this storm is, and it's where these orange arrows are. If you're anywhere in this area, you need to be in shelter. That storm is packing a punch. That's the one we are concerned with. So folks, if you are in this area, this is the only area right now to do with that tornado warning. There are storms in the area that are obviously heavy rain, lots of lightning, but this is the one of the greatest concern. So that's why we're concentrating on it. So hopefully that helps people out. This is where we're talking about right now for this severity of the situation with all these tornado warnings that are going on. It is on the 401 right now, moving east and southeast from there. So it is going to end up on the water here. So if you are out on water, I definitely would not recommend it. But this is southwest of Port Stanley, and it is moving out onto the water soon. So we're going to see when our next scan comes in here, 723. That is our next scan. Let's just take a look at our velocities. Still some rotation on that southern corner of it. The hail has gone down a little bit, but again, if you are anywhere where these 3 orange arrows are, you need to take this storm seriously. The line behind it is starting to catch this storm. So what I mean by a line is there's a lot of rain in here, maybe very tiny hail in portions of this where you see the pink, but this is moving in behind that storm, probably going to crash into it, which hopefully should kill it off, but it's going to take a few more scans. So you can see how this is all marching southeast and east, and that's where our severe weather is at this point. And you can see all these tornado warnings all over the place. The only area of concern right here in these 3 arrows. So please, if you're in that area, take shelter. If you're not in that area, you're not concerned with the tornadic circulation that was possibly associated with this. So that's where we're at this point. Lots of lightning. lots of heavy rain, and you're good at that point. So again, this line of storms behind it is just heavy rain with some wind, but no tornado issue other than these three lines here in front of the storm. And I'm going to keep repeating that because we have people asking questions outside of that area. This is the only thing that we need to worry about. The rest of it is just strong thunderstorms, but not something that is a life safety issue. And that's why we are concentrating on this area right here. And hopefully over the next couple of scans, which are every 8 minutes, this will be over and done with for this storm particularly. And then we can look at how the rest of this system is going to impact folks. And again, we are tucked into this southwest corner, south of London. Essentially back to the southwest of London is the only area that's affected by this. And Tilbury is just on the southern edge of where these storms are, back to Windsor, all of that, Amherstburg, Leamington, Kingsville. You guys are all good. There's no storms in your area whatsoever. So that's, this is kind of a big picture view of what's going on. I'm going to go full screen here just so folks can see that, and we can go from there. So, okay. Lots going on, folks. I appreciate everybody jumping in. We're doing our best to get the information out, but obviously where we see these three orange arrows, if you are in that pathway, you need to be in your shelter while these storms move through. The rest of it, obviously heavy precipitation, lots of rain, lots of lightning, and some wind associated with it. So still need to be taken seriously. Especially if you don't like storms, just find yourself some shelter. But this is the one that generated the tornado warning, the one I'm zooming in on right in the middle of the screen. We're going to stop it here on the latest scan. We've got about 2 minutes to go. So this is again to around the Highgate area, Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park, near what is this, Rodney. I'm just zooming in because one of my lines is over it, and to the southwest of West Lorne. But in these three lines that you see here, that is where our biggest concern is right now. Behind that, there is a line moving through the area that is going to bring lots of precipitation and wind and lightning, but it's short-lived. That you can see that this is not a very long or wide line of storms. What else? Lighting Logics got a warning in Niagara Falls. You have nothing to worry about in Niagara Falls, folks. This is a major failure on these warnings going out. I'm zooming all the way out. And you can see in the middle of these three little arrows, I'm going to do this on the full screen just so it's easier because we're so far out. These three arrows on the center left of the screen is where the storm that's tornadic possibly happening. You have a warning from Buffalo all the way back to basically Detroit, let's say. That's insane. There's absolutely no reason for us to have a warning system that puts out a 360 kilometer warning for a storm that's 5 kilometers wide. It's the easiest system in the world. They've been doing it south of the border for decades, where they just warn the storm and not some imaginary lines that somebody drew out. So anyways, I've been harping on that today, but you guys can understand that this is why it's so frustrating, because this is not the way to do things. It's obviously causes confusion. People are afraid, anxiety goes up, all of that stuff, and there's no reason to. We had people with warnings in London. There's nothing even remotely close to London that needs a warning. So let me go back to velocities here. There is some broad rotation here right over Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park. I'm just going to see if this is outside of the storm, so just let me highlight this couplet. It is broad, but it is rotating. And it's on that southern tip, so we do have that little hook echo. It doesn't look that strong, but again, because we've had a history of tornadoes happening today, where we've had a tornado on the ground, and then this hail here south of Rodney, that's the last of the hail, definitely gone down significantly. We are probably down to pea-sized hail, maybe slightly bigger than that, let's say small grapes, but that's the most of it. So again, to the east of this and southeast. So I'm going to do a box like they would do in the US. This is how a tornado warning would look in the US. Maybe somebody can pay attention to this that works in getting this implemented. But a tornado box like that would be all that would be put out, because that's where the storm is traveling, instead of this absolute nonsense of a tornado warning across the entire Canadian side. That's the entire Canadian side of Lake Erie. And there's a small tornado in that. If that, there's not a tornado, let me rephrase that. There's possibly something. That makes absolutely no sense, folks. We've got a fundamental problem with how we warn storms. So if you are in this box, that is our area of concern to take shelter. So again, this is Clear Creek Provincial Park, out to the water, and it's almost to the shore of Lake Erie. This is around, if you're in Rodney and south of there, this is the area of concern, this big orange box that I've drawn out. So it's absolutely nuts that we have people in Niagara Falls getting warnings. Sorry, guys. Ridgetown, yeah, I mean, there's this line of storms coming to you. This is Ridgetown right here. This is very heavy rain. I'm going to take a look at velocities in that. Sorry, I switched to the wrong. There's some wind in there, but it is not excessive wind. This is not 100-kilometer-hour winds or anything like that. It is going to be a windy thunderstorm, but that's basically what you're looking at this point. So again, this orange box is the area of immediate concern for a storm that has obviously had very large hail on it and is indicating rotation. The rest of it is, for the most part, just heavy rain and wind involved in it. But your sofa king, I got a warning in Welland. Again, same thing, Niagara Falls, same area. It's insane. It's a funny comment, but I'm not reading it. Anyways, yeah, no, honestly, this, they were supposed to launch storm-based warnings June 1st. And they pulled the plug again. And this is, they promised to do it last year. So it just keeps getting pushed on. And at some point, people need to reach out, honestly. And can you actually, Connor, can you screenshot this giant tornado warning without any of this weather radar on it, just as little as possible? We're actually going to put a post up and we'll share on social media. If you guys share it, this has to get to the right people, because this is fundamentally an issue where we as a society are getting alerts and scaring the crap out of people for no reason. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just venting, folks. It's just frustrating doing this. I apologize that I'm getting this amped up, but you know, we had a situation in Manitoba where same thing, they were putting out tornado warnings that made zero sense whatsoever. And in Manitoba, there were some life-threatening situations going on. So it clogs things up, and it makes people ask where they're nowhere near being in danger. So anyways. Yeah, it's nuts. Okay. Reed Gootsman coming in from Arnprior. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Always good to see you, as always. What else? Yeah, there's, we constantly, oh, they're updating that giant, there's the warning that they're updating, folks. This big banana that's over Lake Erie. This is insane.
Oh my God.
So 7:35 p.m., possibly producing a tornado. No location, no direction of travel, no speed of travel. This is fundamentally what's wrong with the system. In the US, they would tell you, oh, well, even in Canada, I've seen where they put the direction, how fast it's going, and where it's located. Those are the three things you need to know. Okay, anyways, let's continue on. I'm going to get the information out here. So the rotation is right on the shore of Lake Erie at this point. I'm going to kill off my box. Please bear with me for 1 second, folks. There is some broad rotation, but it's not tight. I'm not concerned about it. It is just over to the east of it's probably over Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park. Still need to take this storm storm with some seriousness. It hasn't subsided enough that I'm comfortable. But again, I'm going to draw out a box. And we'll do it like this because this is how it should be done. And it just widens as it goes further out. I'm obviously not an artist, so nobody get on my back for that. But this is the area of concern as this storm continues to move eastward. It is right along that Highway 3 on the very edge of Lake Erie. The stuff behind this storm, there is definitely a ton of rain coming along that 401 corridor just to the north of Tilbury through Chatham, Kent, stretching in up to Thamesville, Bothwell, Newbury, and then up to Glencoe where they had that tornadic circulation go through. So heavy rain in there with lightning. Not fun for round 2 for them. I do not see any really strong winds in this line, so that is also a good thing. And we're going to switch back to this. So this is what we are watching. Again, it's about to go over the lake. You can see a few scans back here. I'm going to show you what began this for those that are jumping in. As you see the storm here, this is where the storm exploded back to the west. This is where it got everybody's attention. And you'll see that the purple will start to feed into that storm, which is larger hail. If this will walk forward, big hail there. Very big hail there, and obviously rotation as well. Still large hail in there, and now it's slowly subsiding as it moves eastward. And you can see that line behind marching with it, but we're still paying attention to this because it is still strong. It does have a little weird hook echo right in this area right here. There is a bit of rotation with this, but the line behind it is starting to catch up and is going to plow into it from behind. That's basically what's going to happen. It will probably happen over Lake Erie. But again, I know we're getting lots of questions, lots of comments. This box is the only area of any concern as far as we're talking tornado or large hail. The rest of it is just a very strong line of thunderstorms with lots of rain, some wind in it, but not any 100-kilometer-hour winds, and obviously lots of lightning. So that's where we're headed. Okay. If you guys are enjoying the coverage, please do us a favor, hit that like button and hit subscribe to the channel, hit the like button. Okay, here goes a tornado warning. Maybe they heard us. No, now they've cut it in half. Anyways, I'm at my wit's end with this. All I was trying to say is if you guys appreciate what we do, please subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, consider becoming a member of our Sunshine Club. It's $1.49 a month. It helps support the channel. Lots of work goes into this by a lot of people. And obviously we are here for a reason because the information coming out from Environment Canada is not clear and concise. It is very vague, unfortunately, and that's why we've got so many people in the chat, asking about, Niagara Falls and then where Leamington, Kingsville, like all over the place. There's the only area is this box that I've drawn on there. I'm going to actually make myself a graphic for tornado warning storms that I can plunk down on here and do my own storm-based warning basically on anything that is tornado warned so that it's more obvious for folks. So that's something I'm going to work on for future live stream. We are going to just have these boxes put out in front of these storms so that people understand where you need to take shelter and where you don't need to. Obviously, this line behind is intense in rain, but it's not going to last a long time, and it is going to move over Lake Erie and then over the water. Is there anything I'm missing, Connor, anywhere else while I'm keeping this on the screen?
No, this is going to go, it's just the circulation is crossing the last road, the furthest south road before it heads over onto Lake Erie. So the threat of tornadic activity over land with this storm is ending very, very soon. And then obviously the line of storms behind it is just pretty well just a little bit of a windy thunderstorm as the line moves through. So the tornadic threat of this is ending very quickly.
Yeah, so basically, once this initial storm here, that is again to the north of Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park and Rodney, is moves off to the water, we're done with the tornadic side of things for this. Sylvie, thank you very much for subscribing and joining the Sunshine Club. I really appreciate that. And we're going to wait for another scan, 7:41 p.m. So this just showed up, actually. Sorry, that happened while I was talking about that. So it's actually picking up speed because it's getting pushed from behind. So it jumped significantly on that last scan. Let's take a look at velocities here. There's still some rotation out here. Would be tucked into this area right here. I'm going to see if that makes sense. It is in that little notch or hook echo area. We do have large hail right in here. That is on the very edge or shore of Lake Erie. This is probably pea-sized to grape-sized hail, roughly, maybe slightly bigger than that. And that's going to be moving over lakeshore, over the lakes soon into Lake Erie. But that is the last area of concern as this moves out. Obviously, if you're out on the water, you need to be out of the way of this storm, just from the hail aspect, but also from the winds. I'm going to draw out the box again. We're going to walk everybody through this. Oops. There, and then something like that, and then there. So if you're in this box, definitely you need to be taking this storm seriously. I would be in your shelter. And again, it is barely left on land, but there's still a portion of this storm, which is the most intense portion of the storm, is still over land at this point. We will probably see that this is going to move over the water in the next scan because it's about 8 minutes again. And this line from behind is about to slam into it and is pushing that storm or moving it faster. And then once this line of storms moves out, I suspect the show is over. Haven't had a look at much outside of that. I'm just zooming out here to see what's going on, folks. I don't see anything of major concern. This is the last of it right here, and we are, 7:45 right now. We've been online for almost 5 hours, so just trying to get that information out to folks. This has definitely been a bit of a frustrating afternoon, and I'm sorry for venting, but it's starting to be an issue where we're consistently running into this problem where we get tornado warnings with no information as to where it is, where it's going, how fast it's going. That's all basic information that should be in tornado warnings. Storm is over. Let's use The Simpsons. Storm is over Springfield, moving 30 kilometers an hour, and it's moving southeast. That's the easiest thing in the world. And they're updating this tornado warning that is going to go through Leamington again, through Ridgetown, all of those areas. Let me pull this up. There's more than one tornado warning out here. So Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and heavy rainfall. I'm going to be number one enemy at Environment Canada with the amount of times I'm complaining about this stuff, but it's justified and it needs to be fixed. And unfortunately, I know there's a lot of people at Environment Canada that want those storm-based warnings. It's the people up above that need to be taking this and getting it done. That's where the problem lies. The directive is the issue. So Canadian Chicks, sorry, I saw you jump in here. I forgot to give you a shout out. As always, you're consistent on the chat there, so we really appreciate it. I'm just making sure nobody's answered it here. So Canada Chick saying, I have what could be an odd question. What is the typical length of time a tornado can stay alive, so to speak? A couple hours. Also, is there a longest recorded tornado system on record? So traditionally, 90% of tornadoes roughly stay on the ground for 2 minutes or less. It's that 10% that can be. I've chased personally one tornado for 90 minutes. So there are some that will be extended. They are extremely rare, and they're more in the US. That's the case that happens. I can't answer the question about the longest event. I believe there was one in the US recently that came close to the tri-state record, but Connor might be able to dig in on that. But there's definitely some long-tracked tornadic events that have happened in the US. Canada, not so much. So
I guess like some of the longer ones in Canada would be like, for example, 1985 Barrie tornado, 1987 Edmonton tornado, um, um, 2018 Alonza Manitoba tornado, Eli another one, although slow moving, but was on the ground for a very long time. The only F5 in Canadian history, and the like events like that do happen in Canada where there are tornadoes that stay on the ground for a prolonged period of time. But as Tom said, and most of them in this country are, um, you know, one or 2 minutes and then done, and they never come back. And that's just the way most tornadoes are.
yeah, yeah. Another comment here, Tom, you and your team are better than anything I can find on regular TV, except maybe the Canadian men's soccer games. Yes, go Canada in the World Cup there. Okay, we've got our last. Thank you very much for the kind words. We have our next scan here, so I'm jumping immediately onto that just to deal with this storm and see where things are at. I'm going to take a look at velocities. So we do have some rotation. Again, it is broad. It is out over water at this point, so it's no longer on land. We still have quite a bit of hail. This is all over the water, essentially. That's another area. So this has moved out over the water. We now have this line back here that is marching, kind of bowing out in this roughly this direction. And so that is the last of it. That is obviously very heavy rain with those bright reds, bright oranges, and obviously quite a bit of lightning. But the straight line winds in that are not strong. There's no 100-kilometer-hour, 90-kilometer winds in there. You may get a gust to 60 or 70, but they're for the most part really good. Our main storm that we had our concern with has now moved over Lake Erie and is going to continue southeast into Lake Erie. So anyways, we try and answer questions when we can, especially we don't do as good a job of answering the chat when there's obviously a tornadic storm or warnings for tornadoes. That's where we kind of focus on what's on the radar, and then we obviously miss out on some of the stuff on in the chat itself. But we like to help people out to be able to answer questions when the stream is a little less exciting and intense. I don't know what the word I would use, but so this is what's happening here. Hopefully this line, I'm just going to stop it here. Again, I'll draw a box. So only people right now concerned with the storm that is out front leading all of this are people out on the water. So if you are out on the water in this box here, you need to be out of there as quickly as possible. Get to shore. But this whole line is marching southeast, so it's crossing the lake. You'd have to go quite a distance to get away from these storms if you're out on a boat. So not a good place to be out on the water. So what else is here? Why don't we have that good meteorologist like the guy in Moore? So the problem with that is that in Oklahoma, he's talking about Moore, Oklahoma, is there they live severe weather almost all year round, and it is big business down there. The news agencies have helicopters so they can keep up with the severe weather. Here in Canada, it is just not something that is as prevalent, and it's a shorter season, so it doesn't make as much sense, so you don't attract the talent. So that's basically what it boils down to. Chris asking if I think London is going to see any of this at all, preferably the thunder and lightning. You are in London, you are probably out of luck. You've just got regular showers. Everything is back to the southwest of London. You can see that at the top right where London is, and this is all moving south and east from you. So unfortunately, not going to be the situation. So what else? What else is here? That is so fascinating. Thank you. Yes, I'm glad we could answer your question there, Canada Chick. Tri-state tornado, 219 miles. I knew it was really long. Thank you for that. That's a long time ago. But we had one. I remember there was a December tornado that was on the ground a couple years ago that was on the ground for like a long time. It killed a lot of people, unfortunately, but I'm trying to remember the event. Do you know?
This December 10th, 2021, that would be the Mayfield, Kentucky EF4.
Yes. The fact that you can just pull that, that's Connor with the Rain Man with the dates. I'm not that good with dates, but if I saw a tornado, I remembered a little easier. But yeah, he's definitely in our what is it? An encyclopedia of dates for severe weather events when they're like that. So, anyways, yeah, that definitely was another big. I remember watching that. We were actually watching that. What were we doing that night? There was a whole bunch of us online. Anyways, we were watching it for hours. Like, it was crazy how long it was. So, Chris saying lame, no storms for him. I feel your pain, Chris. I'm in Eastern Ontario, and we've had one storm system come through here a week ago, and that's it so far. So, Jane Burks lives on the Lake Erie. Hopefully you're not somewhere in this area. If you are, get some shelter, find somewhere. I don't know what kind of accommodations you have, but between Port Stanley and all the way down to where would this be? Kind of south of Tilbury, you definitely don't want to be on the water with this line of storms coming through. This orange box is the storm that could have had that potential for tornado. So that's the one that got tornado warned, and that's why I'm drawing my own box out here rather than this 360 kilometer long tornado warning. If the Americans, if the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center in the U.S. saw that, I don't know what they would think at that point. So anyways, John Patterson asking, good evening, what's up for West Elgin County? I got to find out where that is first. Sorry, bear with me for a second. And that storm has updated, so I'm going to go for that after. Elgin County. Where is that? Oh, that's the Rodney area. So you're looking at West Elgin County, the line of storms coming behind this. Again, just heavy rain. I'm going to look at wind velocities in there. There's a bit of wind, but nothing strong or dangerous in terms of winds. There's a lot of rain involved and a lot of lightning, but that is all you're dealing with, and it's marching southeast. This leading storm is the box that caused everything. It is now out over the water, so no longer an effect on land, and this storm line behind it is moving fairly quick at this point, so it's starting to punch out from there. And the squall warning over Lake St. Clair is expiring, so that's dying off there, or that warning is disappearing as well. I'm just going to do a refresh here to my radar, just make sure I've got everything as accurate as possible right now. So our last two tornado warnings are obviously along the entire length of Lake Erie, but this is the last of it right here, moving onto the water from land in that southwest corner of Ontario. It would be kind of St. Thomas all the way down to Tilbury is roughly where it is. It's actually a little bit east of Tilbury at this point, just catching the very edge of it, but that's the line of storms over the last couple of hours. So I'm going to leave that cycling in there, and I'll see what I can help out here. Brockville, Ontario, what can we expect in that area? Have you answered? No, you haven't. Okay. So Brockville, there's nothing really expected other than there might be an isolated storm, possibly. I haven't looked at models in the last 5 or 6 hours. Connor, there's nothing for Brockville really, just showers, right? If anything.
Yeah, just a little bit of showers for Brockville, and then tomorrow there may be some really, really small, isolated, very non-severe thunderstorms.
Yeah. Okay. What else? Adam just saying West Lorne had heavy rain, lightning, and hail. Thank you very much for that update. Yeah, Mayfield was definitely awful because it was close to Christmas and it hit that candle factory. Is that the big one that got wiped out? Where it
Yes, it
took
is.
out that huge candle warehouse and lots of people got trapped, unfortunately, in that. So, yeah, definitely not fun. Okay. It's bunch of it's definitely been a frustrating afternoon, folks, but we're almost through this now at this point. So uh what else have we got here? We have farms where I live. They can't afford to get hail right now. Where is that, Jane? Again, there's not much hail left in any of this. The hail is done for today. We did have several areas of large hail involved this afternoon, but and early evening. But it's mostly done with at this point. The only hail right now is literally over Lake Erie that I can see. So your farm should be okay, Jane. Hopefully.
Teresa Smith is asking about Wheatley. This is another instance where you're in the giant tornado warning box, but in Wheatley, Teresa, you have absolutely nothing to worry about whatsoever.
John, glad we could help you out. Here's another fun one: 100% chance of weather. Back to you, Bill. Definitely what it feels like at times when we're getting all this information. So, again, Seth, what's up for Amherstburg? Trying to remember. Give me a sec here. I've seen so many names and I don't remember them all, so bear with me.
All the way west, south of
Yeah, I was
Detroit.
gonna say it's like yeah, okay. There's nothing going on. There's no storms. Everything is to your east at this point, so you have nothing to worry about in Amherstburg. We're just watching this last cluster of storms moving towards Lake Erie and making its way over water. And at that point, then the Americans can have it because it'll cross the border and head that way. So, Jag's asking, is there a tornado on the ground? Absolutely not. There is no tornado. The last one we had was several hours ago where we had a confirmed tornado on the ground. That was up by Glencoe, just Glencoe north of the 401. That was several hours ago, so there's nothing to worry about there. Ridgetown, same thing. You are good. Other than there's a heavy rain headed your way and some lightning and obviously a regular thunderstorm, but a more intense one. No real hail that we're seeing at this point, so definitely better than it could be at this point. So what else? Thunder in London. So the only area we're concerned with right now is this line of storms that's currently parked over the 401 corridor and kind of south of there. So the initial storm, the hail is out over the water on Lake Erie, but basically stretching, it's gone through Chatham, Kent, and it went through pretty quickly. It's not long lasting. I'd say 20 minutes, maybe half an hour at most, but stretching along the 401 corridor near North Buxton, tracking through Blenheim, hopefully I'm pronouncing that, Ridgetown, Highgate, all the way along here, West Lorne, and then up to Dutton, Dunwich, and then it kind of breaks up from there. So southwest of St. Thomas, all the way through here is just rain, heavy rain. The lightning is kind of tucked in south of the 401 at this point, and heading out over open water. So this is almost over with at this point. So yeah. I'm in Dunnville and I keep getting phone alerts, but no rain here even. And yes, you're unfortunately a victim of the Environment Canada weather alerts that we have in place. And you are literally on the far east end of Lake Erie. I know you know where you are. I'm just saying it for people that may not know where it is. And actually, this is the wrong tool. Give me a sec. We're going to do this one. And I'm going to move it down. I reset it. Dunnville right now getting warnings all day is 130, well, currently 160 kilometers from where that storm that would have generated that tornado warning. So completely pointless. And I feel for people who are getting these warnings and don't understand them. And that's why we are here to help walk people through this when it doesn't make sense. And that's why we're doing what we do. What else? I'm in Dunnville. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So Cinco saying, "Hey Tom, you're not the only one who gets." Ticked. Max Velocity, who I watch a lot, when he reads the radar, storm goes unwarned. It's funny when Max gets mad at because he is right. Yeah, 100%. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, tornado warned storms are very serious. Are they dropping this severe warning? Is that, or have they just updated it? They've probably updated it. Yeah.
Updated,
They're
yeah.
just, yeah, 8:01 p.m. Environment Canada tracking a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong winds and up to quarter-size hail. Again, this is now moving offshore. Over the next few scans, this is going to be over the water, and that's going to be all done with. Frank saying 41,000 foot tops on the Ridgetown storm. So that would be right here in the center here as this is moving out, which is fairly strong, tall storm for Ontario. And that's why it's been packing a bit of a punch. What else here? Currently dark skies, lightning, and very still in St. Thomas. That's from Adam, and that's back to the northeast. There's nothing up that way. Luckily, St. Thomas has dodged it. Even Port Stanley, for the most part. Obviously the bright reds, orange, and pinks are where we are concerned about with the precipitation side of things. So Blenheim. Okay, thank you. I learned so many new town names. It's, I've over the last year, I've learned a ton of them, but there's still probably a million more I need to learn when we cover all sorts of areas. But I always appreciate people helping me to pronounce them properly. So 59 Marguerite saying we keep getting tornado alerts in Fort Erie. And that is unfortunately a flaw of our system. You have nothing to worry about over there. You are good to go. Nothing to worry about. This is all 150 kilometers away from you. So, the storm is making a beeline to Buffalo to take advantage of the cheap gas. What else? What about St. Thomas area? You're good again. It's just rain in St. Thomas. Everything is to your southwest and moving south away from you. So you are good to go. Frank, thanks for educating us. That's what we're here for. We like giving out accurate information and being informative, obviously, and then teaching people how to recognize what's on radar. So even if we're not here, you can look at a radar and understand, hey, yeah, maybe I need to look at this, or no, I don't need to worry about it. And that's the whole point, is understanding what's coming at you is 99% of the battle. The unknown is always that. So that's the second time that's done that. My computer's getting pissed off. It disconnected from the stream, but it reconnected right away. So hopefully we're still here. That's twice today. This computer's just going on strike. I don't know what it is, but we've never had that in 50 streams. And today my computer's decided to disconnect twice. So anyways, hopefully we're still live on the air. I'm sure we are, because I'm showing things are good, but it's bizarre that I get, that we've disconnected. Adam saying another marine tornado warning for St. Thomas. Yeah, and that's the best part, is it's a marine warning and they extend it. Let me watch this. They extend it 13 kilometers on land. Oh. I'm done.
Oh boy.
I'm
well,
done.
At least they're ending it. Ending it.
It's expired, but it never should have even been there in the first place.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, I have to laugh, folks, because it's just comical at this point. So we're getting a tornado warnings in Amherstburg, even though you showed that there's nothing there. And that's that, again, that giant box that should not be there. Cinco saying great place to camp is Turkey Point. Been there a couple of times. So yeah, there's definitely some good camping spots out there. Definitely not fun. Canada Chick, I am on a PC. So running this off a Windows PC basically. Denise saying all is good at this end in Bourget. No winds, no rain for the time being. Yes, Eastern Ontario today is just regular basic storms, showers. Nothing of any intensity is heading for that area. Our stream was focusing on southwest Ontario. Everything kind of north of the GTA is just non-severe thunderstorms. Some heavy precipitation up in that corner. I'm just showing it on the screen here. So some isolated storms kind of west of Orangeville, but these are non-severe thunderstorms at this point. So I'm just going to take a look at some other radars. Nothing up that way. So I'll continue to monitor this. And once we're done with this going offshore, folks, we'll kind of do a summary look around what's going and then probably end the stream at that point. But right now, the biggest area that's still got heavy precipitation is from West Lorne through kind of Ridgetown, Blenheim, because I learned how to pronounce it. Hopefully I remember it for the next stream. Kind of to the edge of North Buxton. That's essentially where that heavier precipitation and wind is tucked in. I'll highlight it here and just show it to you folks. So it would be between this area along that orange line. That's where the heaviest of precipitation is. Some of it is over water. So when you see this white dotted line, that's the shoreline. So a bunch of rain moving out over Lake Erie, but onshore, that's the last of the stretch of heavier precip, and it's moving fairly quick at this point. So I'm curious what this storm is doing over the water, actually. I'm going to see if there's any... It's rotating out there over the water. It's not tight, but there is rotation in this storm here, right in the center that has this bright pink. That's the initial storm that did have a bit of a tornado warning. So... Connor saying the audio cut out, which is possible because, again, my stream did disconnect for about 4 seconds or so, but bizarre that that's going on. What else is here? Hello, my daughter is in Chatham, Kent. She is out of the clear and safe. Yes, so Chatham, Kent is now to the north of this line of storms. You can see that. Nothing really behind it at this point, actually zero behind it. So they are done with the storm system. The 401 corridor is essentially done with it primarily. This last scan was 4 minutes ago, so this is mostly moved off that 401 corridor. Maybe a little bit light showers on the back end of it, but that's basically it. What else is going on here? Canada Chick saying that's my problem. I'm running a Windows PC. I'm actually impressed with how much this computer runs in these events, because I have literally 3 big monitors that I've got running with a whole bunch of different software, the live stream, all the chats, everything. It's been pretty reliable. I work this thing hard, so I'll give credit where credit is due. Okay, what's going on here? What else have we got? It's beginning to rain heavy near Dutton. Skies are still relatively light. This area is the traditional terminus of Tornado Alley in Ontario. A lot of active weather now originates from Lake Huron. That's from John Patterson. And yes, Dutton was definitely in the area that we had some concerns before. That was right up here west of St. Thomas. We did have some heavier storms move through that area, but for now, you guys are good. So... ECC using imperial system instead of metric. No, they use metric, and I don't know why the error margins are so large. Don't ask me about that. Unfortunately, I wish I had the answer, but I don't on the internals. Even in the US, the National Weather Service uses some imperial stuff because obviously meteorology is a science, and you know the standard across the world is going to be metric. So we use metric up here, and they use metric at times down there as well. So what else? Snow asking, do we think it'll come near Simcoe? Where is Simcoe? I'm trying to remember here. Give me a sec. Bear with me. I know I should know where that is, but no, you are good. It's all to your southwest. You might get some rain, but the intense stuff is all to your southwest and moving south and east from there. So you have no issues in Simcoe. So you're good. Sophia asking about Elmer, and I'm assuming I know there's an Elmer out here on the Niagara Peninsula, I want to say. Give me a sec. Because there's an Elmer, Quebec, and there's an Elmer, I think, in Ontario. So bear with me. Yes, I knew that there was. Elmer is just rain showers, nothing. You guys are, everything is to your southwest as well, so you're good there. How does Windows work for something this advanced? Like I said, I haven't had problems. We've done 50 plus live streams, I want to say, and it's honestly been great up until today is the first time I've had this weird glitch. And it could be my internet. I don't know. I have to look at it, but I doubt that it's the internet. I think it's just some kind of weird glitch that's coming in today. So what else have we got on here? Kat, thank you very much for the kind words. Really appreciate that. You've been on the stream all day, I think, for the last 5 or 6 hours. So thank you very much. Cheese Slice asking what radar are we using? So this is WeatherWise. I'll bring it up here. This is at the top of the screen on the top left. WeatherWise, we used to use a different platform. We switched that we used for 10 plus years as chasers. So we switched to WeatherWise. We're not sponsored by them. They're a great platform. So we definitely give the word out about that. They're very responsive. Their support is amazing. So definitely recommend it. You can get it for your PC, but you can also get it for your iPhone or Apple products and also for Android. So Tim Ferguson saying nothing from Kingston to Cornwall. Yes, there's only going to be regular showers out that way, if anything. And it's just going to be a nothing burger is a good way to put it compared to what's been going on here in southwest Ontario. And again, we are just getting to the very end of it. These storms are starting to break up. We are also getting closer to dark. Sunsets in about, 40 minutes, I want to say? Maybe.
Yeah, probably more like 45 or 50 minutes. Yeah.
So it's funny. You can watch the visual satellite. This is how bright it was. And you can see darkness coming in. And I've been talking about it on the stream. As soon as you lose that sun, the diurnal heating from sun, that's where storms start to weaken traditionally in Eastern Ontario or in Canada for the most part. There are obviously exceptions to the rule, but that's why we're seeing these storms starting to weaken. They're going over the lake. We're starting to see the end of this. So what else? Okay, I think I've caught up with comments and questions. They just, the severe thunderstorm warning, they're still saying 8:13 p.m. tracking a line of severe thunderstorms, strong wind gusts, and quarter-size hail. And that's for the very last part of land, basically. Oh, God. I'm going to have to talk to Steve about this, why it jumps up like that. No, it won't go down. Okay, so the last bit of precipitation is over land here. Again, heavier rain, but the lightning is mostly over the water at this point. I'm going to take a look at velocities. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit of a water spout or something out there. Look at the velocities on that storm.
Yeah, there's definitely been a couple of water spouts out there for sure.
So what water spouts are?
Luckily over water.
Yes, I was going to say, hopefully nobody's out there in a boat, but water spouts are basically a tornado over water, essentially. They happen more often, but they, like over water, it's easier for them because you have a temperature differential between the water surface and the air temperature. So there's all sorts of things without getting overly complicated that do amplify the ability to have that kind of stuff. But based on some of these velocity scans where we've got this red and green really close to each other and some brighter wrapping in there, I would not be surprised if there was at least a funnel, maybe not all the way down to the water, but there, if it does get down, it's called a water spout, basically. Okay. Kitchener-Waterloo, we have extreme rain at 11:30. That's like 3 hours from now. Oh,
so I think you're referencing the fact that you're Metro Movin, you're referencing that you're probably looking at like for example, like the Weather Network app, where they have like predictive radar on there. It's only like their version of a model basically, where they show what could come tonight, but it's not live radar at all. So while there is a chance for heavier rain later tonight in the form of a minor thunderstorm, it's not guaranteed whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. So unfortunately, the way that's presented, it's presented as radar, and it's like Connor was saying, it's a model. And when we do forecasting, we look at 5 models, for example, before we make a decision. That's only what one model's interpretation of what might happen. And as we all know, people complain that the weatherman's always wrong, yet he keeps his job. Well, it's because weather's difficult to predict. And if you just run off one model to put out information, and you got to take that with a grain of salt. That's all we're going to tell you. Definitely consult more than one source, and then you'll probably get a bit of a different picture as to what's going on. That's what threw me for a loop. I saw that 11:30. I was like, wait a minute, what time zone? And then Connor obviously picked up on it that it's probably that as well. So anyways, what else? I just saw a post about some weird round cloud spotted in Castleman. I wish I could comment on it. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about what's going on in Eastern Ontario, but I'd be curious to see what that post would be. Connor might find it. Okay, let's take a look here.
I'll do some digging.
And then let's do this. So, okay, we are good at this point. Again, most of the precipitation has moved over to Lake Erie. There's nothing of any danger anymore at this point. All the lightning is tucked in, and I'm going to show you here along the shoreline here. So all these lightning strikes are over the water, other than obviously just a couple over here near Blenheim. And that's the end of it. So this show is over. I'm just going to look through all our radars here to figure out what's going on. I haven't had a chance to analyze any of the other ones. So there is a northern track of easterly moving storms here, it looks like, that are moving through the area, kind of northwest of Hamilton, north of the GTA. But those are just sub-severe thunderstorms, essentially, or non-severe thunderstorms. You can see the rain here around Listowel, Arthur, Drayton, but these are very minor in comparison to what we just walked through there. West of Alliston, there is some lightning, but that is a very small storm with a bunch of rain packed into it, but nothing to get concerned about. I'm moving eastward into Eastern Ontario. Nothing out that way. Let's go back to our hometown radar of Franktown. Kingston has minor precipitation moving in off the water. And then the very far west portion of Quebec has some showers. Sorry, guys, wrong button. Some showers just on the very western edge of Quebec, and that's the big picture right now. And actually I can switch over to composite and we'll see what everything is showing. So this is where our precipitation is. You can see down here by Lake Erie, that's the brightest orange area. We do have some storms here that are packing a bit of precipitation, but again, non-severe thunderstorms to the north of Kitchener, northwest of the GTA. Those are moving eastward up towards North Bay, just regular showers. Huntsville, regular showers. North of Ottawa, regular showers. Nothing to write home about. So the end of the severe at this point is over. I'm going to switch out of composite, go back to radar, pull up Exeter. Is down here. This is the bulk of the precip, and that's all that's left here. So we've ridden out the storm with you folks. Again, thank you for being here with us. I hope everybody got the information when they needed to get the information. What is beeping here? Sorry, I'm zooming out to take a look. What did they warn? Oh, it's way north Alberta, northwest of Edmonton. So we're not covering that today, unfortunately. And I don't even know if there's radar all the way up there. But anyways, hopefully if you did subscribe, turn on that notification bell so you do know when we go live. This is what we do on the YouTube channel. We also have a Facebook page. I haven't shared any of that because it's just been such a busy day. This is all the places you can find us. We do have a merch store if you want to buy something something to help support us, would be awesome. You get something nice out of it, and we make a few bucks off of stuff so we can keep improving this platform and getting that information out to you folks. Connor and I work very hard on it. We obviously have moderators that work very hard during these live streams. We probably have a week straight coming up of live streams, so it's going to be entertaining to see how many days we do in a row and how tuckered out we are. The YouTube Sunshine Club, basically it's $1.49 a month, and it helps us out. You get custom badges the longer you are a member, and then you have access to these custom emojis that you see on the right hand side there. We've got our happy tornado, our excited lightning bolt, sad rainstorm, the snowball, the angry red barn, and then the cold hailstone. Just something that's fun, that helps, again, it helps support our platform, and is as cost effective as possible. Obviously, there's no pressure, but we like to share that information as if somebody wants to join. So we always appreciate when people do join us for the live streams, and if they subscribe, that's awesome. Helps us out. So what else? Tim Ferguson saying, oh, well, this one's going up. I'm highlighting oh, that's the wrong one. It jumped as I was clicking it. You guys are better than Environment Canada. I used to work for the Coast Guard. Anyways, we appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much, folks. Obviously, that's kind of a rundown of things that are going on. I see a question about Barrie. There's just some storms coming your way with a little bit of rain, maybe some lightning, but they will stick kind of mostly to the south of Barrie. But that's basically where we're at this point. So what else? Thank you very much for that comment, CC Brooks. Definitely hitting the like button helps us out, and subscribing, obviously. Adam, thank you for being on the stream as always. Thank you, Canada Chick. Really appreciate the donation. Have a cold one. What does it say? Have a cold one on me, guys, or a coffee, whatever you prefer. I definitely prefer a cold one. The only time I'll drink a coffee is in the middle of winter. That's basically it. So thank you very much for that, Canada Chick. Appreciate it. Thanks again for the bi-minute broadcast, better and more effective than network TV. Thank you very much. This is interesting stuff. I definitely subscribing. I do got a storm incoming. Definitely some dark clouds. Metro moving RIT, I believe. So
R1T.
R1T. Well, they make there's what's that EV? The Rivian R1T. That's a truck. Anyways. Neither here nor there, folks. Thank you very much for joining us again. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in. The threat for Southwest Ontario at this point is over. If anything comes up that, for example, if storms suddenly went severe and we're not on the air, we can always jump back on and provide coverage as that's happening. Obviously, if the threat goes up, that's what we'll do. But generally for tonight, I think, especially now that we're at 8:25 p.m., once that sun is over the horizon, these storms will not sustain, and we'll go from there. Connor, any thoughts or closing thoughts on things?
Oh, I mean, that was a pretty crazy stream. That was the first, like the biggest tornado we have streamed for sure. And we appreciate you guys hanging along with us and watching us give you the live coverage that you guys all so deserve.
Absolutely. So again, thank you guys. We're going to cut loose here, grab some dinner because I haven't eaten yet and it's 8:30. So I'm going to grab some dinner, going to grab a cold one. Thanks to Canada Chick. Appreciate that. And we will see you guys on the next live stream, which at this point, not sure exactly when that's going to be, but I suspect next week is going to be extremely busy between out west and back out east here. So again, thank you. Appreciate everybody on the stream, and we will catch you on the next one.
Ciao.